EARL, Ever Always Real Life, the autobiography of DMX, as told to Smokey D. Fontaine. Prologue. To live is to suffer, but to survive, well, that's to find the meaning in the suffering. If I don't know where I'm coming from, where would I go? All you see is dust, a thick cloud of reddish brown dust that follows him everywhere he goes. There is a trail out there in the brush, a path through this jagged Arizona landscape that was cut just for this purpose. But he chooses not to take it, preferring instead to use his four-wheel all-terrain vehicle to forge a more entertaining course up and over whatever rocks or giant cactus plants that may stand in his way. The bike is supposed to be capable of off-roading at over 60 miles an hour, but Earl Simmons is capable of anything. I'm having a time of my life right now, he says. The whine of his engine almost drowns out his words, but the smile says it all. Here's a man who's enjoying life. Hi, Boo Boo, he yells down the end of a miniature black cell phone. Boo Boo, I just wish you could see how beautiful the sky is today. The love of his life and wife of 4 years is home in New York expecting their third child. But you know your man Patrick is out here looking like TJ again, he says, playfully changing the subject to his security guard's habit of wearing tight jeans. And he has his boots tied all the way up. Earl will continue to ride well into the evening until he's reminded that a home-cooked dinner should be ready for him at the house that he's rented, and soon the local bars will be filling up with new people he can win money from playing pool. But whatever time he chooses to finish, odds are that his other most loyal companion will be waiting for him. Phoenix, he calls out to the black and white pit bull jumping around hysterically in the back of the security truck. What's up, girl? Did you miss me? The 3-month-old puppy can't contain any of her enthusiasm for her new owner. He play fights with the dog for a minute and then puts her into the passenger seat of his convertible 2001 Mercedes-Benz. Earl's red Timberland boots, which were brand new before this ride, are covered in dust and sand, as are his matching sweatpants and white tank top. But he doesn't care. He reclasped the silver dog chain that he wears around his neck, and without waiting for his bodyguards to pack up the equipment, jumps in his car, punches the accelerator, and quickly pulls onto the highway. For Earl Simmons, the artist known to the world as DMX, this is a good day. Or is it? 7 miles up the highway, I see Earl's car pulled off to the side of the road. The engine is still running and the door is flung open, but Earl has gone somewhere else. The flashing hazard lights do little to warn anyone of the trouble on his mind. There is nothing in the direction that he's walking, just a desert sky filled with the red and orange colors of sunset. And when I catch up to him, I realize that's all he's looking at. Do you ever have nightmares? He asks. I mean, I have nightmares every night, dog. Every fucking night I have people rocking me to sleep in my dream, whispering, "We love you, DMX." Then they pull out burners and pop, pop. The gunshots hang heavy in the air. This shit is crazy. When am I ever going to be able to just relax and be me? It's a question I've heard him ask before, a question he has yet to find an answer to. But a 31-year ride can often kick up many troublesome thoughts, especially when under the questions hiding there in the dark, there is the lingering idea that there's a price that has to be paid. There are just so many thoughts inside my head all the time. A few weeks earlier, Earl Simmons agreed to tell the story of his life. It was a bold decision based on two ideas that have framed much of his music. First, that the only way to survive a lifetime of suffering was to uncover the meaning behind that suffering. And then, simply, if you don't know where you're coming from, where would you go? It's easier said than done. Places that I have been, things that I have seen, what you call a nightmare, or what I call dream. Now that I have to replay everything, it gets hard to talk because the feelings come back, and it's like I go through it again. Sometimes it makes me not want to say anything at all because I could fuck around and remember too much. The thought makes him pause, but then, slowly, purposefully, he keeps going. But I also know the more you think, the more you want to know. And I'm always going to ask questions. Who are you? What are you here for? It means something to ask yourself those things because it forces you to look inside the deepest, darkest corners of your life. There is a lockbox there, but if you ever allow yourself to open it, you will realize so much. The sky has now turned purple gray. So where should we start? I asked, feeling for the recorder in my pocket. I don't know, dog. You're just gonna have to catch it without catching it. Let me go my way, but walk with me. See what I see, watch me, then talk with me. This is the oral history of DMX. Part 1, Chapter 1, First Memories. My name is Earl Simmons. I was born December 18, 1970 in Mount Vernon, New York, the first and only child of Arnett Simmons and Joe Barker. I've always hated my first name because it always sounded so corny to me, and no, I don't have any middle names. Why my mother couldn't give me the names of some of the other men she dated, I don't know. There were certainly enough of them around. My mother found out she was pregnant with me when she was 19. It was bad because she already had a 2-year-old, Bonita, and hadn't planned on having another baby. So she moved into this home for unwed mothers in Mount Vernon and asked her sister to take Bonita off her hands for a while because her nerves were shot. My sister ended up staying with her until way after I was born, while my mother tried to get her life together. When I was 1, my mother's mom died, and even though she didn't grow up with her, my mother lost the only person she felt like she could look to for help. Laverne wouldn't have taken both her kids, so my mother was forced to realize that she had to find a place of her own. Yonkers had more low-income housing than Mount Vernon, so that's where we went. We lived in a small, dark, one-bedroom apartment in a building called the Roker. My mother was on public assistance, and it was really hard for her to take care of us and pay all the bills and the rent at the same time. I was also sick a lot as a child. I inherited a bunch of allergies from her and bronchial asthma from my father. My shit used to be real bad. I remember many scary nights waking up not being able to breathe. My mother used to have to take me to the emergency room, and they would often end up keeping me overnight. Sometimes my asthma got so bad, they would keep me for a whole week, and they never could find the right thing to do. One night, I had to go back to the hospital 3 different times because the drugs they were sending me home with kept making me sick. Then the doctors would give me breathing treatments. I had to lie down in this crib-like bed that had a white net over it, and they would pump in this medicated air. You couldn't move or get out, and I remember being trapped in there, having to just breathe in and out for hours. In the spring and summer, I was under the net almost every week. I never knew if it helped or not. One time, I had such a bad asthma attack, my sister told me that my heart stopped beating and the paramedics had to take me out of my house in one of those sit-up stretchers because I almost died. I don't remember that, but I do remember the day I got hit by a car. I was playing by myself in the street and found a dime. I was so excited. It was all silver and shiny. I immediately wanted to go to the store, but the problem was that I knew I had to cross Riverdale Avenue to get there, and that was a pretty major trip for a kid my age. But after a few seconds, I summoned up my courage and with a little burst of speed made it across and got to buy what I wanted, a lollipop and a Super Ball. You know those balls that bounce all crazy and go in different directions? Yeah, I'm the man. It was on the way back that I caught it. The impact was so hard I got knocked halfway up the street, all the way under a parked car. But for some reason, even though I was badly hurt, I didn't feel nothing. All I was thinking about was how my mother was going to whip my ass because I wasn't supposed to be outside. When I tried to get up, this white lady with a clipboard was standing over me. She must have been checking parking meters or something. Stay down, she kept yelling. Then other people walked by and they started screaming. I can imagine how folks must have felt to see a little boy pushed under a car like that, though. Everyone crowded around, and then somebody gave me a jacket to put under my head, and I just lay there. I just lay on the street until the ambulance came. Luckily, I didn't break anything, so I got better in a few weeks. But what hurt the most was when I found out later that I could have gotten some money from the accident. See, not only had the driver run a red light, but he was also drunk. A month after the accident, an insurance company man had come to my house talking about a settlement. And my mother turned down $10,000. Thank you, but we don't need your money, sir. My mother told him, my family is Jehovah's Witness, and our faith teaches us to be self-sufficient. Huh? That was the loot that was supposed to be mine when I got older. The money I could have been straight with. Half of the kids in the ghetto get a little bit of money when they reach a certain age for something that happened to them when they were younger. Why not me? And if the insurance company was offering $10,000, my mother could have held out and got a lot more too. Hitting a child, drunk driving, and running a red light? I didn't understand why Jehovah's Witness would have wanted to mess with my money. But the man obviously didn't wait for my mother to change her mind. Before that, I actually liked Jehovah's Witness as a kid. Ladies that my mother would get to babysit my ladies that my mother would get to babysit my sister and me would always take us to the different churches they went to. So I had experience with many kinds of religions growing up, but my mother says she liked the structure of Jehovah's Witness for us kids, and I always enjoyed it when she took us to the local Kingdom Hall for service. I remember the little gold books of Bible stories they gave out, and I used to read the Watchtower magazine a lot. In service, they often asked questions about the reading, and I remember one time I got up enough courage to raise my hand to answer one. The hall was mostly filled with adults that day, but the leader acknowledged me. Yes, the young brother right there, he said, walking up to me with the microphone. I don't remember the question, but whatever it was, I got it right. Excellent, young man, excellent. That felt good. I used to like knowing the answers to shit. But every few months, my mother would take us to one of the conferences they used to have in this big stadium in upstate New York. And I didn't like that as much because I used to get embarrassed when everyone else got to buy food from the concession stands, and my mother and I had to eat the bag lunch we brought from home. Kids looked at us when we pulled out the sandwich with the bologna. That was like bringing lunch to school in a bag. It meant we were poor. I did used to like the traveling part of those trips, though. I can see clearly now the rain is gone. One family we sometimes rode with had a van. We would sit in front of their house before we left and open the van's doors so we could hear music off the radio. It's going to be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. It's crazy how different songs can bring you back to a certain memory. The Spinners, I'll Be Around reminds me of those days. My mom used to play that in the house on this old 8-track cassette deck that had these big gray buttons. I remember the tapes only had 4 songs on each side, and I wanted to hear the Pointer Sisters or Shaka Khan all the time. My mother sang. People actually used to say she sounded like Shaka. At one point, she tried to start a singing career and joined this group. It was her, this woman Eileen, and these 2 other guys. They rehearsed at a club called Brown Eyes right down the street from the Roker. When my mother couldn't afford a babysitter, she used to bring my sister and me with her, and we would just sit up on the speaker. I remember the music was so fucking loud. She was with the group for over a year, but after they did a talent show at the Apollo, someone asked them to go on tour, and that's when my mother dropped out. She told her partners that they'd have to find another singer because she didn't like the idea of shuttling her kids back and forth on the road. She never said anything to me about it, but I bet she probably regrets that decision to this day. My mom's used to be real nice looking. She had a pretty face, sexy smile, and a real attractive shape. And yeah, she had that walk too. When we were outside, dudes in the street used to always turn their heads to watch her go by. I used to hate that. I couldn't have been more than 4 years old when on the way to nursery school I started to hear guys on the corner hollering at her. Hey, pretty lady, what's happening? My mother never answered them. She never looked their way. Ah, you so hateful, they used to yell. I didn't know what the word hateful meant, but I knew it was bad. I didn't want anybody to talk to my mother like that. And after the 3rd or 4th time I heard them say that to her, I suddenly got the urge to kill each and every one of them. Every time we walked by them, I became more and more confident that I could do it. I could kill a grown man. All I had to do was jump on his back, choke him, and he'd be dead. Obviously, not understanding that he would have fucked me up at 4 years old. But I was sure I could do it. A couple of times I actually did turn around with the mean face on. Don't call my mother hateful. Come on, boy. And shut your mouth, my mother would scold me. Then the guys would laugh and we'd keep walking. My mother never thought I meant anything by it. but I was dead serious. She was the one always explaining to me how I needed to take care of things. She was the one that told me I was the man of the house. So why wouldn't I have believed that it was my job to protect her? I should have realized then that my mother was going to be on some bullshit. See, if I was the man of the house, I sure had a lot of company. And whenever my mother's boyfriends would come over, I always had to go to the store in the morning for bread, eggs, and cornflakes. It was always bread, eggs, and cornflakes. The guys would have rarely been there for more than that night, but I guess they needed their breakfast. Of course, I never got what I wanted to eat. I want the cereal with the sugar in it already because we don't have sugar upstairs. But my mother didn't hear me, and the guys didn't give a fuck. They got their pussy already. I remember my sister's father, Charlie Mack. He always wore this blue mechanic's uniform. That meant that he had a little bit of money because growing up in the projects, you knew that anyone you saw with a uniform on had a good job. Another dude was called Cookie. Can you imagine a nigga named Cookie? But he was all right. When he came over, he made the best homemade bread. It tasted so good. I wish I paid better attention to how he made it because he only ever used the ingredients that we had in the cabinets already. One Saturday morning before breakfast, Cookie actually walked with me to the store, and I remember thinking how rich he was because he had money to pay for the food, so I didn't have to use our food stamp. That was big. He scored even more points when he actually stayed the whole weekend. I thought maybe he really liked us. Then my hopes were dashed a few weeks later when I saw him outside on my way home. I was really happy to see him, thinking I could go over and ask him when he was coming to our apartment again to make some more bread. But when I walked over with this big smile on my face, he turned around and looked at me like he didn't even know me. I couldn't believe it. I had watched TV with this guy all day. We had hung out, gone to the store. To see a man that you thought you knew, that you thought liked you, then he doesn't even speak to you on the street, that hurt. If I was older, I probably would have tried to kill him too. Looking back, I didn't think my mother was too prepared to have kids. After me, she had two other sons, but they both died at birth. I was the only boy that she had, and I've always thought how unlucky I was because, man, did I catch it? My mother beat me for every man that did her wrong, for every man that fucked her and left her. And I know she beat me because I reminded her of my father. You ain't shit. You're just like your father, she would say to me over and over again. See, my mother and father were never close. That's why she didn't give me his last name. They met at Yonkers High School a year or two before I was born, and by the time I happened, whatever relationship they had been dead for a while. My father was a pretty cool cat in high school. He always had a lot of girlfriends. He was the kind of guy who got attention by doing something corny like wearing a suit to school, and he was a good artist. That's probably why him and my mother got together. He was the man and she was a dime. But despite what must have looked like a winning combination to anyone in the neighborhood, they never clicked beyond just having sex. He was only 18 himself at the time, and he didn't want my mother to have me. After I was born, he never thought about living in the house with us. He never called me on my birthday or helped raise me at all. That made it hard on my mother, and she must have taken her frustration out on me because no matter what I did, I was always wrong. Bonita was the perfect child, and I was the problem. My mother took a few judo classes too, so she was good with her hands. And whenever she got tired of beating me, she would just call another nigga over to whoop my ass. When I was 5, the guy I was named after hit me with an extension cord. His name was Earl Scott. He was the only one in the house with us at the time, and me and my sister were bored, so I dripped hot candle wax on him while he was sleeping. When he got up, he just went crazy and started swinging on us. My mother did get mad at that one, but that was only because he hit Bonita with the cord as well, and her eye got real red and swollen. Another guy, Richie, was the mailman, and you better believe he delivered more than mail. My stomach would get butterflies every time he came over because I knew he loved to administer the ass whippings. He would come in the house, and my mother and him would go right in the bedroom. After they do whatever, then she would fill him in on everything my sister and I had done wrong, even shit that happened 2 weeks before. I always asked my sister, why she gotta tell him everything like that? And when he came out with the belt, I knew it was on. Stand up. Stand up, both of you. I hated the sound of his voice. Now bend over. He gave out a certain amount of hits per offense. It was like military style. Bonita, for not finishing the dishes, you get 2 hits. Earl, because you slammed the door and have been acting up, you get 5. Bam, bam. If you moved, he'd start from 1 again. Bam, bam, bam. It was the worst. Bonita was always started crying, watching me get mine after her. But my mother always gave my sister a hug and told her to go to the bedroom. I remember my mother sending me away after Richie finished with me, too. I just don't remember the hug part. Chapter 2, Our Side of the World. In 1975, when I was 4 years old, my mother finally found a nice place of her own in Building 80 of the School Street apartment complex. The project would soon become one of the most dangerous and neglected areas in all of Yonkers. But for us, coming from the cramped and lonely space of the Roker, moving to School Street was a definite step up. Building 80, like the rest of School Street, was all black and Hispanic. Yonkers was filled with white people, but you would never know it if you didn't go to their side of the world. There was only one white person in our building, and of course he was married to a black lady. He was the maintenance man responsible for everything from our heat and hot water, which was often cold, to the elevators, always broken, and the stairways that were covered in piss, broken glass, and tobacco spit. An all-black and Hispanic building, having to call a white person to get any kind of service was fucked up, but that's just how things were in the hood. The bugged out thing about Yonkers, New York, though, was that the ghetto was in the best area of the city. Living in buildings that sit on or close to the waterfront, directly across from the New Jersey Palisades. Most of the poor folks in YO had a much better view across the Hudson River than the rich people in Yonkers did that lived mostly further to the east. I don't know how that happened, but life for us was still crazy. There were 6 sets of projects on this side of Yonkers, and they were all different. School Street and Slow Bomb were your typical high-rise units. Then there were the more country-looking low-rise projects like Mulford Gardens and Cottage. The better-kept buildings of Ravine stretch a long way and didn't feel like projects because of their unobstructed view of the river. And while Warburton Avenue, where my grandmother ended up, was not one specific place, the part of the block that led all the way down to South Broadway was considered its own hood. And there weren't just black hoods to deal with. In Yonkers, you could find Puerto Rican hoods, Mexican hoods, Arabic hoods, even Italian hoods. In the middle of all that mess was Getty Square, the only downtown area Yonkers had, which, until about midnight when things got grimier, was filled with the normal hustle and bustle of any big shopping area. I've always thought there was a black cloud over Yonkers, a big curse that attached itself to anyone who grew up there, because somehow any ghetto I've seen anywhere in the world reminded me of a place in YO. Anytime I travel, I always go looking for a feel for the community, a sense of the people, and I end up saying, oh, this looks like Mulford, or this reminds me of Ravine. And even though Yonkers is one of the biggest cities in New York State, growing up, everybody knew everybody. There were a lot of big families with even bigger extended families, and we were all interconnected. Nothing could go down on one side of town without someone knowing about it on the other before the day was out. It was the same in the house. My favorite thing about living in School Street was that I could hear everything that was going on in the neighbor's apartment. There were 10 families to a floor, and because of how all the heat and hot water systems were connected, it was hard for anyone to keep their business to themselves. A girl named Yetta lived below me on the 10th floor. I could hear her getting her ass whipped all the time. I'd be chilling in my bedroom, and then out of the blue, I'd hear, ah, I told ya, coming through the pipes as loud as if it was happening in my own room. It was the funniest thing in the world. Mothers tend to repeat themselves a lot when they're whipping ass. Didn't I say? Didn't I say? Didn't I say? They scream without ever completing a sentence. Well, what the fuck did you say, lady? But when I teased Yetta about it on the next morning, her and her friends would always remind me of my, oh, mama, no, cries they heard when I was getting it. Yeah, But you got fucked up last night too, they tell me. The apartment was my mom's first real place of her own, the first place she really cared about living in. And once we were there, she began the slow process of getting herself off public assistance to try to build a better life. The first thing she did was get a new couch. It was so much more comfortable than the ugly maroon futon we had to sit on in the roker. It was a big green fluffy thing, and whenever she had a camera, she always told me to sit on it so she could take a picture. Breakfast was my favorite meal at home, and I used to love pancakes, especially when my mother cut them up in even squares for me. I liked them so much I didn't even mind when she put corn in the batter so that they'd be extra filling and hold us down till dinner. I tried to make them myself too, but my mother said I never cooked them all the way through. If she didn't let me make pancakes, sometimes she would give me money to go to the store to buy honey buns instead. I would heat them up in the oven and serve them with butter. First, we would say grace, then my sister and I would climb in the bed with her, and we'd all eat together. My mother always loved it when I got up to make her some tea. Baby, fix me a cup of tea, I'd say in this high-pitched voice, imitating Eddie Murphy's delirious routine. She'd laugh. It was like the best of times. Even though I had my own room in School Street, it never really felt like that because somehow I would always end up having to sleep on the floor in the living room. That was mostly because of my mother's younger brother, Robert. Uncle Pinky, we called him, and he was a smooth brother when he was young. He was the only one in the family I remember who ever had a car. It was a metallic blue Cadillac Coupe de Ville, and one time he took me for a ride downtown in it. But he was never a hustler. In the early 70s, hustling wasn't big money, and Pinky was more the fixing type anyway. He liked to work on cars or stoves or TVs. Anything you needed done, Pinky could do it. He was the local handyman. It was hard work, but it always kept a few dollars in his pocket, and my uncle stayed with a job. But if he always had a job, then the other thing he always had was a new baby mother. Uncle Pinky was always bringing women around my mother's house. Hey Earl, I want you to meet my old lady, he'd say before asking my mom if him and his girl could stay for a few days. First I would have to meet the girl, then I would have to meet all my new cousins. There was Lil Robert, then Lil Robert. I have a cousin named Damien. None of his chicks ever agreed to sleep on the couch though, and that's how they ended up in my bedroom, and I ended up on the living room floor. For a time I didn't give a fuck. It was more like an adventure. Yeah, now I got the run of the house all night. The kitchen was right off the living room, and with new people in the house, I could eat what I wanted and blame it on them. I just had to make sure everyone saw me go to the fridge before they went to sleep. I'm so full, Mama. I think I'm just going to go to bed, I would announce real loud. In the morning, when my mother noticed that the last two slices of bread were gone, then I hit her with, "You know I didn't do it, Mama, because you remember I was full when I went to bed, right?" If my face was serious enough, I would get away with it, thinking about that extra cheese sandwich I had in the bottom of my stomach. But when Pinky's few days turned into a month and I was still on the living room floor, then it got annoying because then I had to deal with the mice and the roaches. I didn't mind the roaches. I really didn't. They would walk on you, but just normally keep going because they were always boogieing somewhere. And if you realized one was on you, you could just knock him off like it was nothing. Roaches never really meant to fuck with you. Occasionally, you'd get a stupid one that would stay around, but that's probably because you had some crumbs in the blanket or something, and he was hungry. But mice always like to run around you, and they made a lot of fucking noise. I could never get to sleep with them about. Sometimes during those nights on the floor, I actually saw roaches that were as big as mice. They were dark brown and had wings. They bit too, but their bites didn't itch, so I didn't care. If you bite me and I itch, you're a pain in the ass. If you bite me and I don't itch, what the hell? Forget about it. People often said Uncle Pinky and me looked alike, and as a kid I really admired him. It didn't hurt his image with me that he was always getting pussy, constantly fucking in my room. There was no lock on my bedroom door, so in the morning I would walk in there and see him and his girl laid up, legs hanging out all crazy. Oh, you guys were doing something. I just couldn't figure out why the room smelled like cornflakes. Soggy cornflakes. You know, when you leave your bowl on the table for like 3 hours and the flakes get all stuck to the sides, that's what pussy used to smell like to me. I know what you guys are doing. I can remember thinking when I caught him in the room for the third time. That's the soggy cornflake thing. Needless to say, it didn't take long for me to be right up under him. I wanted to do everything he did, go everywhere he went. There was a problem, though, a major problem. My mother would never let me or my sister go outside. It was one of her rules when we moved to School Street. She said that because we lived up so high, if something went down while we were playing outside, it would take her too long to get down to see what was going on. So we had to stay in the house all afternoon. Even though Bonita was 2 years older than I was, it didn't matter. Unless we were running an errand or going to the store, neither of us was ever allowed to leave the apartment. That made me so mad because they had built a new park around the corner from our building, and I couldn't even go to it. But all the other kids were there. The only way my sister and I could go was if my mother took us herself, and that didn't happen very often. So first I would just constantly joke and run around inside the house or try to play games with anyone who came over. But I didn't get away with that for too long. What are you doing, Earl? Stop that. Go sit down somewhere. Realizing I had to find ways to entertain myself, then I started playing with those little green plastic army men all the time. I would line them up and have them fight each other in imaginary wars. Then I took it further. I figured out if I got one of those thin, clear plastic bags from the supermarket that they use for fruit and tied their handles together with string, I could make a parachute for them. Being 11 floors up, if I dropped the little guy out the window and got enough air under the bag, he would float like a charm. With practice, I found out that it worked better if you cut the plastic bag in half before you tied it to him. I was so into it. One time I spent the whole week making paratroopers and paper airplanes. Then I matched them up and sent the whole squadron out of the window one by one. That was fun. But toy cars were my favorite. I could play with them for hours. It didn't matter if they were the small Matchbox collectibles or the larger ones that you could put your foot in and push yourself around. School Street's hallways were pretty slippery, and I always ended up busting my ass in those. And I especially loved anything that had a remote control. I had this one remote control pickup truck that I figured out a way to fasten other model cars to, and it would still run. I remember I attached a Dukes of Hazzard General Lee body to it, and it sat right on the top. It looked so high. I loved that pickup truck because the steering wheel would actually turn, and I could maneuver it all around the house. Sometimes Pinky would leave one of his women alone for a minute and play with me in my cars. That was cool. Until, of course, my mother would say it was getting too late to play over the other people's heads. Sometimes he'd try to argue with his sister, telling her it was only 6 o'clock and still light outside, but it rarely worked. Our game was over. The fact that Pinky stuck up for me added to the love that I felt for him. He was probably the only man around I had any respect for. But no matter what he did, he would never be my father. The only time I saw my father was when he took me to New York City with him to sell his paintings. See, my pops was an artist. He painted watercolors of street scenes and sold them at local fairs or malls. Art was his passion, and he spent his entire life working on it. He was so committed to his craft that even during the times he wasn't making any money, he always refused to do anything else. One time, instead of getting another job, my father chose to go homeless and live in Central Park for a few weeks because he refused to do anything besides paint. That was just what he loved to do. When we went downtown, I remember there was always a whole line of people up against a black gate. Each of them had different blankets set up on the sidewalk where they would sell their books or toys or different kinds of gadgets. It was always a warm day, too, most likely spring or summertime. And I remember always eating a bag of fresh roasted peanuts, probably because that was all he could afford to get me to eat. When we got there, my father would introduce me to his artist friends like, yeah, this is my boy. I really enjoyed it because the people would actually seem happy to see me. Oh, wow, man, they would say, and then shake my hand and smile. I felt glad that I was a part of something. It was different than what I was used to at home. It was like the real world, the part of the world I never got to see, and I never wanted to leave. Being with my father was what got me started drawing. By the time I was 6, the walls of my room were covered with pictures I had made. I used to look at the characters in Mad Magazine and just copy them into my notebook. I used pencil or this set of colored drawing pens that my Aunt Vern had given me. I never used tracing paper. If I was going to do it, I had to do it for real. I got really good with faces, and my sister used to always ask me to draw her. She would just sit across from me in the living room and I would get busy. When I got older, I started doing more stuff. One time I made this stencil of a woman's profile out of wood. I gave her earrings shaped like the African continent and this red, black, and green scarf. The scarf was checkered, and it took me forever to fill it all in because you had to burn the design into the wood before you painted it. I think I only went downtown twice with my father, but those trips really meant a lot to me. He was my father. Even though I didn't know him, I liked spending time with him. He was good for just popping up out of the blue, though. One time he arrived at the door to our apartment in School Street and told my mother that he was there to walk me to school. That was my first day of kindergarten, September 1976. Chapter 3. From Bright to Bored. Which would you rather have? 10 you found or 5 you earned? Became a man at 6, 'cause at 5 you learned to take nothing for granted except death. Man of the house, 'cause you the last nigga left. There are two words that come to mind whenever I think of my time spent in elementary school. The first one was bright. Your son is extremely bright, I would hear teachers tell my mother during their parent-teacher conferences. Or I would see very bright written in the comment section of my report card. I didn't know what the term meant, let alone that it was something positive. What do you mean, bright? Is there a light bulb over my head like in the cartoons? The second word I heard used to describe me was manipulative. Earl is very manipulative, Mrs. Simmons. I figured that one wasn't so good. As a kid, I loved to read. I was just so into words. I loved to read all of the Dr. Seuss books and books like Where the Wild Things Are that had all those funny looking monsters with the giant head. I was into any books that had to do with dinosaurs. For most of my time in elementary school, the principal put me in this advanced reading class that had only 6 or 7 kids. In the morning, I would go to my regular class, but then every day at a certain time, another teacher would take me and a group of kids into the old music room where we would do more advanced work. I was in advanced class. Bonita was in special ed. I remember my third grade teacher, Mrs. Smith, one of those black, no-nonsense type. She was short, kept her hair in a bun, and wore the tight face that said no bullshit. She would always pull me and some of the other kids aside and be like, listen, boys, you got it harder 'cause you black, and I'm not going to let you make a fool of yourselves in front of this class. You could tell she cared about you by those talks. Earl, I know your mama raised you better than that, she would tell me whenever I was messing around. She was the only teacher I ever had that did that, and I always did good in her class. Ever since I first learned how to read, I was a big spelling nut, and every Tuesday, Mrs. Smith would have a spelling bee. If you won the spelling bee, not only would your name go up on the bulletin board, but she would buy you a wedge sandwich around the corner from Landy's Deli. Now, every kid in Yonkers knew about Landy's wedges. You were the shit if you came to school with food from there. It was like having a pair of Pro-Ked sneakers on or something, because the sandwiches were so damn good. The bread was always soft, and the tomatoes were sliced real thin. They added just the right amount of oil and vinegar. While some of the kids had the money to buy their lunch from there anyway, and others always had money to buy extra things in the lunchroom, I had nothing. All I had was one big lunch ticket that they'd punch holes in every day. That meant all I could eat was the exact food the school gave out. No cookies, no ice cream, no chocolate milk. If I was lucky, my mother would give me some crackers to bring from home. But all she would ever buy would be the nasty, unsalted kind. I hated those. So the spelling bee was big. It was the chance for me to be the best in the class and eat like the kids who had money. Every week, I sat in my room and memorized each and every one of those words. It was hard, but I like to do it. And once I learned a word, I never forgot it. Because I spent all week studying and knew all of the words by heart, week after week, none of the other kids could beat me. It got to the point where every Tuesday I would go to school looking forward to a Landy's wedge. And after a few months, my spelling got so good, I could spell almost anything. I remember I used to think Empire State Building was one word, and I knew how to spell it. I was so proud of myself. Mama, can I tell you something? When my mother had company, I used to try to wait for a good time to go into the living room. What is it, Earl? Mama, I can spell Empire State Building. She'd stop whatever it was she was talking about for a second, but never really turned her head all the way. Oh, that's nice, baby. Now go to your room, okay? Because grown folks are talking. But Mama, I can spell... Go to your room, Earl. It was like she couldn't be bothered, like I was always interrupting her. I just wanted to tell her what I knew, to show her how I was doing good in school. What the hell was wrong with that? It was like my moms didn't give a fuck. And I guess that's why she never made me feel like I was worth anything. But I couldn't understand that. I couldn't understand that because I was good. I was a good motherfucking kid. As the third grade went on, I started getting bored. The challenge of the spelling bees came only once a week, and the other days I just got tired of doing what felt like the same work over and over again. Nothing in school inspired me, and after I learned all of the material and finished all of the assignments they gave me, I didn't have anything else to do. One afternoon, Mrs. Smith pulled me aside to ask me why I seemed so unmotivated, but I told her that I was doing everything that she gave me to do. If I'm still going to get 100%, why should I do any more than I have to? If it only takes me 60% effort to get 100% result, why should I do 80? It was like when I finished taking a test ahead of everybody else, she wanted me to just sit there with my hands folded and my pencil down. I wasn't supposed to do anything. I wasn't supposed to look at nobody, but there was another half an hour left. Oh no, I can't just sit here. Especially after I just taken a test and my mind was thirsty. I had to do something. So first, I'd wait about 10 more minutes to see if anyone else would finish so that I'd have a partner. Then, if no one was done, I'd just say, fuck it, it's spitball time. Splat! I hit a kid in the front of the class on the back of the neck. As soon as he turned around, I put my head down like I was sleeping. Splat, splat! I'd hit him again, and then he'd get mad and tell Mrs. Smith, but she wouldn't know who hit him. Then, as soon as she turned around again, I'd sneak an eraser off the blackboard and throw it across the room. Earl! What's up? It wasn't me, Mrs. Smith. After I started throwing erasers, it wasn't long before I quickly became the wildest nigga in school. I used to just zap out, do the things that made other kids say, oh shit, when they weren't supposed to say, oh shit. Then I would stab them with a pencil. That really made them curse. Mrs. Smith would punish me by keeping me after school. 3 or 4 times a week, I would have to stay in her class an extra half an hour for detention. But that didn't bother me. I didn't want to be home anyway. And I found out that after school was a great time to steal. See, most of my classmates' parents didn't allow their children to have toys, but the rich kids would buy them anyway, so they could show them off in the cafeteria. Look what I got, the new red matchbox. Since their parents would find the cars if they brought them home, they'd leave them in their desks at school, so during detention, when the teacher would go to the office or step out to have a cigarette, I would just raid their desks and grab all of the toys I could find. The next day, the kids would know it was me that took them because I was the only one who had to stay after. But they couldn't say anything because they weren't supposed to have them in the first place. And I'd probably spit on them for snitching. After a while, some of the smarter kids thought they could hide their goods after school without me noticing it. But I saw you. I saw you try to hide that matchbox in your desk behind your notebook. Now all I gotta do is wait you out. I bet you go home before me, punk. And when you leave, your car is mine. It was like I was a step ahead of everyone around me. One time I actually had the main office believing that I had moved, that I had a different address and phone number so that they could never find my mother to tell her what I was doing. When my mother finally came to the school wondering why she hadn't gotten any letters from them in a while. They told her, well, Earl looks so sincere. I understand why School 18 had no idea what to do with me. To them, they were just supposed to be good, smart kids and bad, dumb ones. But I wasn't either of those. One year, I remember they tried to leave me back because of my bad behavior, but they couldn't do it when my mother reminded them that I was the top student in my class. When they kept arguing with her about it, she had me IQ tested. And when my scores came back higher than some kids that were 2 and 3 years older than me, they had to promote me. But the smarter I got, the more bored I got. And the more bored I got, the more trouble I caused. Then no one cared how smart I was. It was a fucked up cycle, and through it all, I just felt that I wasn't being heard. I wasn't being allowed to fly. One day, I didn't go home after school. Me and this kid named Barron had detention together, and afterwards, he invited me over to his house. He had a pretty sister, so first we hung out with her, then we went to the supermarket and stole some gum and stayed outside to play. After a few hours running around, we found this big car tire in this garage near his house. It was already after dark, and I had never been out this late by myself before, but we were having so much fun rolling the tire up and down up this little hill, watching it crash into things. I didn't want to stop. It was a school night. I had a pocket full of gum, a tire, freedom. Fuck the world, man. Then we saw the flashing lights of a police car. There weren't any street lights where we were playing, so the blue and red colors lit up everything. I thought the police were coming to mess with us for the tire until I saw my mother in the back seat. Oh shit, we're in trouble. My mother was scared to death. She had been looking for me since 4 o'clock and had made the cops drive her around all of Yonkers. When they passed this street, she caught a glimpse of a little boy playing with a tire and just knew it was me. Let me out of here, let me out of here, she started screaming. That's my baby. The cops got out first. Do you know how much you scared your mother, Earl? I shook my head. Then they asked me if I wanted to go home, and I shook my head again. I could see the belt curled up in my mother's lap. As soon as he saw the cops, Barron had run back around the corner to his house. I wish I was him. The cops saw how upset my mother was, so they tried to calm her down before they told me to get in the car. But when I got in the back seat, instead of being scared of her, I just saw how upset she looked. She was shaking. Her eyes were red from crying. Oh shit, my mother does care about me. When we got home, my Uncle Pinky was sitting on the couch. Don't whip him, Ned, he said to her after she told him what had happened. Just talk to him. And that's what she did. My mother brought me into the kitchen and sat me in front of the stove. We always kept our oven door open to help heat the apartment. And I can remember feeling the hot air hitting me on my back. I'm just so glad to see that you're okay, baby. You had me so scared, Earl. So I'm not going to do anything to you this time, okay? I'm just happy to see you. Then she paused and stared me right in my face. But if you ever do that again, I'm gonna. 2 days later, I did it again. I was in the new park I always wanted to go to around the corner from our building. It was about 7 p.m. Stupid me for being there. As a child, anytime I did something wrong, I used to feel like I had to go to the bathroom. I don't know what it was, but when I knew I was in trouble, I had to pee bad as a motherfucker. I guess I was just nervous. That day, I almost peed all over my pants. First, my mother beat me in the park. Then she beat me all the way home, making me stop on each corner so she could get all of her hits in. When we got home, she got the stick. You're a big man now, right? You want to stay out late like this? She was standing over me in the hallway, hitting me in my chest. You're a big man now, right? No, Mama, no. You out this late, you must be doing something. So where's my money, huh? No, Mama, I'm not doing nothing. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Because you're a big man now. Where's my money, Earl? She stopped when the stick caught me in the face. I used to stay getting beaten. Extension cords, hangers, brooms. My sister used to always cry, yell at my mother to stop. but Mom never did. After a while, it became normal. If that's all you know, as a kid, you get used to it. It's just your life. I stayed wanting to play outside though. Everybody else got to play outside. Why do I have to go straight home, upstairs, in the fucking house? Fuck you. I want to do what the rest of the kids get to do. Let me live, lady. But we ain't like everybody else. My mother always swore we were better than somebody. The funny thing was, in the neighborhood, I was the kid who was the problem. I don't want you with that boy, my mother always told me. Yeah, okay. His mother don't want him with me either, so we're even. My mother didn't understand that parents got scared of kids they never saw outside because that's what they used to do with crazy kids, keep them in the house. After a whole year of not seeing a kid outside that you know lives in the building, as a parent, it's only natural to get nervous. Make sure you don't play with Earl. Something ain't right with him. I used to hear parents tell their kids all the time. All my friends used to come up to me and tell me, my mama said I can't play with you no more. After a while, only the homeless kids around School Street could fuck with me, or the kids with parents who were high or didn't give a fuck. By this time, my father had disappeared too, so I couldn't complain to him about my mother's rules. At first, he would call to say he was taking me to New York and then never show up. Then he just stopped calling altogether. I had a feeling something was going on. My mother said it was because he met another woman, a white woman who lived on Woodworth Street. My mom's was never what my father wanted, and living with my mom, I knew the feeling was mutual, so I couldn't have expected them to be together. But I took my father's leaving really hard. Chapter 4, The Holloway House. Life for me was very different at 19 Lamartine Terrace. That's because the house belonged to Mary Ella Holloway, my grandmother. My father was one of her 11 kids, 8 boys and 3 girls, and was the first to add another baby to the family, so I was her first grandson. Since everyone else lived in the projects or tiny apartments, Grandma's house was the home base for my father's side of the family, and I knew that any time I could make it over there, 4 or 5 of my aunts and uncles would be there too. Needless to say, I wanted to take the bus to Grandma's as much as I could. Most of my aunts, Rhonda, Raquel, and uncles, Jarvis, Buckeye, were much older than I was, but 2 of my uncles, Collins, we called him Collie or BJ, and Kisley, better known as Buzzy, were a little younger than me, so the 3 of us became like brothers. Part of the reason I loved going over to my grandmother's house was that I knew I could hang out with them, and we were all allowed outside to play. I also lived without fear of constant whipping. Since I was my grandmother's baby, she rarely punished me, and since she also had bad asthma like I did, whenever I had trouble breathing, Grandma would take care of me and even let me sleep in her bed when I wanted to. She worked as a nurse in the New Rochelle Hospital, and whenever I thought I was getting an attack, she used to watch over me all night. Grandma was disappointed that her son wasn't taking better care of me, but that didn't matter. Grandma always took care of her baby. My grandmother didn't like my mother very much. She didn't like the way she was raising me, didn't like all the beatings. I used to hear the 2 of them arguing about me on the telephone. My grandmother felt like my mother should be doing more, felt that if she just paid attention and went up to school 18 more often to check on me, I wouldn't have so many problems. My mother would get mad and say that she couldn't go up to my school every day because she had to work and ultimately told my grandmother to mind her business and worry about her own kids. What is your son doing to help? She used to always tell her. But I felt loved at my grandmother's house. I can remember the gospel music playing on Sunday morning when I woke up, my grandmother singing Amazing Grace. And even though I never saw my father over there, Grandma's felt like the place I was supposed to be. It was also the place to find the best Sunday dinner. My great-grandmother, Irene, and Aunt Raquela would spend all of Sunday morning making plates and plates of food. And by mid-afternoon, the entire Holloway family would be over talking loud and watching football. Grandma always let everyone bring their friends over for the meal, so it was a full house. There'd be all kinds of gossip going down, shit talking about so-and-so's boyfriend or girlfriend. Collie would always start banging on the table, impatient to start eating. Then he'd get in trouble and have to wait till last. It felt like family, real family. But Sunday dinners weren't just special for me. They were also the hot ticket in the neighborhood because cats knew that if they went to Mrs. Holloway's house, they would get to eat good. So throughout the afternoon and evening, people would come over with their hat in their hand. All they had to do was know one of us, and right away my grandmother would invite them into the kitchen. As long as you were hungry, she would feed you. That's probably why I do the same to this day. If I see anyone on the street who's hungry, I'll give them whatever money they need to buy a sandwich or get a meal. My mother rarely let me stay at my grandmother's for more than a weekend. But me, Collie, and Buzzy made sure we made the most of our time together. If we weren't staying up all night watching Godzilla movies or Saturday Night Live, betting each other over who could be the man and stay awake the longest, we'd be playing truth or dare. Although I don't ever remember any truths being told. I was always the double dare man, constantly challenging the two of them to try something crazier or more dangerous. Because I was a year older, I was bigger than both of my uncles at the time, taller and probably stronger too. So I had an unfair advantage when it came to anything physical, and I was more reckless. When my grandmother left Lamartine Terrace for a larger house on Warburton Avenue, a few blocks away, there was a back balcony that stuck out about 10 feet from the top of the garage. It wasn't far to jump, but there was a long drop if you slipped. That was a dare that Collie and Buzzy always lost, but I would jump across like it was nothing, because I knew that the ability to make it across wasn't the issue. It was more the fear of falling. And at 12 years old, at least around my peers, I was quickly losing that. My grandmother may not have been as strict or as physical as my mother was, but she did know how to teach a child a lesson. The whole time she lived on Lamartine, she told all the kids in the house not to go into the neighbor's yards. The houses on the block were built very close together, so it was easy to end up running around on someone else's property. But Grandma was adamant. We had our own place to play, and that's where we needed to stay. As a kid, I was fascinated by all different kinds of insects, flies, mosquitoes, roaches. I was just curious about them, how they moved around with their tiny bodies and little legs. I always wanted to catch them and see if I could make them drink or eat something. Experimenting one day, I learned that if you put 2 cockroaches in a jar with a wet napkin and a small piece of hot dog, suddenly you will see little white things all over the place. Those are baby roach eggs. Outside, there was nothing more fascinating to me than a butterfly. They were just so beautiful. So many colors, the way they danced in the air. And one afternoon, sitting on my grandmother's back porch, I saw a huge one fly right by me. It must have been the largest one I had ever seen. I had to catch it. I chased that butterfly all over our backyard, then up and around to the front of the house and down the sidewalk. I just kept darting around. It just kept darting around out of my reach. But I couldn't give up. I chased it around to the back of the house again, over the back porch, and then into the neighbor's yard. Earl! My grandmother saw me and started yelling, Earl, come here now. But I almost had it. Earl, if you don't get your behind... Just as my grandmother was about to come and get me, I caught it. Holding that butterfly in between my 2 hands as gently as I could, I ran back to the house and raced past my grandmother into the kitchen. I could feel it twitching in my palm. But Grandma, look what I caught. That's very nice, Earl. But you know what I told you about going into other people's yards. What? I wasn't in nobody's yard. Earl, you know what I told you about going into other people's yards. Yes, Grandma. That was the first time my grandmother ever put her hands on me. But I didn't care. All I could think about was that butterfly. Once my spanking was over, I quickly found an empty spaghetti sauce jar to put the butterfly in. She was really big, so I had to crumple her wings a little bit to fit her into the jar. but I did it. She was so beautiful. I couldn't stop staring at her. Collie and Buzzy were very impressed. That night, I put the jar next to my bed and went to sleep happy. When I opened my eyes the next morning, the first thing I did was lean over to inspect my prize, and then I saw something terrible. Oh no, please, no! Her wings, which were thick and bright the night before, had lost their color and had fallen flat, and she wasn't moving. I tried to shake the jar to get the insect moving again, but it was no use. My butterfly was dead. When my grandmother heard me screaming, she came running into the room. "Grandma, look what happened," I cried. She looked at me, looked at my jar, then put her head on my shoulder. "Baby, did you put holes in the top of that thing?" I was crushed. I couldn't believe that I had forgotten to do that. Because of how excited I was when I caught it, because all I was thinking about was how cool it was to have, I didn't give that butterfly a chance to live. Grandma tried to console me, but I cried and cried. Being selfish, I had fucked around and killed the most beautiful thing I had ever seen in my life. If you love something, let it go. If it comes back to you, it's yours. If it doesn't, it never was. Hold me down, baby. Chapter 5, Earl versus the Board of Education. By the middle of the 5th grade, School 18 still did not know what to do with me. It was like the higher I scored on tests, the further I threw the eraser, and after I left Mrs. Smith's class, none of my teachers ever took me aside anymore. There were no one-on-ones or heart-to-heart conversations. They just punished me and sat me in the back or sent me to the office. I guess my teachers felt it was too much trouble to get into my head and figure out what was wrong. Not that it would have been easy. School 18 was no more than your typical ghetto school, and in Yonkers, the only city in America to have not abided by Brown versus the Board of Education and desegregated their public schools. It was hard to find a good teacher. The best teachers really come to teach poor black kids. But it was the school's main office that started to notice how often I seemed to come into the building with a busted lip, or couldn't sit down because of the welts on my behind. One day, when my lip was badly swollen, they pulled me into a meeting with the guidance counselor and asked me what happened. "I got a beating." "What do you want? What do you mean, what happened?" I answered them. "This is not the first time that you've come to school this way, Earl, so we would like to take a look at you." When the nurse pulled up my shirt, she saw bruises on my back and on my arm. There were marks going down the back of my legs. That was when the court started talking about taking me away. My mother said that if I just stopped being bad, she wouldn't have to punish me so much. She just didn't know how to get me from doing wrong. So it was suggested that she take me to see a child psychologist, and the next week we went downtown to see a man who worked out of St. Mary's Church next to the hospital. It was cool to miss school, but we left the house really early in the morning and it felt strange. Everything was so quiet. When we got there, the guy talked to my mom first, and I sat in the waiting room. He had a lot of toy cars laid out on the table, and I started playing with them while I waited. When he came out to take me into his office, he asked me if I wanted one of the cars. I got excited because I had been having fun playing with this big red fire truck. It was bigger and nicer than the other plastic ones on the table, and I thought about how I could take it home and add it to my collection of paper airplanes and little green army men. "Yeah, I would like this one," I said. "Which one do you want?" "This one." The man looked at my mother and smiled. "Oh, you can't have that one, Earl. Why don't you take one of the smaller cars?" I started crying right away. I mean, why did he ask me if he wasn't going to give me the one that I wanted? Right then and there, I decided he was full of shit. And I don't know if that was the only reason, but although we went there a few more times, I never spoke to that man about anything. After that, my mother felt she had no other options for me, and by the end of the 5th grade, I had thoroughly zapped out. I was fighting all the kids, throwing chairs at teachers. I just didn't care about anything, so I took it as far as I could. The worst thing a teacher could do was to try to restrain me. "Don't fucking touch me." Are you crazy? I'll fucking kill you, you flat-ass coffee-drinking bitch. I hate when my mother touches me. Get your hands off of me, you motherfucker. Fuck you. We think next year, instead of coming back here, School 18 had it. The judge told my mother that since she was incapable of keeping me out of trouble, the courts had to intervene, and so I was sent to Julia Dyckman Andrus Children's Home, a school dormitory facility about 20 minutes away from our house. The term was 18 months. It was the beginning of my incarceration. I was 10 years old. Chapter 6. 3 meals a day and a snack. It was the last day of school, the first time I went to Andrus. It was hot. The sun was shining. I remember standing on the corner, waiting for the cab to come pick me and my mother up, watching all the kids come home from school. For the final few weeks of the school year, School 18 had sent me home with a tutor who used to come to my apartment on School Street to teach me lessons. So I hadn't seen any of the other kids in a while. They were all laughing and joking around. Their arms were filled with books and papers they had from clearing out their desks for the summer, and I was sad I couldn't be with them. Then I noticed a girl walking by wearing this long blue and white robe. I had seen her around school a few times before, and she always had that robe on over her clothes. I guess her family must have been Muslim or something. And then, like every other time I saw her, I just couldn't stop staring at her. Andrus wasn't like anything I had ever seen in Yonkers. It was a very old, countryside-looking place. There were big church-like buildings everywhere where the kids took classes. The living quarters were organized in cottages or halls and sat on the side of this big green field. The counselor that had taken us on a tour explained to my mother that Julia Dyckman Andrus prided herself on rehabilitating children who were unable to make it within the regular school system. I didn't see any black people. I remember really not wanting to go there until the counselor started talking about trips. Earl, did you hear what I was telling your mom? In a couple of weeks, we're all going upstate to a place called Lake George for a vacation. They have a wonderful amusement park up there. It's called The Great Escape. Have you ever been to an amusement park? No, I answered curiously, suddenly thinking that this place might not be so bad after all. Do they have bumper cars? I'm sure they do. The first thing I remember about living at Andrus was how good the food was. So even though this was the first time I was away from home, I really didn't give a fuck because I was eating. What? We about to eat again? I would ask my teachers. They'd give us 3 big meals a day with dessert. And then we would get a snack at night. Shit, I was straight. Plus, there was a color television in every cottage that didn't have a hanger antenna or a ball of aluminum foil attached to it. We could watch what we wanted during our free time, and sometimes they would even show us movies. There was a stereo in the common room of every cottage, and the kids could actually touch. Not like my mother's 8-track joint that I wasn't allowed to use by myself. And every kid would get his own set of clothes with pajamas for bedtime. All of this was way beyond what I was used to. The only thing I didn't like about life in the cottages was the everyday shower thing. I mean, I'm 10 years old. Give me a week, I'll stay dirty. There were chores that every kid had to do too, but I didn't mind doing those because they would give us money for them. Each week, you would be given an allowance of $3.50 to do a different chore, like cleaning the bathroom, vacuuming the living room, or doing the dishes in the cafeteria. There was one chore I did hate, though, and that was waxing the dining room floor. We called it doing the buffer. The janitors would cut up all these gray blankets into squares, and you had to put your feet on them and walk around the whole floor, back and forth, over and over, pressing down as you slid the wax all around. There would be 3 kids buffing at a time, but it would still take us almost an hour to finish a room. But this was the first time I ever made any money for anything, and $3.50 a week started to add up. Andrews kept our money in separate accounts they set up for the kids, and every Saturday I would take $2 out of mine and buy some candy and a Mad magazine. I would read the Mad from cover to cover and try to draw the puzzle picture they always had on the back page that you had to fold together. The school didn't mind what you bought. Instead, they encouraged you to buy the things you wanted so they could show you the benefits of working for a living. For Christmas, every kid would be given an extra $25 on their account so that they could order gifts out of this catalog they had.
You were supposed to buy something for your parents and siblings first, and then get one thing for yourself. That first year, I ordered this racing car set that came with this track you had to put together. It had a big jump in the middle. Watch the world's fastest car defy gravity, the box said. I must have played with that thing for months. That spring, the school did take us to Lake George, and the Great Escape roller coaster was definitely as much fun as the counselor said it would be. I remember I fell into this heavy crush on this girl when we were up there. I don't remember what her name was. I just remember getting this sick feeling in my stomach. If I was older, I probably would have realized that feeling meant I wanted to fuck. But at 10 years old, I had no idea about sex. I mean, I had barely hit puberty. After spending that first day at the amusement park, they took us down to the water, and I just spent the rest of my time catching frogs. But surprisingly, the best times for me at Andrus weren't when we went away somewhere. They were when we had family visits. Hi, man, my mother would say. Whenever she was happy to see me, my mother used to call me her little man. How are you doing? I miss my little man. By this time, my mother had another little girl named Shayla. She was 6 years old. She was 6 years younger than me, and my mother would bring her and my sister Bonita up to campus, and the four of us would hang out together. We would play catch or frisbee on the lawn, and in the winter time, we went sleigh riding. One time, the school had to give my mother a whole new pair of boots to wear so she and I could slide down the hills in the snow, and she wouldn't mess up her shoes. It was like my mother liked me when I was at Andrus. I thought maybe she even felt bad for sending me there, and after her and my sisters would leave, I always felt sad. I missed them, and even if this place did have a lot of nice things and 3 meals a day, it was still strange, and I wanted to go home. Race wasn't an issue for me, maybe because of how many kids wouldn't fuck with me growing up. I told myself that I would be cool with anyone who was cool with me. It didn't matter whether they were black, white, brown, or purple. The first white kid I ever really knew was a kid from my hood called Anthony Butler. He was bad like me, and occasionally him and I would hang out together in his house on Oak Street. Well, one afternoon his mother was home, and all hell broke loose. The second she saw me walk in the house, she started screaming, Anthony, what the fuck? Get that nigger out of here. I didn't even I didn't know enough to understand what she was bugging about, but I knew enough to leave. Get that nigga the fuck out of this house, she kept wailing. The funny thing was that Anthony wasn't one of those rich white kids from the other side of town. He was just as poor as I was. Oak Street was just a few blocks away from the project. Mom, why are you bugging out? He yelled back at her. Anthony was cool about it. He didn't care that his mother was a racist or what she thought about him having black friends. A few minutes later, he just came outside, called his mother a name, and the two of us went off and hung out. So I had no problem with my roommate at Andrus being a chubby white kid from Long Island, or the fact that he played the song Stairway to Heaven every night on his record player. We had a stereo in the common area that all of the kids shared, but Glenn's parent decided to get him one of his own. That meant that he could play his 10-minute Led Zeppelin song over and over again. After a while, I started to like the record, even though every night I had to get the sound of that electric guitar out of my head so I could go to sleep. Glenn and I got along pretty well. He was the person who showed me how to smoke a cigarette and later would show me how to get high. So that's probably why the first few months at Andrews went by pretty fast. After a few weeks, I was used to the routine of classes and meals and chores. I had forgotten about School Street and the dramas of School 18 and was having a good time. It was like the campus became my whole world, and before I knew it, I had been away from home for almost a year. It was one night while buffing the dining room floor, though, that my trouble started. Adam was this Chinese kid who lived in the cottage next to mine. He was a year older than I was, but for some reason we were always assigned to the same chores. And from the first day I met him, I didn't like him. It wasn't because he was Chinese. There was just something about the way he looked at me that bothered me. We were similar in a lot of ways, so maybe that was it. But I don't think Adam could accept the fact that I was as smart as he was. So he so he always competed with me. Like he always had something to prove. Because of that, Adam and I would always argue. And at least once or twice a week, our arguments would turn into fistfights. But on this day, instead of arguing, Adam and I spent our time getting creative. We dreamed up all kinds of crazy stuff we could do around campus, and then for some reason, we thought about setting the basement floor on fire. We didn't want to burn anything. We were just wondering if the floor would turn blue if we lit it up. Shouldn't a blue flame turn whatever it burns blue? And wouldn't it make it easier to clean? We thought up a plan. We knew we would probably find something flammable in the garbage room in the hallway. Add that to a can of paint, and we would be good. Well, we made a fire with a blue flame, all right, but the floor didn't burn blue. It turned black, and the fire wouldn't stop burning. 24 hours later, after the whole building almost burned down, Andrus charged me with arson. They knew it was an accident, but they said that one of the janitors heard me say, "Where's the match?" And that was the evidence that they used against me. But Adam wasn't charged. It seemed the janitor didn't hear him say anything, so he got away with it altogether. That's when I decided that I hated him. Right away, we started fighting again, and after our third fight on as many days, it became a major problem. I didn't want to shake his hand and say it was over like the teachers wanted me to. That was bullshit. It wasn't over for me. I don't like you, motherfucker, and I'm gonna kill you. We were in the arts and crafts class. Mother's Day was coming up, and they had us making flower pots to give to our moms on the next family visit. Adam came over and looked at mine. "Yo, that looks kind of nice, Earl." "Thanks," I said back. When he walked away, something just hit me. See, all these years, I had thought about killing without being able to do anything about it. But now I was old enough to pull it off. So I just got out of my chair, went to Adam's table, and grabbed him in a chokehold. I squeezed as hard as I could. When they finally pulled me off of him, his face was blue, and he was already unconscious. When the teachers revived him, a few seconds later, all this blood started gushing out of his nose. Adam had been adopted by two old, wealthy white people, and they weren't trying to let their kid get attacked, let alone attacked by a poor black kid from the project. So they didn't hesitate pressing charges on me for assault. And now I had a problem. Andrus decided that Earl Simmons was no longer fit to be a part of the normal school population. I had to immediately move out of my room in the cottage and for the rest of my term live in the school infirmary. I was no longer permitted to take classes with the other kids, eat meals with the other kids, or see any of them at any time for recreation or otherwise. Just like School 18 put me out a little more than a year before, now Andrus was through with me. After they realized that I couldn't stay in the infirmary all day, "The kid's not sick, he can't stay here and take up a bed," I was moved into a small, unused office in the administrative building where I had to stay during school hours. I was to do all of my work there and then just report to the infirmary in the evening. The infirmary was in the same building, so all I had to do was go upstairs and walk down the hall. That 1 minute walk from the office to the infirmary was the only exercise I had for the next 3 months. The office was on the third floor with a window that looked out onto the front courtyard. They had a lot of antique furniture in the room, and I remember sitting for hours in this dusty wooden chair, looking at all of the weird designs. By the afternoon, I would finish the work that they had prepared for me and then just stare out of the window, wishing I could go outside and play with the other kids. Talk about lonely, just like they wanted. I didn't see any kids at all during the day because there were no classes in the administrative building. The only children who were there were the ones that were there for an interview or orientation or something, and they never came by the office where I was anyway. I didn't see many adults either. The only people I saw were the same 2 or 3 teachers that would come in my room every day to give me my work, and this big fat nurse that would give me my meals. That nurse never showed any feeling toward me, no emotion, never asked why I was there or what my problem was. She, like the rest of the people in that place, was just a middle-aged white lady doing her job. "Here's your lunch." Since I wasn't in the cafeteria, of course I couldn't choose the food that I wanted. It was always just the basic tray. And she always forgot the salt and pepper and ketchup. Fucking bitch. So much for enjoying the food. After about a week going through that, I just couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't stand not being able to do or eat what I wanted. Couldn't stand being locked in, alone for so many hours with nothing to do. That's when I started to finish all the work they gave me as quickly as possible, as I possibly could, just to spite my teachers. Here you go. Here's your assignment, lady. I'm done. Suddenly, I could hear the other kids playing outside my window, and I started getting angry, started pacing the room. Fuck you. Fuck my work. Fuck everything. The next time my mother came up for a visit, I told her how they were punishing me and begged her to let me leave. I'm not going to uphold you in your wrongdoing, Earl. You made your bed hard. So now you have to lay in it. If my mother's first visit reminded me of why I loved her, this one reminded me of why I hated her. I started feeling like a caged animal. I was trapped. There was nothing that I could do or say to get out of that office. I began to listen to my instincts, and my anger started to explode. Not only did I stop giving a fuck about everyone and everything around me, I began to believe all the bad that was ever said about me. Earl is manipulative. Earl is a problem. Earl has made his bed hard. And I swore that I would have the last laugh. You thought you saw a young kid from the ghetto that you could save, huh? You thought you had a Yonkers kid from School Street that you could just rehabilitate? Yeah, okay. I bet you didn't know what my name is. My name is Crazy Earl. Crazy Earl. That's what they call me. And trust me, when I tell you that you don't even know who the fuck you're dealing with. Chapter 7. Crazy Earl tries it on. The 18 months I spent in Andrus gave me a rep with kids in the neighborhood. Back then, you had to be an extra special badass to be sent away to a group home. And while I was away, Buzzy started threatening everyone he fought that he was going to put his crazy nephew on him. When I came home, I made sure that I lived up to that reckless reputation. When we would throw snowballs at other kids and random passers-by from the top of the hills near our house, I put rocks in mine. When we wanted to learn how to put somebody in a sleeper hold, knocking someone out, knocking someone unconscious for a second by squeezing a special vein in their neck, I suggested we practice on each other. It was like whenever we thought of doing something, I convinced my uncles to take it a step further. Whenever they wanted something, I had a plan to get us that and a little bit more. One day I dared two of Buzzy's friends to sneak up on this woman and steal her pocketbook. I didn't know anything about robbing. I just wanted to see if I could get somebody else to do something that bold. I told them that the woman wouldn't see them if they did it quick. And even if she did, she wouldn't be able to catch them. I told them it was the perfect plan. When they agreed to do it, my uncles and I made sure we weren't stupid enough to be nearby. But when they came back to where we were hiding, I was shocked to find out that not only had those two kids taken the woman's purse without being caught, but now they were holding $150. Hey, I want some of that. You know you can't go home with that much cash in your pocket, I told the dumber looking one. Your mother's gonna find out and whoop your ass. Buzzy and Collie looked at me and tried not to laugh. But see, my mama ain't gonna do that, I went on. So I think that money that you stole is really better off with me. After beating them for almost an hour, I got those kids so shook about getting busted by their mom, they actually gave in and gave me all of their earnings. I took their whole 150 with pride and then gave them each back a $5 bill for their hard work. Here, now get the fuck out of here, stupid. When me and my uncles got back to my grandmother's, Rhonda and Raquella saw us counting it and taxed us for more than half of what we got. But it was cool because me and my uncle still had enough dough to roll some singles behind our ear and do our thing at Al and Floyd's grocery store down the street. That's where the crazy Kong machine was. See, most days hanging out in there, we'd have to watch other kids play video games because we never had money. But that day, we had more quarters than we knew how to spend. It didn't take long for me, Polly, and Buzzy to get the run of our block, at least among the kids who were around the same age as us. And if anybody wanted to test us, the Buzzy surprise was a good way of keeping them in check. Yo, man, come here for a minute. You want the Buzzy surprise? The what? The fuzzy surprise. Everybody's getting one. When the unsuspecting kid would say yes, Buzz would reach back and punch him dead in his eye. The kid would almost always fall backward, and by the time he got up to see who hit him, we would be 3 blocks away and around the corner laughing, already recapping how Buzz's fist looked smashed against the kid's face. My uncles and I definitely thought we were slick, but we weren't that slick because sometimes we would end up on Alexander Street. Alexander Street was where the Yonkers City Jail was. Yonkers is the only city in the state besides New York to have its own city jail. When you're arrested, you have to stay there until your arraignment in front of a judge, and your case is either thrown out, you're released on bail, or you're sent to Valhalla, the prison that serves all of Westchester County, to await trial. Across the street from the city jail was the youth division. That's where anyone under the age of 17 gets held until a parent comes to pick them up. I was 7 years old the first time I went there, busted for shoplifting out of the fine-ass supermarket in the square. I thought I was the man at the time, but now I can imagine how obvious I must have looked with a whole box of Entenmann's pie stuffed down my shirt. I was always scared when I went down to Alexander Street because there was nothing there besides a few run-down factories and the MTA train station. No one lived that close to the waterfront, so you got the feeling that anything could happen to you and nobody would ever know. A few of the cops that dealt with the kids did have good hearts, but they would try to scare you first. You want me to bring you across the street? Huh? You want to go see the big boys? Well, keep doing what you're doing then. I'm telling you, those men will fuck you in your ass. Later they would get more real. What are you doing, Earl? You seem like a good kid. You want to do this shit for the rest of your life? You want to be in and out of jail? I remember I got one of those talks when Andrew sent me there for the arson charge. I had to sit in a small holding cell listening to this officer preach to me until they contacted my mother. Then when my mother came, she started whooping my ass before we even left the building. Okay, Mrs. Simmons, you can punish him when you get home, the officer said. I guess he didn't want to be witness to anything. After I came home from Andrus, I tried to stay at my grandmother's house as much as I could because at home things had gotten worse. Not only had my mother given my toy pickup truck away, you don't play with it, Earl, but how could I have played with it if I wasn't home? When I left, you told me don't worry about a thing, and that was my favorite truck, Mama. But Richie the mailman was still making house calls. The difference was that I wasn't 8 years old anymore. No, man. No. Get away from me. You ain't my father. As usual, he had just finished getting briefed by my mother and was standing in my doorway with a belt in his hand. But I was tired of being nervous around this guy. I was tired of being scared around anybody, period. Fuck you. He was shocked. What did you say to me? I just couldn't take it anymore, so I summoned all the courage I had and screamed as loud as I could. Fuck you! I couldn't believe the results. Richie yelled back at me and told me how bad I was, but I didn't get the beating. That belt never touched me. A few minutes later, him and my mother were at the kitchen table wanting to talk. Oh, so this is how it goes down. I zap out, and then you want to talk. A few minutes ago, you were coming to whip my ass. Now you want to ask me what's wrong? Maybe getting reckless is not such a bad thing after all. But it seemed my mother had another plan. Punishment. First, it was for a weekend. My mother sent me to my room all day, Saturday and Sunday. Even though I hated hearing all the other kids playing outside the window downstairs, that wasn't too bad because by the time I started to get bored with all my cars, it was already Sunday evening and Monday I was free. Then my punishment was extended to a week, and that was tougher. I could only leave my room to eat and go to the bathroom. No TV, no playing with Bonita, no nothing. When a week didn't work, then my mother took all the cards and toys out of my room and extended my grounding time to a month. You didn't learn yet, huh? She would ask me, frustrated that I was still doing everything that she told me was wrong or bad. 30 days I had to spend in my room with the door closed, alone. The only thing I could do was come out to eat and get some water. I stayed getting water. Being punished at home was worse than Andrus because this was home, and I knew my sisters were right outside the door doing whatever they wanted. probably laughing at me the whole time. I was so bored, I remember spending whole afternoons just sitting on the floor studying the cracks in my wall. I knew exactly how all of the paint bubbles looked because I made them look like faces. When I got tired of that, I used to peel the paint off my ceiling. Once I saw it chipping in one corner, I'd peel it off to see how far it could go because it was a game and I hated it when it stopped. Fucking paint. Other times, the zipper on my pants became a fire engine to me. The top was the truck part and the zip was the ladder. I would just pull the ladder up and down and let my imagination do the rest. Or I would find a piece of string and pull it through the air. When the string used to float, I would imagine it was a starship. If I still had textbooks lying around, I would spend a lot of time doing schoolwork, like the Reader's Concept stuff, because I liked the Reader's Concept stuff because I could do all of the problems and then check my answers in the back. First, I saw how many I got right. Then I tried to figure out why my other answers were wrong. I kept reading as much as I could. While in my room on punishment, I must have read the book White Fang like 5 times. After a while, the length of my grounding didn't make any difference to me. Andrus had introduced me to this kind of isolation, and I was getting better at creating my own world. Occasionally, when Uncle Pinky was over, he would pop his head into my room and ask if I needed anything. No. I became good at shutting everyone out, and everybody else in the apartment did the same. Anyone who came over to School Street during those years shouldn't have been surprised to find me in my room on punishment. Bonita and Shayla in their room minding their business, and my mother in her bedroom resting for her night job. All 4 of us would have our doors closed. There was one time when we did get to go out, though. That was when we'd go to Aunt Vern's place across town on Cedar Place. Even if I was on punishment, my mother would normally bring me and my sisters with her over there. Through the years, Aunt Vern tried to step in whenever my mother chose out. My mom, being a Jehovah's Witness, rarely celebrated Christmas, New Year's, or any of our birthdays. So most of the time, we would go over to Aunt Vern's house to put up a tree or exchange presents. Aunt Vern was gangsta, broad shoulders, almost 6 feet tall. Vern was one of those whoop a bitch ass type of girls. She wasn't crazy with it, but if you brought any bullshit to her, she would put you down. Everybody knew Laverne. Many weekends, I would wake up in her house smelling breakfast, cooking. Music would be playing, and Vern always had the parties. The adult type of parties where there was always lots of drinking and smoking going down. There would be about 15 or 20 grown-ups running around, and it was funny because one of them was always given the job to play with the kids. They would enjoy it at first when the party was in the living room, but as soon as everybody disappeared into that private off-limits to kids room that Vern always had, then they would get mad. Damn, can't you kids take care of yourselves? I always came up with the reason to need one of the adults in the room for something, so I could knock on the door and see what was going on. Get away from this door, Earl. We're in here doing grown folk stuff. See, my aunt was a lesbian, and as far back as I could remember, she always had girlfriends. And all of her girlfriends had girlfriends. So I grew up thinking lesbian shit was normal. Between all of them, my sisters and my mother, I was like the only nigga at these parties. Although once I got used to being around a lot of older women, I did kind of enjoy it. I had my first drink at one of Vern's parties. My aunt gave it to me to be funny. Here, Earl, take a sip of this. My mom just sat there like, Vern, you crazy. And everybody laughed at how I reacted to my first taste of poison. Look at him wobbling. I wish I could have turned around to everybody and told them how they were probably fucking my whole life up, turning me into a drunk at 7 years old. But I didn't know any better. This is what's up. This is where the in crowd is. Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna do what y'all are doing. But after a few more sips of vodka, suddenly I had to lie down. I thought I was tired, but I wasn't tired. I was drunk. That was okay because once everyone at the party thought I was asleep, then I got to hear the dirt. Then I got to hear what was really going on. All I had to do was put my ears on the radar, and I had a method for that. First, you have to close your eyes to block out any distraction. Then you focus. Punch out all of the music and the extra sounds that you hear in the bathroom or in the other bedrooms, and just focus on what you hear in the kitchen. Blip, blip, blip. Your radar is on now. That's how I found out how well my aunt could curse. There's a skill to cursing. Everybody doesn't have it. You have to be able to put certain words together in a row, like you bitch ass cocksucking dick riding motherfucking faggot, and and never the same combination twice. You cocksucking homo, nondescript, derelict, stinking ass bitch. I remember I used to laugh at my sister because all she could come up with was asshole. Shut up, Anita, I used to tease her. You can't curse. But Vern had it. She made it where a nigga would believe it. Oh no, not today. You good for nothing, sorry behind, lazy ass motherfucker. So I knew with that mouth that she could get down for me, no matter what. I just wish she was around that day I needed her most. After I left Andrus, it was decided that I go to a progressive school on the rich side of town. That was not a good idea. I don't know anybody there. I didn't know anybody there where there were only two other black kids in the whole school. And after all that I just had been through in group home and all I was still going through at home, I was ready to zap out. I lasted in that school about 2 weeks. We're going to send a tutor to your house, the vice principal told me the day she gave up and put me in a cab. It was a little after 12 in the afternoon and my mother wasn't home, so they tried to contact my aunt. She wasn't home either, but Paula, my aunt's girlfriend at the time, was in the house and she told the school they could send me to her. Well, as soon as I got over there, Paula broke this big wooden billy club over my head. I guess she felt I needed more discipline. But I didn't know what the hell was going on. She just attacked me when I walked in the door. I tried to run away from her and hide under the kitchen table, but she followed me with the club and kept hitting me on my arm that I was holding up to block my face. She hit me so hard, so many times, the wood started splintering off of the club down to the fucking metal inside. When she saw that, she stopped. But by this time, blood and wood splinters were all in my aunt's carpet, and my elbow had swollen so large it looked like it had a big salt ball in it. She beat me like I was hers. She beat me like I was grown. I didn't deserve that one. When my Uncle Pinky came by a few hours later, I pulled him into the bathroom. I felt like he was the only help I had. Please, Uncle Pinky, help me, please. She beat me. My uncle looked at me and said he would talk to her. But by then, Paula had left the house, and when I got home, my mother didn't say nothing. It was only when I went to my grandmother's house the next day that anyone raised hell. I knew my grandmother wouldn't ever let anyone put their hands on me like that, and it was a big family controversy. It was like my father's side against my mother's side. My mother just told everyone that it wasn't none of their business. She was raising me the best she could. In 1981, my mother grounded me for the entire summer, June, July, and August. I didn't even know what I did. That was the most frustrating part. I mean, I could be locked up in a room by myself. I didn't care what things you took out of it or how long it was for, but to be forced to be punished without knowing the reason why, that was fucked up. Sometimes I was guilty. I knew that. But other times I didn't do whatever it was she was accusing me of. And my mother just didn't want to believe me. One time I remember she had given me a beating in the kitchen in front of the stove with one of those thick wooden spoons that folks hang on the wall for decoration. But I didn't do what she said I had done. I didn't do it. I kept trying to explain to her, but it was no use. So when she finished, I just ran down the hallway screaming as loud as I could, "Mama, you're a liar! You're a liar!" Then she came in my room and beat me some more for talking to her that way until she finally heard what my explanation was. "Well, next time say that," she told me. "But I did say that, Mama. That's what I was trying to say to you the whole time." It never mattered. My little sister Shayla was about 5 when she started waking up to the sounds of my mother going crazy. When I started getting old enough to outrun her and the grounding wasn't working, my mother decided to beat me while I was sleeping. In the middle of the night, while I was still in the bed, she'd just pull my covers up from the bottom, sit on my back, and just wear my behind out. Before I even knew I wasn't dreaming anymore, I would feel the hits on my ass and the back of my leg. If I had been sleeping on my back, then she'd hit me in the chest. "Ma, stop, please, I can't breathe." "No, Mama, no, I can't breathe." "Well, when I get finished whipping your behind, then I'll take you to the emergency room for your asthma." And that's exactly what she did. After she was done, she'd call the cab, tell Benita to look after Shayla, and we'd go to the hospital so they could put me on a breathing machine. I don't remember the doctors ever asking what brought on the attack. The next time she hits me, I'm gonna. Things got so bad that I began to contemplate my mother's murder. Night after night, I would think the act all the way through, play the steps over and over in my mind. First, go in the living room, then kick her in the stomach and make sure she falls out of the window. Then all of my pain would be over. The vision always ended up with my mother holding onto the windowsill. Earl, help me. She'd called out. She'd call out for me to save her. And that was when I would always feel bad and end up pulling her back in. I would see her hanging there begging for her life, and I wouldn't be able to go through with it. That's what made me know that I really didn't want to kill my mother. I didn't want to kill her. I was just mad at her. I loved her. And no matter what she was doing to me, I couldn't hurt her. I just wanted her to have my back and get down for me. I wanted her to feel like how my grandmother felt about me, or at least try. That same year, my father left Yonkers and moved to Philadelphia. He said it was a place where he could make a living for himself selling his painting. By this time, he had two other sons, Joseph Jr. and Jesse, who he had by his girlfriend, Kathy, the white woman my mother had told me about. They had been living together in this small house on Woodward Street. I had actually gone over there a few times. Kathy would move two beds together for my brother Joe and me to sleep on. Joe was only a few years younger than me, but Jesse was still a baby, so he would be in a crib crying. My father was rarely there. The times my father was around in the house, I couldn't find a connection with him. I remember one night we were all watching something on television together, me, my father, Kathy, and Joe. And when he came back from the bathroom, he looked at me and asked what had happened on the show. I didn't have anything to say. I knew what had happened, but for some reason I couldn't find the words to say anything to him. He shrugged, and we all just sat there in silence. The times my father tried to do something nice for me always seemed to backfire as well. One time at my grandmother's house, he gave me this metal plane that he had got from one of his artist friends on the street. It shot sparks out of the back like the cars I like, and had a cool propeller on it that you could twirl. But when we left a few hours later, I forgot it upstairs. The next day, when he saw me without it, he got mad and told me that I obviously didn't want the gift. He said he was going to give it to my brother instead. Well, fuck it then. I don't care anyway. But now my father was moving out of Yonkers altogether. I guess he wouldn't have to worry about going broke and having to sleep in Central Park anymore. That was good, I guess. But sometimes I used to wonder if I would have been happier with him, even if that meant that I would have to be homeless. I mean, anything was better than living with my mother. I didn't need much more. I really didn't need to be taken care of. I just needed to learn. I just needed to be shown. Chapter 8. Earl finds a mission. Earl, where have you been? I ran away, Mama. But you got a bed right here. You had me worried sick. It didn't matter to me anymore. Home was the last place I wanted to be. My father was gone. My mother still refused to let me live with my grandmother. So I took to the street. I didn't care if I didn't have any money or I wasn't going to school. At least I would be in control of my own life. Why are you doing this to yourself? My mother would ask me when I showed up at the door after surviving on my own for a few days. And why do you look like that? It's cold out there. Well, it serves you right, Earl. You should have come home. Many nights outside by myself, I crawled into the clothing bins they kept outside the Salvation Army in Getty Square. It was warm, and I knew no one would find me. My mother never looked for me. I guess she felt that if I wanted to stay lost, there was nothing she could do about it. I did a lot of thinking when I was out there by myself. I was lonely, but I was determined not to go home. After a while, though, it's hard not to go crazy when you don't have anyone to talk to. Then I saw a dog. He was a gray mutt with dark streaks, and he looked pretty beat up. I saw him walking a few streets away.
Something told me to try and approach him, but when I did, he started running. Come here, boy. Come here. Stray dogs are normally scared of people. They're scarred by whatever neglect or abuse put them out on the street. Or if they're lost, they're depressed because they can't find their way home. But that morning, I decided that no matter how long it took, I was going to get that dog to come over to me. I was going to convince him to trust me and make him mine. So for about 3 hours, I followed that mutt all over downtown Yonkers. He just kept jogging away from me, every few steps nervously turning his head around to see if I was still behind him. Come on, boy, it's okay. Finally, by late afternoon, I achieved my goal. Not only did the dog stop running so I could pet him, but he let me tie a wire around his neck that I used as a leash. For the next few hours, we walked all around Yonkers, and later that evening, I found some scraps of food for him to eat. He stayed with me all night. The next morning, I was so proud of my new friend, I took him with me to School Street. As soon as I got up there, some older dude started messing with me. Yo, look what Crazy Earl got. The three of them walked over to us. It's okay, boy. Don't be afraid. Hey, little nigga, are you sure that mud is yours? What if I tried to reassure my dog that everything was all right. But before I realized what was going on, one of the guys kicked him right in the ass. Immediately, my dog wriggled out of the piece of wire, started running, and within a few seconds, he was clear out of the project. I tried to chase him, but the faster I ran, the faster he ran. For blocks, he kept the same amount of distance between us until he finally just disappeared down an alley. He wasn't going to let me catch him twice. I never saw that dog again, but now I had a mission. I started looking all over for strays that I could catch and train for myself. And suddenly, I had a reason to go back to my mother's house. I needed somewhere to keep my dog. Once I found one, I would just tie them up in the front hallway of our apartment so they wouldn't get away. And every night, I would leave them a bowl of cold water to drink. Most of the dogs I found would be good and wouldn't make any noise, but it wasn't long before my mother told me we couldn't have them in the house. It seems School Street didn't allow pets. Earl, that dog better not be here when I come home from work. Okay, Mama. I mean it, Earl. Most of the time, when I didn't want to listen, my mother made real good on her threat. Where's my dog, Mama? I said to you that the building would kick us out if they found a pet in this house, Earl. So I had to take care of it. So you got rid of my dog? That was my dog. That was not your dog, Earl, and you have to learn to follow the rules of this house. So then I started hiding them from her. I knew my mother's schedule, what time she came home and went to sleep, what time she got up in the morning. I just had to make sure that Uncle Pinky wouldn't snitch. Didn't your mother tell you not to bring that dog in the house? He would say when I walked in the door with a new friend. After midnight, everyone would be asleep, but Pinky would be lying on the couch. Yeah, I know, Uncle Pinky, but I can't let him go. He has nowhere to go. One dog I hid under my bed for a few days actually gave birth to puppies. I didn't know she was pregnant until one night I peeked under the bed and saw the whole litter. The puppies were still covered in all the blood and placenta. It took me a while to get rid of them all. When it became too much trouble to hide the dogs, then the roof became my place. School Street only had 12 floors and we were on 11. So I only had to walk up 2 flights to get up there. It was never locked. I just brought a blanket and some pillows from the house with me, and me and my dog would camp out up there all night. I liked the roof. It was always dark and peaceful, and I used to do a lot of staring at the sky. Some nights, lying alone, I thought about the girl I used to see in that blue and white robe. There was just something about her that sparked my imagination. I dreamed that I was a wild lion that only she could tame. I was a savage, and she was my princess, the only woman who could ever control me. But it was on the roof that I also started to think that I could fuck with the dog before I fucked with the person because it seemed the more love I gave them, the more love they gave me back. And dogs didn't know betrayal. All I had to do was hug them, feed them, and I knew that I didn't have to worry about a thing because as soon as that roof door started to crack, my dog would growl and start to protect me. It was the same way on the street. Once I got a dog to trust me, he was loyal to me and wouldn't let any harm come my way. And when I noticed how everyone was scared of them anyway, how when I was with my dog, the older kids that would normally try to diss me and take advantage of me suddenly started to move away. They gave me the heart as a young nigga to deal with anything that came up the hood. See, there's a little bitch in everybody. You just have to find where it's at. Most of the time, a person is more scared of a dog than they are of a gun, because if you put a gun in someone's hand who's not ready to use it or doesn't know what he's doing with it, that gun is useless. But it's never like that with a dog. Bullets go straight, but a dog will always stay on target. A dog will look at you and say, I'm gonna kill you. And if the master says so, will chase you around for hours. A dog is gonna chase you through buildings, across streets, over cars. Hit the fence, the dog got you on your leg. Turn the corner and bust your ass, it's over. Growing up in the hood by myself without my dog, I probably would have been taken advantage of. Would have been forced to snap or wild out on niggas to get any respect. But with my dog, the respect came a lot easier. And that changed everything. Chapter 9. What's my name? She said we were just going to look around. But the day we went to visit Children's Village School for Boys, my mother had me wearing a pair of orange slacks with a yellow button-down shirt and black shoes. Not only did the outfit make me doubt that we were just there for a tour, but it also gave the other kids a first impression of me that would be very hard to overcome. I was the only one on the campus who wasn't wearing jeans and sneakers, but I was supposed to be the straight thug. It was lunch hour when me, my mother, and a social worker named Charles White walked into Crolius to meet Miss Santos, the head of the college. All of the kids were in the dining room eating, and when we came through the door, they looked up and I could hear them all laughing. Then when my mother asked to see the rest of the facilities, Mr. White seemed very eager to show her around. The two of them thought it would be best if I stayed behind to see if I could blend in, so I was left standing in the doorway like an asshole. Miss Santos introduced me to all of the kids, and most of them just shrugged their shoulders and didn't speak to me, so I just went into the living room and minded my business. I should have known it wasn't going to be a short walk. My mother and Mr. White didn't come back for over an hour. So how do you like it, Earl? My mother asked me. It's all right. Well, I think you're going to stay here for a little while. What? Mama, you mean I'm not going home? Let's just see how you like it. I was in shock. I knew we were coming to a group home, but I never thought my mother would drop me off at one with no warning. I didn't even have any of my clothes with me. You mean I'm staying right now? You're staying right now. The worst part was that my mother told me this with all the kids staring at me, so I couldn't get upset or start crying in front of them. I couldn't let anyone think I was a bitch. You're really going to enjoy yourself here, Earl, Mr. White said. I could have killed that motherfucker for saying that bullshit. But within the hour, my mother was gone. For the rest of the day, Miss Santos tried to make me feel better about my new home. She said Children's Village wasn't like the other group home. She said it had been dedicated to children for over 100 years, and everyone here treated each other like family. Miss Santos claimed that CV was a place where I could expect unconditional love. I wasn't impressed. The bedrooms were upstairs, and I would be sharing a room with 3 other boys. There was a locker with hooks and a little shelf where I could keep my things. Since all of the cottages at Children's Village were arranged geographically, the other 12 kids in Crolius were from Westchester County in Long Island. Miss Santos said there were actually 3 other kids in the cottage from Yonkers, 3 brothers, Sheldon, Hampton, and Tyvion. But I didn't care who I would be sleeping in a room with. My mind was busy figuring out how I was going to survive in this new hostile environment. In Yonkers, I had begun to create my own rules. I stayed out on the street, did whatever I wanted. No matter how much trouble that put me in, I was committed to living my own life. Now I had to be in bed by 9 p.m. How was I going to make it in another institution? First, I knew I had to get out of these damn clothes. Of course, I couldn't get fitted for anything until the following morning, and then when I got to the quartermaster's office, he didn't have any shirts. All he had was underwear, socks, and a pair of old pants that didn't fit me. So I ended up wearing that orange shirt and yellow pair of slacks for the next 2 days. When I finally did get the standard Children's Village outfit a few days later, plaid shirt, Farmer John jeans, and skippies, it wasn't much better because the clothes were so new and stiff I looked crazy. I noticed that some of the other kids got to rock Levi's jeans and suede Pumas, but not me, not the new kid who didn't have any any things of his own. I decided the only way to cope was to stay to myself. The small library in the living room of the cottage wasn't as nice as the one I had at Andrus, but reading was a salvation for me. For the first few weeks, while the other kids played cards or challenged each other at the ping pong table, I spent my time sitting in this big lounge chair reading. I didn't speak or hang out with anybody, rarely got interested in the cottage's activities, and never ever shared the anger that I was feeling inside. I really miss my dog. Everyone at Children's Village went to school from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. We would walk over as a cottage together to the school building and then split up into our respective classes. You rarely went to class with the same kids you lived with. Instead, you were grouped according to ability. I was placed in the advanced RCT class, which meant that in addition to doing the usual 8th grade coursework, I had to prepare for the ninth grade statewide exam at the end of the year. My teacher's name was Mr. Mossblack. He was very strict, and he tried his best to teach us every subject. I remember enjoying math and history the most, but I was more concerned about the other kids in my cottage not finding out the class I was in, so they couldn't have anything to tease me about at dinner time than I was about the work itself. That's one of the reasons why I didn't carry any books with me. Just like in school 18, Mr. Mossblack always wanted to punish me for being unprepared, but I still knew most of the answers in his class. After a few weeks of trying to stay to myself in the cottage, two kids I had never spoken to tried to mind my business. Hey man, what's wrong with you? All you ever do is read. What? You want to be a white boy or something? Leave me alone. You don't say nothing to nobody. What's the deal, Earl? I said leave me alone. Come on, man. That shit is corny. I said leave me the fuck alone. I jumped out of my chair and was ready to fight both of them right there in the living room. These kids didn't know me. They were messing with the wrong motherfucker. Miss Santos heard me yell and rushed over, but there wasn't anything to break up. Stunned at how ready I was to throw down, the two kids just stood in front of me with their hands at their sides looking at me like I was crazy. Yeah, that's right, bitch. Let me introduce you to Crazy Earl. That incident woke me up. There was no reason for me to go in a shell and shut myself off from everyone when I could be running the place. Why not be the leader, the smartest, and the craziest one? Just like I was with my uncles back home. So I changed my attitude and told Miss Santos, like I told Mrs. Smith in the third grade, if I'm getting my work done, I should be able to go to class without book. If I'm getting up on time in the morning, I should be able to stay up as long as I want at night. And as long as I'm finished eating, I should be able to start my after dinner chores whenever I'm ready. Why do I have to wait for somebody else? Miss Santos had some trouble with my new behavior. Earl, you better come sit down. She used to yell at me when I would jump up from the dinner table to rush and start the dishes so I could be the first to get the chore money. Then in the morning, I would try to be the first to make up my bed so I could be the first to get to school. I would just run across the campus and felt good when everybody else who had to walk with her arrived in class at least 5 minutes behind me. Children's Village was where I discovered the joy of running. Up until then, all I had ever done was run up and down the stairs in School Street. Since I was the only boy in the house, laundry cart duty was mine, and when the elevator was broken, I always had to lug that whole cart of clothes up 11 flights. As I got older, it got to be where I could run up those stairs without breaking a sweat. And after a few weeks of running around Children's Village, I saw how strong all those stairs must have made me, and I started sprinting everywhere I could. Then I joined the track team, and every afternoon I had to run around the whole campus on purpose. After a few weeks of practice, I was running 5 miles a day with no problem. I loved to run. There was just something about feeling the wind hit my face. It made me feel free, powerful. And when we would have races, in the last lap, I would just push myself as hard as I could and sprint to the finish line. I almost always crossed first. At Children's Village, you were not allowed to leave your cottage unsupervised for any reason. You were considered out of program, but because of the special class I was in, I could bend the rules a little more than most of the kids. I could arrive a little later to places without being questioned or disappear for a little while without teachers being suspicious of where I was. They would just give me the benefit of the doubt because I was one of the gifted and talented. But the times I would really test the rules, like when I visited friends on the other side of campus, raided other cottages' kitchens for their cereal, or just took it upon myself to go into town on an I know I'm not supposed to be here pleasure trip, special services would always pick me up and take me back to Miss Santos for punishment. Sometimes I could smooth talk my way out of trouble with a, how could I do that if I was over here type of alibi. But most of the time, Miss Santos wasn't buying it. If I let you do little things like this now, Earl, when you get older, you're going to do bigger things. That's why I wasn't allowed to go home for my first home visit. When you're first enrolled, Children's Village kept you for a month without letting you see your parents so that you would get used to being away from home. You could speak to your relatives on the phone, but you couldn't leave or have any visitors. Since I had already been in trouble and out of the program a few times, Miss Santos and Mr. White decided that after my first month, I hadn't earned the privilege to go home. Mr. White fought on my behalf, though, probably because he figured my mother would come and get me, and the two of them could take another stroll. But at that time, I really didn't care about seeing my mother. I had even told Miss Santos that I didn't need to speak to her on the phone. I felt that if she wanted to send me away, then I would force her to deal with being apart from me. This was the way she wanted it, right? That feeling lasted until the holiday. It was Thanksgiving 1984. I had been at Children's Village for almost 6 months and my stubbornness had faded away. Now I was just homesick. For weeks, Miss Santos had been using the upcoming holiday as an incentive to stay on our best behavior. You better behave, boys. Remember, you have a home visit coming up. And we listened. I was looking forward to being back in Yonkers, going over to my grandmother's house, running around with my uncles, finding some more stray dogs. But on the morning that everyone was getting ready to get on the bus, Miss Santos got a phone call. She had spoken to my mother a few weeks before to get permission for me to come home. Now my mother was calling to say that she had changed her mind. There's a family emergency, Miss Santos. Earl is not going to be able to come home today. But he's all packed and the bus is already here to take him, Mrs. Simmons. Your son has been anticipating this trip for a long time. I'm sorry, but when I say my son can't come home, Miss Santos, he can't come home. My mother never gave a good explanation. It was early in the evening before I cooled down and stopped throwing things around the cottage. I felt angry, more than fucking angry. I felt rage. Only the orphan kids didn't get to go home for the holidays, and now me. I wouldn't get to see my dog. I wouldn't get to chill on the roof. I would miss Sunday dinner. But I tried to remember that it wasn't Miss Santos's fault. She always treated me with respect. That night, she took me and all the stay back kids to the movie. Children's Village encouraged the kids to call their guidance counselors mom and pop. They felt it would add to the family atmosphere of the place. But Miss Santos never allowed me or any of her other kids to call her mom. Even though, for those 2 years I spent with her, at times, I felt she was doing a much better job raising me than my mother ever did. I don't know whether that was what she meant by unconditional love, but it was definitely something. Unlike Andrus, only about half of the kids at Children's Village were white, and even though many of them came from families with money, we all shared the same kinds of problems at home: abuse, neglect, young or single mothers. Living with 12 other people, though, still forced you to learn and get along with many different kinds of personalities. I never got real tight with anyone in my cottage, but after those first few weeks, we all became friendly enough. There was Michael Wisniewski, Patrick Cheney, and this big doofy white kid we used to tease about having a big nose named Charles. It didn't help that his last name was Sniffin. Sniffin! We used to yell at him with our noses stuck up in the air. There were the three Corey brothers from Yonkers who used to keep getting dismissed from Steve V and somehow end up right back a few days later. Aaron was a smart tattletale kid in Mr. Mossblack's class who never wanted to leave me alone. A lot of kids in Children's Village came from all over the country, so not only did a lot of folks have different accents, but they also liked different music. It wasn't uncommon to hear some weird punk or country stuff playing out of another cottage. That's why I was glad the cottages were arranged geographically, because there was one thing the kids from New York and Westchester had in common, and that was the love for a new kind of music, hip hop music. This was the I Want My MTV era. Tina Turner was making a comeback with her What's Love Got to Do with It record, and Prince and Michael Jackson were tearing it up. Rock and big time R&B were all over the place. But if you were a black or Puerto Rican teenager growing up in the early 1980s, you were quickly moving away from rhythm and blues, because when you first heard a beat and a rhyme, you knew that hip hop was your shit. Most afternoons in the cottage after school, someone would bring their boombox down to the common room and turn on the radio to 98.7 Kiss FM or WBLS, New York's two R&B stations. At the time, those stations weren't playing hip hop because the music was considered too ghetto for their 25-year-old audiences and was thought of as nothing more than a passing trend. But occasionally, a jam with a hard enough bass line would come over the airways, and kids could spit a rhyme over the top of something by the Gap Band or Donna Summer. I didn't know anything to say, never thought of a rhyme in my life, so I would just stand to the side and jam to the music. Miss Santos tried to discourage us from rapping. She said it was silly to talk over someone else's singing. But rhyming to the radio became more and more fun as kids started challenging one another to see who could say the flyest or freshest rhyme. It didn't take long for me to start feeling left out. So the first weekend I was allowed back to Yonkers, I made sure I stayed up to tape record Mr. Magic's Rap Attack show off the radio. Each week during this 3.5 hour set, Mr. Magic debuted a few exclusive tracks he knew his audience would have never heard before. The night I was taping, I heard Houdini's 5 Minutes of Funk for the very first time and got an idea. Ain't nobody gonna know about this, I said to myself before I spent the next few hours memorizing the song's second verse. It was brand new, in the middle of the master mix, so I just knew I could take it back to the children's village and say it like it was mine. Now sit back, relax, put on your headgear, get ready for a trip through the atmosphere. The plan worked like a charm. The kids in the cottage gave me props for coming up with a hot rhyme, and my love for all things hip hop had begun. During my next home visit, I began to notice that more and more kids in YO were getting into hip hop. Everyone was rhyming, or DJing, or breakdancing, tagging on a wall, or doing the electric boogie somewhere in the park. And if someone didn't have any of those talents, then they were just becoming b-boys. A b-boy was somebody who just stood on the corner looking cool. He didn't do anything, just stood there and represented hip hop. But he knew the right outfit. He knew how to rock the gazelle glasses with the Kango hat and the shell toe Adidas. He always kept his heels together and his feet pointed outward. Maybe he carried a boombox or occasionally tagged up somewhere, but his main job was just to stay in the b-boy stance. Seeing all of this go down, I knew that I had to find my niche. So one day I started beatboxing. At first, I didn't know what I was doing, but once I taught myself how to make 3 or 4 different sounds with my mouth, I got more confident. It's all about how you press your lips together. After a while, I could mimic some of the beats that I heard on the radio, and I started going up to cats on the street challenging them to a mini beatbox battle. Yo, you beatbox? Yeah, a little bit. All right, well, let's go head to head. Let me hear something. It was around this time that I met Reddy Ron. Reddy Ron was from Brooklyn. and he was the best rapper that I had ever heard. I thought he was nice to the point that no one on or off the radio could fuck with him. Ron liked the aggressive attitude he saw me have around the way, and one night asked me to do a beat for him while he rapped. Ron could rhyme for like 5 or 6 minutes straight, so I remember having to keep my mouth moving for a real long time. But I did it, and right after that, he asked me to be his partner. Ron was 27, more than 10 years older than I was. But it was cool because I didn't hang out with many people my age anyway. And when he said he wanted me to roll with him, to be with him wherever he would perform or do small shows, I agreed without a second thought. But I need a name. DMX was the name of one of the best early drum machines. A lot of kids were using it. Since I felt I was nice with the beats, I took that. It was strong, powerful. I liked the 3 letters and thought that it would be cool to make them stand for different things. So when I went back to Children's Village after my home visit, I was no longer Earl Simmons or even Crazy Earl. I was DMX. DMX, the beatbox enforcer. Chapter 10. In the Game. When I was younger, my mother's friend Thelma used to come over to our apartment all the time. I remembered Thelma because she always used to cheer my mother on when she was giving me a beating. You better go ahead and teach him a lesson, Ned. She had 2 daughters of her own, so when they came over, my sisters and I would have a sleepover with them in the living room. But my big thrill didn't come from sleeping so close to girls that weren't my sisters. It came when I walked into the bathroom one morning while Thelma was getting dressed. She was pulling up her stockings, and I noticed that she didn't have any panties on. It took her a couple of seconds to realize that I was staring between her legs, but by that time, I had seen all I needed to. That was my first look at pussy, but it wasn't until my last visit home from Children's Village that I actually got my first peek. The woman was 26 and lived in the same building as me in School Street. I would see her sometimes. She used to talk to me in the elevator about how her husband was fucking up and wasn't home a lot. Then one day she just invited me up to her apartment. I was 14, right in the middle of puberty, and was sprouting out kind of big from all of the running and working out I was doing in group home. But I was surprised that she kept smiling at me because I know I must have looked like a straight lumberjack with my CV outfit on. When we got inside her place, she started acting kind of funny. Said the kind of pain medication or something she was taking was making her horny. And when she pulled me into the kitchen and started kissing me, I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I never had sex before. I hadn't even been around girls that much. In CV, they had weekend dances with some girls from a local group home, but I rarely went. So when this grown woman started touching me, I got thirsty right away. Then she took me into her bedroom. She was wearing a long red dress, and when she turned to me and pulled it up, I saw that she had stockings on with no drawers. You see this? She asked me. Oh shit, I thought. I guess I'm a man now. I was nervous as hell. She got me on top of her, and I did it. Real quick, and almost died in the process. But I was in the game. Nothing was ever said between us after that day. She wouldn't even speak to me in the elevator anymore. Then a few years later, when I brought my man over to her house to try to show her off to him, she fronted on me, claiming that nothing ever happened. Looking back, I think that she kind of took advantage of me that day. But fuck it, I enjoyed it. After that, I became a wolf for the pussy. Who? What? Where? I was a fucking hound. At that age, you had to talk to a girl for like 6 hours to get any action. Once you played around and wrestled with her all day, then maybe in the hallway on her way back home she would give you a chance. But there always had to be a lot of touching and kissing, and there was still no guarantees that you would get in her drawer. But I'm saying, Ma, you had to say over and over. When you got older, you could just say, take it off, girl, and get in the bed. But as a kid, you had to start rubbing the neck, massaging the shoulders, and then slowly move down. Slowly. Very slowly. I remember having so much trouble unhooking a girl's bra. Ugh, you need some help? The chicks would ask me, and my game would get knocked down a few notches. Then one day I sat and just looked at the class. Oh, that's how it goes. You pull it together first, twist, then push it out with your thumb. Ping! Then the challenge became to open a bra with one hand through the shirt. Niggas like me weren't getting much love anyway, though. In 1985, girls were on that menudo shit. Those were the purple rain days when you needed a long jerry curl with the ruffled collar to get any attention. Spanish dudes, Puerto Ricans were the only ones getting pussy. If you were light skinned, maybe you had a shot with the honey. But regular guys like me were assed out. You needed the wavy hair and the green eye. I had none of that. So I had to run up in the hood rats who hung out in the street, find the dirty bitches who didn't mind fucking a nigga outside. They would fuck in the park, on the roof, in the staircase. If it's on, it's on. Ain't nobody coming, girl. Let's just do it right here, real quick. The rats always kept it real. Chapter 11, 1985. Silver shadow, glowing shadow, shining bright for all the world to see. In the fall of 1985, I was released from Children's Village. A few months before, I had decided to obey as many rules as possible so that Mrs. Santos and the other social workers would see consistent behavior and recommend my release. The 18-month maximum was coming up anyway, but it was time. I had outgrown the place. My mother was hesitant about having me home again, but I think she knew that if she didn't take me back now, she would lose her last opportunity to ever have a relationship with me. I was 14 years old, and between Andress and here, I hadn't been home much since I was 10. The first thing I did was find me a new dog. I stole Blackie out of a junkyard. He was the first dog that I ever really called my own. When I saw him, he was young. Couldn't have been more than 9 months old, but he was huge, and I wanted him. He was behind this old metal fence, and I didn't see any sign of the owner. When me and my friend Jose came near him, he started barking like crazy. But after dealing with so many strays, I had learned one thing: be patient. It's okay, boy. It's okay. I kept inching up closer and closer. When he finally stopped barking, I put my hand through the fence and started to pet him. That's a good boy. I petted him for over an hour, and when I saw that he was comfortable with me, I slowly climbed over. Jose thought that I had lost my mind, but I knew exactly what I was doing. I just had to figure a way of getting him out of there. The fence was old, but there was no way of getting around it. I played with him some more, and the dog slowly started to trust me. But I figured the owner would be back soon, so I needed to make my move. I knew that if I wanted to pull this off and not have the dog bite me, I had to be fast. 1, 2, 3. I just grabbed the dog real tight and pushed him right through one of the holes in the fence onto the sidewalk. The dog didn't know what was happening, but he landed on his feet. I quickly scrambled back over too, and then me and Jose just started running. When the dog started following us, I knew he was mine. Come on, Blackie. I didn't know what his name was, but I just said, fuck it. Your name is Blackie now, boy. I loved that dog. I fed him, I cared for him. My mother was still bugging about having animals in the apartment, so when she kicked Blackie out, I left with him and went straight to the roof. I brought some more blankets up there, and just like I did with so many strays before, made me and Blackie a home. Blackie wouldn't ever disappoint me. He was the love and affection and companionship I needed, and now that he was mine, I knew that I would never be alone again. Yonkers High School was the baddest school in the city. It was probably the baddest school in all of Westchester County because of all the projects. School Street, Slowbomb, Mulford, Cottage, Ravine, all fed into two schools, Yonkers High and Gordon. And Yonkers High always got the worst of it. Every thug and hood rat in almost a 5 mile radius had their name called out for attendance in that place. I had gotten used to the group home school, so this was a whole new world to me, and being a freshman, the lowest on the totem pole, was not what you wanted to be, so I went in with attitude. I'm straight out of my second group home, man. What? Y'all niggas ain't got nothing on me. That only lasted me a few days after I saw how serious about gun carrying some of the upperclassmen were. But the first week of freshman year, I did get up enough game to join the track team. I ran relay, long distance, and 100-yard dash. I even jumped hurdles. I was smoking everybody except this one big cop diesel dude named Drew. He was a senior and was the only kid faster than me. The coach of the team never cared about how I was doing in school, though. So when my lateness to classes slowly started turning into full-blown absences, coach still let me compete in the meet. You better believe I showed up for school on those days, running sneakers in hand. See, after a few weeks at Yonkers High, my biggest concern wasn't the track or classes, but the fact that I was still broke and there was no way in the world I was going to be in high school either hungry or looking raggedy. This was the real fucking world. There was no quartermaster around that you could hustle for new clothes. There were no more spelling bees to win that could get you something different to eat for lunch. If there was anything like that, maybe I would have stayed in school a little longer, but within a month, I realized that there weren't many ways for me to get what I wanted. My mother couldn't help me with the money, neither could my grandmother. So I just made the decision that whatever I had to do to get some fucking money, I was going to do it. I was going to take control. I was nervous as hell the day I committed my first robbery, but I just said, fuck it. If you got money and I don't, it's on. I'm taking yours. My first victim was a lady walking out of that same fine-ass supermarket in the square where I got busted for stealing those Intamin's pie. I jumped out of some bushes on the side of the building, snatched her pocketbook off her shoulder, and ran. She never knew it, but I had been sitting in those bushes all day waiting for who I thought would be the perfect person. From the second I started robbing, I took the activity very seriously. I watched a lot of TV and knew that the more careful you were about who you robbed and the smarter you were about when you went out, the bigger the payoff. So, if I had to lay low in the bushes somewhere for a few hours to win big, then that's what I would do. But the day I robbed that lady, I also got real lucky. It must have been the 15th of the month or something. The day most of the women in Yonkers cashed their government check because she had over $1,000 in $20 bills in her purse. $1,000 for my first robbery? At 14 years old? I was the man. The first thing I did was go to the pet store and buy Blackie a new leather collar and a harness. Then I bought myself my first pair of Timberland boots, some butter-colored ones from the store in Getty Square. They looked official. This was also when Levi's jeans were big, so I bought a few pairs of those and then topped my shopping off with a checkerboard bomber jacket and matching rabbit hat. Man, listen, life was good. The next day, I went to school rocking my new gear, and at lunchtime, I went around the corner and bought a huge turkey sandwich from the store and brought it to the lunchroom with me. Yeah, what's up? Now I got what y'all got. It was just such a good feeling to walk around the school with money in my pocket. And later that afternoon, I went right back out to rob someone else. Once I got better at robbing, it didn't take me all day anymore because then I knew the best spots. I could identify the best victims a lot faster. That's what I liked about robbing it and was one of the reasons that I never thought about hustling. Hustling on the corner took too fucking long. You just had to sit there all day. There was nothing you could do as a dealer to make the base heads come to you any faster. So I always thought, why don't I let you hustle all day and get that money? Then I'll come around at the end of your shift and just rob you. Then I'd have the same money it took you all day to make and would have earned it in less than 2 minutes. By November of my freshman year, I had totally stopped going to class. But that didn't mean I stopped coming around to school. Now that I was steady robbing, Yonkers High became a great place to get it on. You know that kid right there? Is he cool? I'd ask someone I knew before going up to a potential victim. I was ready to bang on anybody I saw. It didn't matter. One time I took this kid named Al B's furry Kango. Yo, Al, let me see that. What's up, D? Let me see your Kango. Oh shit, this hat is hot, man. Word. All right, Al, now you can walk. Huh? What are you talking about?
You ain't getting the shit back, Al. Now get up out of here. I had Blackie with me. I used to bring him to school with me every day. He was my running partner, and he was always ready to bite somebody. So when Al didn't want to listen, I just turned to my dog. Get him. On command, Blackie jumped up and bit Al on the back of his leg. He was holding on tight, so it took Al a second to pull his leg out of my boy's jaws. Then when Al started running away, Blackie just kept chasing him down the street. It's not like I kept my dog on a leash or anything. I used to put Blackie on bags all the time. I just taught him to grab anything that was in someone's hand. One morning, an old lady came up to the two of us while we were walking down Linden Street. "Oh, what a nice dog," she said, bending down to pet him. All of a sudden, Blackie grabbed the lady's bag in his mouth. "Get it, boy!" The lady was so startled. "Oh, oh my!" Blackie and I just ran down the street, his tail wagging back and forth, me laughing. "You did good today, boy. No more hot dogs out of the freezer, okay? Today you get dog food in a bowl." Whenever Blackie did good, I made sure to bless him when we got back up to the roof, and he loved alcohol. I hated to admit it, but that stuff did smell kind of good. When I opened the can, I was always like, maybe if shit ever gets too hard. After a while, my robbing and stealing started giving me a new reputation around the school. Because of my beatboxing, I was called DMX now. And kids knew just to give it up when they saw me. "Oh, here comes this nigga again. Yeah, y'all know what time it is. Who got what?" Just me and my dog. No mask, no gun. It was crazy because robbing really gave me a rush. Just before the robbery, my palms would start sweating and my throat would get dry. My heart would beat faster and my mind would start to race. Sometimes halfway through the robbery, I would have to stop and take a breath like, "Oh shit, I'm going through it. I'm going through it again. Okay, yeah, motherfucker." Then I would just zone out. The nervousness, the danger, it was the strongest feeling that I had ever experienced. I just felt it everywhere. So I made it my job. I did my robberies on a schedule, just like niggas hustle, but I was straight stick up. I'd rob 3 times a day, before school, after school, and on the late night. That way, there would be 3 different groups of people to choose from. The morning shift was always really crowded, so that's when I had to do the pressure type of robbery. Just walk up the same way as someone on their way to school and push up on their back. That worked good. Or I just go down to the corner store where the kids with money always work. "Shorty looks like he got $5. That's probably enough to get me through the morning." After school was cool because then you didn't have all the people going to work around everywhere. You just had to be careful that none of the kids hanging out late so you catch somebody behind that tree. Then there was the evening, like 7 p.m. I robbed mostly older people at night. They usually had more money on them anyway, and it was more of a rush catching somebody twice your age. Whenever I caught the last group of people coming home from Getty Square, I hit it big. 3 times a day was how I got down for a long time, and I was always a face-to-face robbery nigga, straight up. There were many other ways I could have robbed something, but I never wanted to do it any other way. I was just more comfortable robbing somebody in the flesh. Maybe because at the time these cats asked me to help them rob a house, and I was so scared I wanted to just snatch the VCR and run. I wasn't comfortable because I didn't know who was in that house, and I didn't know what was in that house. I could have been in the back room, and the owner could have been in the front bedroom with a burner under his pillow. Or maybe the owner could have come back from walking his dog or something and popped me in my head. "Yo, let's get the fuck out of here." I just kept yelling at the other guys. You never really know the details about a place you're trying to steal from. "Oh, I can get out of this window," you say to yourself, not knowing that that window has been nailed shut for years. And you can't say anything to someone if you're in their house with all types of TVs in your arms. You're just busted, and they can do whatever they want to do and be 100% right. So I learned pretty quickly that I wasn't a thief. I wasn't going to steal anything. And I already knew that I didn't like to hustle or sell drugs. Me, I was going to take something. You want to come to school with the new Adidas?
with the fat laces, let me get that. The little silver chain with your name on it, or the raccoon hat or sheepskin coat, I'm taking all that from you, Holmes, because I ain't got none of that. I ain't got a sheepskin. At Yonkers High, if you were one of the roughnecks that didn't go to class all day, you hung out in a spot called the castle. It was like a small stone structure with a few benches inside it that sat on the far end of the baseball field, out of sight of the main building. Most days you could find 5 to 10 upperclassmen chilling up there, smoking and shooting dice. Some of them knew me for doing the beatbox with Reddy Ron, but most of them just knew me for all my robbing and stealing. Whichever way, because I had become so reckless as a freshman, it was like I had the respect of a senior. Sometimes I would go over to gamble with them, but I didn't like to see anyone having fun without me, so me and Blackie would often just disrupt the game. Other times I would go up there to sell some of the stuff I stole, and since everyone at Yonkers High was more concerned about putting on a fashion show than they were about anything else, selling shit was a good hustle. Back then, you needed a Kango with the matching bomber jacket to fly, or a big puffy hat with the flaps that came down. Anyone with a lumberjack shirt or a triple fat goose coat was always good. Sheepskins were the hottest commodity. I wore them for a day or two just to let folks know that I came across one. Then I would sell it for $50 or even $100 if I could. Sometimes the price would depend on what I had to do to get it. Once I caught a blue sheepskin by rolling up on this dude and his Puerto Rican girlfriend. The problem was that I had to smack the shit out of the girl to get the coat because she wouldn't stop talking shit. Yo, get your girl, I told him, and he couldn't control her. He was acting like a bitch when she started getting too aggressive in my face. I had to hit her. She looked a little younger than me too, so I wasn't proud of that one. But I made sure I got a good price for the coat. That's probably why I never liked messing with girls my age or younger, because they always acted too silly. I remember one day after school, this young girl was like, I'll hit you in your nut. Now, girls always say that when you're playing, but she did it right away. She didn't even wait for me to answer her. She just banged me with her forearm. It hurt so much I stayed on the ground for like 10 minutes just laying there in a fetal position. My eyes were closed, my nose was running. I couldn't catch my breath. At that age, you really don't know whether or not you're holding, where you stand within a male community. And I was messed up. Leave me alone. It hurts. I just want to go to sleep. When I finally stood up, it felt like I had to shit, but I couldn't get anything out. I just threw up all over the place and promised myself that I would never ever mess with a young girl. LaShawn Johnson was in the 12th grade when I was a freshman. She used to come over to my house every day, watch TV, and play Monopoly with my sister. It was cool because LaShawn was grown enough to know when her parents weren't going to be home and wasn't shy about taking her clothes off. I got points on the block just because she was older, but she was fine too. And normally, if they weren't on the menudo shit, bad bitches like her liked the dudes who sold drugs, hustlers who had a lot of clothes and drove around on scooters in the summer. In the mid 80s, hustlers always had the 1998 Oldsmobiles, um, had the 98 Oldsmobiles with the banging system. The same cars that the cab services in Harlem used to use with the tinted windows, fat rims, and white walls. And they always took their girls to City Island to eat shrimp for dinner. But that wasn't me. I was the type that would catch a nigga for his cash before he went to City Island. See, the touch of class cab pull up and be like, hey, buddy, let me talk to you for a minute. But for whatever reason, LaShawn was down with me. She even knew that I had formed a little robbery crew with my two partners, Nick and Reg. But she didn't care. In the hood, it was easy to find someone who would roll with you to do your dirt. But while everyone talked about getting some money, when you got out on the street, a lot of guys would front. They would be scared and stand around. That's why I loved Nick and Reg. Because with them, there was never any hesitation. It was just, you ready? Okay, let's get 'em. And they knew how much I loved it. If they ever went out robbing with me, they knew they'd have to make it up to me quick because I was just on it like that and never wanted to miss a chance to feel that rush. That night, We needed $100 so Reg could get his little brother a bike for Christmas. He had just got a job, so now his folks were putting pressure on him to start buying things for everybody. Whenever project parents found out you started working, it was always, son, can you get, or baby, we need this. Reg was feeling the heat, and I liked his little brother, so I changed into this blue jogging tracksuit that I always liked to wear to go robbing, and the three of us decided to go on a spree to get the money he needed. It didn't start off too good. In our first hour, we robbed 3 different people but came back with only $6 to show for it. One lady we caught, her wig came off and everything, and only 32 cents in her pocket. So we stopped at LaShawn's house and took a break. This was the night I tried mescaline for the first time. Red said you should drink a beer right afterward, so I guzzled down a 40 ounce, and a little after 8 p.m. we went back out. After a few minutes, we saw this woman walking down South Broadway. She was wearing white stockings and matching white shoes, so we figured she worked at the hospital downtown and we started following her. 10 blocks later, she stopped for a moment near the bus stop right down the hill from School Street. Now was the time. Me, Nick, and Reg had this robbing technique called the death run. After you walk behind a person at the same pace for a while, you would put about a half a block between you and then start to jog toward them. You had to jog softly enough so that not too many people noticed you running. And time it so that your victim wouldn't hear you coming up on them until you were right behind them. But once you started that jog, the death run was on. There was no turning back. Boom! One of us would hit the person low exactly at the same time. The other person grabbed their bag. It was like a football play, and it worked every time with either a man or a woman because once a person falls like that, their arms automatically raise up to protect themselves from hitting the ground, and their bag will normally fly right off. You're not thinking about your bag. All you're thinking about is breaking your fall. But nothing would go smooth that night. The woman wasn't tall, about 5'4", but she was husky, and she had on this big, thick wool coat, one of those grandma joints that closed real tight. I was doing the grabbing when she got hit. She fell to the ground hard. The problem was that she held onto her purse. Let it go, I yelled at her. The lady must have had the super grips in her pocketbook because even though I kept shaking her wildly, she kept holding on with one hand. Now it was a scene. The people at the bus stop started screaming. Come on, lady, I yelled at her again. I ended up dragging her into the middle of the street. I kept pulling and pulling. Then, while I was still yanking at her purse, I saw my mother coming down the hill. She must have decided to go to work early that night. Oh shit, I better hurry up. Come on! Finally, the strap on her bag broke, and I got the purse and started running toward Main Street after my 2 partners. I could hear my mother's voice behind me screaming for help with the rest of the people. I never turned around. One evening, after a more successful robbery, I rolled back into School Street and heard this song playing out of one of the ground floor apartments. I didn't see who was playing it, but this was the second or third time that I had heard the song, and I thought how much I really liked it. I didn't listen to the words then, but there was something about the record that drew me into it. It was called Silver Shadow. I remember gazing on those quiet nights. The stars were as bright as they could be, wondering if things would ever go right, and if there was a spot up there for me. Yeah, that's the shit right there. Chapter 12. Turn out the light. 1985 was the best year of my life. I had survived my time in group home. I was back in Yonkers. I had a dog I called my own. 1985 was the year I started robbing, running, fucking, the year I first heard Silver Shadow, and the year I bought my first pair of Timberland. But 1986, well, that was something else. It was Peanut's fault. He lived in Building 10. He had been talking shit to me all morning, so me and Blackie chased him right upstairs into his hallway. His mother heard us arguing and came out with a frying pan in her hand. So I went back downstairs to catch him later. 10 minutes later, though, the police rolled up. When they saw me and Blackie posted in the front, they drew their guns and opened their car door halfway to shield themselves. Put the dog up against the fence. My first instinct was to run, but I didn't know if Blackie could keep up with me, and I didn't want them to start shooting at my dog. Tie your dog against the fence and step this way. I did what they said.
They put me in the back of the police car, and when I asked them what was going on, they said the pound was on its way. Someone had called in a complaint about my dog. When the handlers arrived, they put a loop around Blackie's neck to try to catch him, but he was big and strong. And when my dog saw that I was getting out of the police car, he started going wild. They couldn't pull him in the paddy wagon. Blackie just kept barking. Yeah, boy, get him, boy. I yelled at him from behind the window. I wasn't going to let him take my dog. I wasn't going to let them take my dog. The handlers wrestled with Blackie for 10 more minutes. Then I saw one of them nod to a police officer. Everybody, please stand back. They hooked Blackie to the fence again, and when I saw one of the police officers move directly in front of him, I started screaming, No! Don't kill my dog! No! 2 shots later, Blackie was dead. They shot him right in front of the building. That's why I hate Peanut to this day, because he got my dog killed. Fucking bitch. In 1986, though, being broke wasn't my only problem. A few years before, Reddy Ron introduced me to something that was far more damaging to my life and my spirit than not having money. Until then, I drank 40s with cats on corners, smoked whatever weed I came across, and experimented with bullshit drugs like mescaline. When the mood arose, like the day me, Nick, and Reg went out on that robbing spree. But that didn't make me much more than your average project nigga. There were no lingering effects of getting drunk one night off a bottle of malt liquor or passing a blunt with my niggas from School Street. But when Reddy Ron spoke of the great high I could get from a wooly, the new thing on the block, he didn't tell me how differently it would affect my life. He didn't tell me of the war that I would have to fight to kill my desire for one of the most addictive drugs on the street. He didn't tell me how quickly I would ruin what little was left of my relationship with my mother, my sisters, and even my uncle. When I smoked a blunt laced with crack cocaine, he didn't tell me how much I would suffer, how wrong that was. I fucked up. Collie found out about my problem the day I went into the shoebox he kept in his closet and took some of his stash. My uncle occasionally hustled to put some money in his pocket, mostly nickel or dime bags of weed. But every now and then he would flip the harder stuff. What do you mean you fucked up? He answered me back. Then he saw what I had taken. Collie and me had never had a fight. We would disagree and argue like brothers, but we would never come to blows. That day, I could feel his anger and disappointment fire at me like a shotgun blast. He said he knew it wasn't me. I told him it wasn't a big deal. But it got worse. Now I had another reason to rob. Not only was I trying to eat, trying to keep some money in my pocket, but now I also had a habit to feed. It didn't help that my aunts were also struggling, or that I bumped heads with my Uncle Pinky in the same apartments on Ravine where I was getting high. At one point, Pinky lived next door to one of the buildings that served as my main stomping ground. Sometimes he would come and try to take me out of the hallways I was in, tried to pull me out of hell. It was never easy. I never talked to anyone about my problem, but I couldn't hide it. One day I saw my little sister Shayla walking home from school. She must have been no more than 9 or 10 years old. I didn't think she saw me. Earl. I couldn't let her see me like this. Earl, I know that's you. I had to hide my eyes. I wasn't the older brother she thought I was. Go home, Shayla. Earl, please come upstairs. Please come upstairs and I'll give you something to eat. Talk to me for a minute. No, not right now, girl. I'm not coming upstairs right now. But at my darkest moments, I did go upstairs. These were the times I ran out of money, the times someone's wallet wasn't enough to pay my bill. The problem was that I knew whomever I needed to pay would accept anything that I could give them. VHS tapes, shoes, sneakers, even giant-sized bottles of bleach or laundry detergent. I took them. I would lift coats out of my mother's closet, sweaters from my sisters, or swipe old clothes of my own that were still in my room. Anything that would get me closer to that next high. It didn't matter to me. There was a voice in my head, louder and more powerful than anything I had ever heard before, and it wouldn't stop yelling. A week after Blackie's murder, I walked into the lunchroom of Yonkers High School with the sawed-off shotgun taped to my leg. The gun came from the floor up to my knee, so it made me walk stiff, like I was crippled.
I didn't give a fuck about nothing or nobody. I was ready to rob anybody I could. Niggas thought I was bluffing. What up, man? What? It could happen. Run your fucking pocket. I came home with about $4. A few days later, I was behind bars. It was dark and hell is hot. Chapter 13, Betrayal. I wasn't afraid to tell my mother about my robbing and stealing. I wasn't ashamed of it. If she was home the times I walked in the house with someone's pocketbook, I told her the truth. I needed some money. I was hungry. Maybe I was being spiteful, or maybe it was a lesson I learned from her, since she always told me that the worst thing anyone could ever be was a liar. As long as you tell the truth, Earl, I will always support you. But we both knew that wasn't true, because she always followed it up with, but if you're not with me, I cannot say I know what you've been doing. If you're not with me, I can never tell anyone that was not my child. So if the cops come saying you did something, Earl, I'm going to show them to your room. I couldn't have imagined how much she meant that one. Industry Institution is a minimum security facility for juvenile offenders. Located just outside of Rochester, New York, Industry was the furthest I had ever been sent away from home. I had already been to Woodfield, Valhalla's juvenile unit, for a few months, but this sentence was 2 years. I wasn't trying to stay for 2 days. Bobby was one of my cellmates. He was from one of those small, upstate, all-white towns, and he was almost as reckless as I was. The first day we looked out of the rec room window and didn't see any gates, fences, or barbed wire holding us in, we knew we weren't going to stay long. The wardens felt Industry was way too isolated for any child to think about leaving. They were confident that since there wasn't a town, let alone a city, for many miles, escape was not an option. Yeah, okay. You don't know me. I don't care how far I have to walk. I'm not doing 2 years. Bobby and I just made an agreement. If we leave together, then we go all out together. If we gotta hitch a ride and a truck driver wants to try something with one of us, then we both fuck him up. Whatever we need to do, we'll do it. It was early December, less than 30 degrees outside. At night, we knew the temperature would even fall below that. So it took us a few days to get the clothes together that we needed. But once I had hoarded 3 pairs of long johns and got my boots, I was ready. All we had to do was knock over one guard. When Bobby pushed him over, we were home free. I remember looking at him shivering on the ground. It was so cold, he didn't even try to get up. But he must have hit an alarm or something, because they sent the dogs after us in a hurry. It was pitch black out there in the woods. Bobby and I couldn't see the dogs coming, but we heard them barking behind us. I remember thinking if I had Blackie with me, he could have handled his business. But after a few minutes, I saw one of the hounds right behind me, and before I could think of what to do, he bit me on the back of my leg. The dog wasn't that big, but his bite was crazy. I fell face first onto the ground and just started kicking as wildly as I could. You fucking motherfucker! Get away from me! Kick, kick, kick! I went nuts. A few times I felt my boot hitting the dog on the head, and by the 4th time he stopped barking, and I heard him whimper. I was still on the ground. My leg was bleeding badly, but that dog wasn't going to bite me anymore. I don't know what happened to the others. Bobby and I walked for 3 more days. He lived somewhere upstate, so we tried to find roads that were heading south toward where he lived. We didn't go on the highways because we were scared a cop would stop us, so we stayed on local streets. But upstate New York is nothing but a bunch of small, rural towns in the middle of nowhere, and once the towns ran out, there'd be nothing but miles and miles of farmland. At the end of what felt like a week being without anywhere to sleep or anything proper to eat, we finally got to Bobby's hometown. He said we couldn't go to his house, but we could chill in one of his friend's basements. I didn't care. I was just happy to be somewhere warm. It was a large basement, the kind that ran underneath the whole house. And when we got there, I just went to the back corner and huddled under some old blankets I saw lying on the floor. Bobby stayed with me for a few minutes, and then he said he was going to go home and get us some money. I think I know where some of my friends might be, too. I never saw Bobby again. The next morning, I didn't know what to do. I had no money. I had no food. I didn't know where I was. All I knew was that motherfucker had left me. That motherfucker left me all by myself.
Then I heard a voice. "Oh my God, somebody's back there." It was two girls, teenagers, my age. The taller one, whose house it was, told me that Bobby was her friend and had called her and told her I was in her basement, but she needed to know exactly who I was. Her mother was upstairs and she had to tell her something. Her friend, the fatter one, didn't say anything. She just kept staring at me, looking at me up and down, like she wanted to fucking eat me or something. I just begged for something to eat. Miraculously, the mother didn't flip out. "He's down in the basement, starving. Mommy, please, we have to give him food." The mom could have easily called the police, and squad cars would have been at their house in 2 minutes to take me back to industry. But she didn't. Instead, she let me come upstairs into their house, and after she saw that her daughter was calling Bobby on the phone without being able to reach him, she told me I could stay with them until I figured out what to do. I ended up staying with them for days. We just smoked a lot of cigarettes together and played cards. At night, we watched television. It was Christmas time, and even though they didn't have a tree or any decorations around, they kept on listening to this radio station that was playing nothing but old Christmas carols. It's the most wonderful time of the year. One night, when I told them my 16th birthday had passed a few days earlier, the mother and daughter even made me a cake. After a while, though, I noticed that the mother never got off the couch. She ate there, slept there, spent her whole day there, and their house was kind of nasty. When I went to take a shower, I saw all these little tiny bugs crawling on the towel. They were smaller than the roaches I was used to, and they were all over the place. But who was I to complain? These people saved my life. I just couldn't forget that motherfucker Bobby had left me. He probably found his peoples and said, "Fuck you. Fuck Earl." I couldn't believe it. Here I was willing to die with this nigga. The last 2 days in their house, I just slept. The fat friend kept bothering me, but I never paid her any mind. Then just before New Year's, the mother surprised me and gave me some money so I could get on a bus back to New York. "Here, Earl," she said, "it's time for you to go home." I was so grateful. It was 3 a.m. when I got back to School Street. My clothes were torn apart, and the big gash on my leg where the dog bit me was now an infected, dark color red. I knocked on my mother's door. "Well, look who it is." My mother was shocked to see me, but it wasn't because she was surprised that I had escaped. She had already told industry that her son was a runner. She just never thought that I could ever make it all the way back home. "How did you get out, Earl?" After everything that I had been through, that kind of cold reaction was not what I wanted. So after I said what's up to my sisters, immediately I left for my grandmother's house. I just couldn't take it no more, Grandma. It was freezing up there in that place. They didn't feed you right. They wanted to work you to death. I had to go. I had to leave, Grandma. My grandmother was happy to see me. It had been almost 2 weeks since I had escaped, so the rumors about what must have happened to me had been pretty bad. "Okay, baby. Well, you just stay right here." Collie and Buzzy were thrilled to have their running partner back. Now that I was an escapee, my reputation in their eyes had grown to where they thought I was capable of doing absolutely anything. I probably was, but only things that were in my control. 3 days after New Year's, there was a knock on my grandmother's door. It was my mother. She had the police with her. I could hear my grandmother arguing with her. "I know he's here. You just let him do anything he wants to do." "Well, I'm his mother." I walked to the door. "It's better to do it like this, Earl," my mother told me. "Honey, this is all because of you, and you have to pay the consequences. The holidays are over. Now it's time for you to go back where you belong." My mother would never understand. I didn't come home for the fucking New Year's. I was facing 2 years. I was trying to be out for good. Then I looked at my grandmother. "Go back, baby. It's okay. We'll get you out." She looked at me and tried to smile. The cops got out their handcuffs. I guess my mother thought that she had to teach me another lesson. But it was a lesson that I would never, ever forgive her for. Chapter 14. DMX the Great is born. Unlike industry, McCormick Juvenile Institution wasn't afraid of bars. There were gates and barbed wire fences everywhere, and guards with guns. McCormick made sure you weren't going nowhere, so I had a lot of time to think. I thought about Bonita and Shayla and my crazy aunts and uncles. I thought about my grandmother on Warburton and my father in Philadelphia. I thought about Blackie and why I hated peanuts so much. And I thought about my beatboxing career. But when I thought about that, there was one issue with that. I couldn't get out of my head. Why was I letting Ready Ron get all of the attention? It was like every time we did a show, girls were all over him. I used to watch it go down. He would always get the flyest chick in the crowd. And at best, I got to talk to Shorty's ugly sister and still had to beg all night for a kiss. That wasn't right. I was the one providing the crazy intro for the rhyme. I was the one throwing the hot break in there. What's up? Where's my love? But no girl wants to talk to the dude that ends up with a handful of spit every night. So it dawned on me that that was all you got from being the beatbox. No pussy and a handful of fucking spit. Oh no, we gotta switch this up. Maybe I could write a little something. Then go on a break. Ron could do the beat for a minute, and I would say the rhyme. Why not? It made sense. Ron had already showed me what you needed to do to move the crowd. Why should I be playing the background? All I had to do is write. I think I'm going to be an MC, I told Collie in a letter I wrote to him from lockup. Fuck the beatbox shit. I'm going to be a rapper. After that, I spent my days and nights in McCormick writing rhymes. I had brought a boombox with me from home that had this one big bass woofer in the middle of it. So I used that for background music and just wrote about everything I knew, everything I saw in the world around me. Yonkers, School Street, lockup, group home, robbing, stealing, running, hustling. It was fun and it felt good. It gave me a way to talk freely, gave me the tool to express all of the thoughts that had sat unheard in my brain since I was 7 years old. Okay, this is what's up. No more beatbox enforcer. When I came home from McCormick in 1988, I was an MC. An MC by the name of DMX the Great. I'm DMX. For short, just call me DM. I keep the party jumping from AM to PM. Then back to AM, competition I play 'em. The commandments of the religion of rap, I obey 'em. Chapter 15. I want to do that. My uncles and I were at the Nepperhan Community Center the day it opened its doors. Down the street from my grandmother's house in Warburton Avenue, the center was the kind of teenage refuge that the likes of which you rarely see anymore. It was recreational as well as educational. Board games sat on the shelves next to the reading workbooks. A pool table shared space with a chalkboard, and it was always warm inside. My favorite activity was hanging out in the career room in the back where I could shut the door and excite Collie and Buzzy with stories of my life upstate, robberies I had done, and adventures I wanted to plan. We had tried to come up with new ways of entertaining ourselves on the street, whether it was climbing up on the roof of a building or throwing our middle finger up to cops driving by. But Nepperhan gave us the opportunity to have fun simply playing dominoes or Connect Four all afternoon. Nepperhan was also the place that had all the paper and pens, which meant it was the place I could write more rhymes. I still occasionally drew pictures of people on sheets of notebook paper or on that rough yellow stuff the counselors gave you to draw on. But words quickly became my true passion. I tried to write a whole new rhyme every day, and I used Collie and Buzzy as my audience and number one critics. Mrs. Gaines, the head counselor of Nepperhan, was forever kicking me out of the center, especially when she figured out that all the yelling she heard outside her office was actually me finishing one of my raps with a string of fuck, bitch, and motherfucker. She always said she knew whenever I came in because I was like a tornado blowing through the doors that knocked down everything in its path. She was right because whatever was happening, I had to be a part of it. Whatever conversations were going on, I had to interrupt to make sure my point of view was heard. And then I would probably convince whoever was talking that they weren't talking about the right shit anyway. But whenever she kicked me out, I just came right back the next day, checking her office in the back to make sure she was at her desk. Hi, Mrs. Gaines. Good afternoon, Earl. I already knew you were here. I liked the center. Every year, Yonkers sponsored an African American Heritage Day in Trevor Park, and the center would set up a stage where the kids could perform and show off their various talents. They also had a poetry contest. That year, Mrs. Gaines asked me to write a rap. Just make sure it rhymes, she said. I was stunned later that afternoon when she told me that I had won. My rhyme had beaten out 12 other poems from all over the city. It felt like I had just won the spelling bee again. It made me think that maybe my writing was actually pretty good. Maybe this MC thing could be all right. Then I saw the movie Crush Groove. I went to see it at the Park Hill Theater downtown. I had never been to a real rap show. The closest I had got was me and Reddy Ron doing our thing on the block for a crowd of people. But this movie was like a concert. Starring Run DMC and Sheila E., Crush Groove was the story of Russell Simmons and how he started his own rap record label with his partner Rick Rubin. Curtis Blow was in it, LL and the Fat Boys were in it, and every time one of them performed, the audience in the movie theater jumped out of their seats and started cheering at the screen. It was so hot. Now DJ runs my name, Jam Master J is his. He DMC is like that, and that's the way it is. I want to do that. The next day at the center, I asked Miss Gaines if she could set up a microphone for me. At first, she said no because she didn't want to hear all that cursing and screaming. But when all the other kids started asking her, and Collie and I promised that I would say a rhyme that didn't have any bad words in it, she gave in. That afternoon, she set up the PA system in the parking lot, and all of the kids brought their plastic chairs outside. They were mostly younger than me. But once I became a full-fledged teenager, I always liked the little 8 and 9-year-olds. During family day at the children's village, I always played with other people's younger brothers. We would run around together and I would protect them from the other kids who used to like to bully them and punch them around. Don't worry, little man. Ain't nobody going to mess with us, I used to tell them. So even though this wasn't exactly the kind of grown-up audience Freddie Ron used to get, I was excited to be putting on my first show. The song I did was a rap I wrote while in McCormick that used Bert and Ernie and the rest of the Sesame Street gang as characters. I just flipped it without telling Mrs. Gaines and made them all drug dealers. Yo, I had this dream that I've been having a lot, that Sesame Street turns into a crack spot. Collie and Buzzy knew what I was saying, but I don't think any of the kids figured it out. At the end of the rhyme, the count steals all the cash and everyone gets shot. Money and friendship don't mix. All of them dead, not a sound to be heard from the monster, the count, the grouch, or Big Bird. Everyone watching me perform, and despite the content, Mrs. Gaines was pretty impressed. After that, I started asking her to let me throw a real party at Nepperham. I told her that I could print up flyers and hire a DJ. We could charge people $5 at the door, and everybody in the neighborhood could come and rhyme, and she and I could split the money 50-50. It would be a big hip-hop jam. I would get paid, and she could buy some new things for the center. She wasn't with it. By this time, Mrs. Gaines was used to hearing my plans for making money and getting out of the ghetto. One night I had rolled into the center just before closing time and found her and two other counselors talking about how awful it was that parents were spending all of their monies on sneakers for their kids. These families didn't make more than $200 or $300 a week, sometimes less than that on public assistance, but they would spend all that money on a new pair of Nikes when they had no food in the refrigerator. 1988 was the height of the Air Jordan era, and any new pair of kids were lusting after was $100 or more. But I didn't want to talk about why parents were spending their money. I wanted to talk about how to get a piece of that pie. I'm going to open me up a store, I told them. I'm going to open up a place and just go down to Manhattan and buy sneakers where they're cheaper. Then I will bring them back to Yonkers and kids will buy them from me for whatever price I want. Mrs. Gaines smiled. That's a good idea, Earl. Then, when I get everybody in the store, I could sell drugs in the back and make real money. Hearing that, Mrs. Gaines almost dropped her bag in disgust. Why would you do that? Selling drugs is illegal, young man. What? It's not like I would have to hustle to find customers. They'd be coming to me. Earl, all that's going to happen with that plan is I'll have to end up visiting you in jail. So what? I'm probably going to end up there anyway, but I'm trying to be a millionaire by the time I'm 25, Mrs. Gaines. Oh, really? Why do you want all that money, Earl? Mrs. Gaines, how much money do you make? That's not your business. You probably don't make no money, Mrs. Gaines. Earl, I bet if I did my sneaker and drug thing, I could make more money in one night than you make in a week. But what good is that if you're in jail? 20 years from now, I bet you're probably going to be doing this same job, making the same money. You bust your butt from morning to night, and all you get is minimum wage. Mrs. Gaines couldn't help laughing. Chapter 16, Stolen Novas. Partly since it was down the street from Nepperhan, my mother finally let me live at my grandmother's house for a little while, and Collie and Buzzy knew I would be there every day when they came back from school. I'd either still be asleep in the bed or up eating breakfast at the kitchen table writing rhymes while I ate my cereal and French toast. See, after my time in McCormick, school was over for me. They shut down Yonkers High School after I went to juvenile, turning it into a middle school for younger kids. And while, if my mother really pressed the issue, I probably could have gone to Gordon, the high school where my uncles went, it wasn't going to happen. Juvenile offenders like me weren't exactly welcome additions to a school population, especially when their new hobby was stealing cars. My friend Jose taught me. Up until then, the dirt I did in the streets was about things I felt I needed to do. Robbing people was a way of getting money. Taking someone's jacket was a way of staying warm. It was a thrill, but it was also a job. Stealing cars was different. It was just fun. I didn't try to sell them or strip them or really need them to get around anywhere. There wasn't anywhere to go. I just wanted to ride. All you needed was a dent puller and a screwdriver, the two tools of a car thief. The dent puller was for the front door, the screwdriver was for the ignition. Once you learned how to use them, almost any car on the street was yours for the taking. Toyota Corollas, Camrys, and Nissan Maximas were my favorite. If the puller was heavy enough, I could break into slightly nicer cars like Volkswagen Jettas or Volvos. When Slick Rick's Mona Lisa record was big, I always wanted to find a Chevrolet Nova to steal. That way I could profile in a stolen Nova, just like in the rhyme. Collie and Buzzy learned how to steal cars too, and after a while, it wasn't uncommon to see us come down the block pushing stolen cars back to back. We would find one around the way in Yonkers to steal, or troop over to White Plains or the Bronx. We would keep each car for a couple days until it got hot or ran out of gas. Then we just went and found another one. One time I went to pick Busy up from school in this nice blue Honda I had stolen. You should have seen the expression on his face. The next day, I gave it to Collie and he parked the car in the school's lot like it was his. Another time, the three of us and another friend, Aunt, picked up this little red Datsun sports car from in front of Ravine, and we almost got hit by an 18-wheeler truck when we tried to speed onto the highway. My grandmother almost busted me one afternoon. Collie and I had just gotten off the bus from the square, and I saw a car double parked with its engine still running. Now, my grandmother's house was only 2 blocks away, but I didn't care. As soon as I got up, as soon as I got into the driver's seat, though, the owner came out. My grandmother was looking out of her kitchen window when she saw some man chasing a car up the block. Luckily, she didn't see who was in it. Some crazy boy just stole a man's car, she said to Collie when he got back to the house. After a while, my love for stealing cars got so intense, I couldn't just keep it to myself anymore. So I started teaching everybody else on the block how to jack. Then none of the vehicles in the surrounding area were safe, even our own. One time I had to punch this kid Mel in his face when he stole a car from me that I had just stolen. It was crazy. I was in a Trans Am GT early one night when the police pulled up behind me. They must have assumed correctly that this was not my car, so they started flashing their lights to pull me over. But I wasn't stopping. I gunned that Trans Am up Ashburton Avenue and drove right through the middle of Slowbone Projects down a one-way street. I slammed on the brakes in front of Building 7, jumped out of the car, and instead of running, just kind of hung out with the cats who were standing in front of the building. The kids who were with me in the car made a dash for it. The brothers outside looked at me like I was crazy. Yo, you got the po... When the cops pulled up, they saw a bunch of brothers standing around and two kids running up the block. Hey, don't look at me, officer. I'm chilling. Being stupid, they were just going to chase whoever's running. I see them. They're over there, one cop said to his partner, and the two of them ran right past me. I got some points for that move. The next time I had a police confrontation in front of the projects, it wasn't so smooth, though. Yonkers teen incites riot. That's what the local newspaper, the Herald Statesman, said after I got knocked into a Toyota Corolla in front of my building. I started yelling, "Police brutality!" when they almost broke my arms, pulling them behind my back to arrest me. Folks from School Street actually started chanting, "Leave him alone! Leave him alone!" before the cops threw me in the back of their squad car and took me away. I actually learned how to drive a stick while stealing someone's car. The Hyundai Excel had just come out, and one night in White Plains I saw a brand new two-door joint. I knew that would be a hot car to bring back around the way, so I pulled out my tools and I got busy. I got into the car without a problem, but when I was in the driver's seat, I noticed it wasn't automatic. Now I had to figure something out fast because I was sitting right in front of the owner's house. Screech, stop. Screech, stop. I didn't know what I was doing. I just knew the police weren't going to see me lurching up and down the street. I must have driven in the first gear for blocks before I figured out how to use the damn clutch. I should have taken that as a sign that the car was going to bring me bad luck because 3 days later, that new Hyundai Excel got totaled. I had taken this young kid from School Street out for a lesson. I often let people drive the cars I stole. I wasn't selfish with them. I could share, we could all share in the fun for a minute, and it's not like anyone on the block would forget who did the stealing. The kid was keeping it mellow, calmly driving around the projects getting his shine, but it just so happened that this was a day the police chose to come through and harass everyone. The chase was on. High-speed chase and racing through the street. Death's in the air, I can taste it through the heat. My partner's going fast, I don't think he's gonna last, and if he don't, I'ma hit his wife with half. Now Yonkers is full of hills. Everything sits above the Hudson River at varying degrees, and if you don't have proper brakes on your car or don't really know how to shift the manual transmission effectively, you're going to have a problem driving 80 miles per hour through the neighborhood. With the cops right on our tail, my man turned onto North Broadway and started flying down this steep hill. 2 blocks ahead, we had to make a left turn. We never made it. Instead, we went head first into one of those huge brown telephone poles. I had never seen anything come at me that fast before in my entire life. I just saw the pole coming right toward my face. It flashed in front of my eyes like a dream, then impact. Everything got slow. I saw a man hunched over the steering wheel. My brain was trying to tell me what to do, but everything just felt like I was on angel dust, like life was moving in slow motion. Get out of the car. I tried both of the doors, but they were jammed shut. Luckily, my side window was broken, so I punched out the last pieces of glass and dove onto the sidewalk. The car was a crumpled mess. It took the cops a few seconds after they screeched to a stop to make sure they were okay themselves before they approached the car. But as soon as I hit the street and felt that cold air, I got my senses back. I saw the police walking over and immediately started running. Once the cops saw that my man wasn't going anywhere, all smashed up and bloody in the front seat, then the two of them came after me, and I hit the aqueduct. The aqueduct was one of long dirt road that stretched all the way from Yonkers to White Plains. It had been the original waterway early residents had used to run water from house to house. It was like an artery that ran through the city, past people's homes, through the middle of backyard. As kids, we used to play on the ack. We would play hide and go seek in the brush, or see how long we could follow its path before getting scared. Sometimes we had fun throwing rocks at the barking dogs that were tied to people's back fences. You just had to calculate how long it would take the dog to get to you once he broke free and pushed through that hole in the fence. After a while, you got to know the act like the back of your hand. So when I saw those two cops chasing me from the bottom of North Broadway, I knew I could hit it for a minute and then pop back on the street and know exactly where I was. Okay, run down here for a second, cut through the person's backyard, go back up the hill. Once it gets dark, the police ain't running the act. They wouldn't know their way and would probably be scared of what could be waiting for them. You could always find a lot of dead things on the act, animals, even bodies. And because of how dark it was at night, it's also where a lot of girls in Yonkers got raped. So it didn't surprise me that once I got as far as Lamartine, I didn't see those cops anymore. I just cut through my Aunt Renee's backyard, came down the steps, and was home. That was a close one. My man who was driving, though, broke 3 ribs. When he came back from Woodfield a few weeks later, his chest was still swollen. Telephone poles don't move. As Earl walks back to his car, something in the brush catches his eye. There, laying motionless a few yards away from the highway, a thick brown snake is curled up on top of itself, partially hidden by the desert plant. Intrigued, the artist walks over to inspect the animal, but before he could get close, it starts to move, revealing a jagged, bone-colored tail. Oh shit, that's a rattlesnake. I quickly move away, along with Earl's security guards, thankful that I didn't step on the creature by accident. But Earl does the exact opposite. He keeps inching closer, curious to see its head, curious to find out if everything that he had heard about poisonous killer snakes on the Discovery Channel was true. Dog, what are you doing? Crouched down, with the look of wonder in his eyes, Earl moves a few feet away and discovers that the snake has been hurt. Part of his body is crushed and deformed, probably run over by one of our cars when we pulled off the side of the road. Yo, you dare me to pick it up? He asks. But the snake is still alive. All I gotta do is grab it by its neck. Instead of responding to the challenge, security just rushes to get out the camcorder. They know their boss doesn't really need anybody to co-sign his idea. And this, they have to catch on tape. A few minutes later, with cameras ready and everyone in the entourage crowded around, DMX reaches out his hand and with one quick movement, grabs the snake at the base of its head. The animal thrashes around to try to get out of his grasp, but X holds on tight. Its tail starts to rattle in protest and its mouth opens wide, but X holds up his trophy and just smiles. Later, back at the house, we watch the tape in slow motion and see venom shooting out of the snake's fang. Earl, you're crazy, I said to him. Yeah, I know. Chapter 17, A Weekend in the Hamptons. The number of stolen cars I drove around Yonkers is ironic the first time I was actually caught for the crime was in Long Island. It was Friday night and I was with a friend I met at Children's Village named Dre. We had just picked up a nice Toyota Corolla limited edition and were bored with driving around Yonkers, hollering at the same girls, seeing the same niggas on the corner. So Dre came up with the idea to drive to Long Island. He said he had family we could chill with and could definitely find a hot party to go to. I didn't have a better suggestion, so we got on the highway. We probably should have thought how long a trip it was, though, because since we didn't leave New York until after 3 a.m., we didn't get to Long Island until the sun was coming up. So much for going to a party. So we just crashed out at his people's house. They lived in this small, country-looking hood on the outskirts of East Hampton. In the morning, we chilled with his peoples for a little while and then decided to go get some beers. I didn't think anything of it then, but none of his family came with us. In the late 80s, the Hamptons was even more the home of the rich and the white than it is today. Even though East Hampton was probably the most metropolitan of the 4 towns in the area, it was still extremely unlikely to find 2 teenage black kids driving around in a brand new car. The rappers driving Bentleys invasion hadn't happened to the Hamptons yet. Black folks, like Dre's peoples, lived on the other side of the train track.
and that's where the ruling townsfolk expected them to stay. But we didn't know that. I had already learned what you don't do when you're not familiar with where you are. But Dre was 15, 2 years younger than me. And the whole trip, he had been driving real extra, and I could tell he was thirsty to act out. When he pulled in front of the grocery store, I told him to chill. Yo, when I come back with the beer, we can go to a park or something and relax. Of course, when I came out of the store, Dre was gone. So here I was, early Saturday morning, standing in the middle of Main Street, East Hampton, holding a bag of beer. Not the move. Then, just as I started to walk up the block to look for him, I saw a police car drive past, and guess who was in the back seat? This motherfucker went and got knocked. My first instinct, being the loyal kid that I was to try to find my way back to his people's house to get help. The problem was that I really couldn't remember where their place was. All I knew was that it was in a row of raggedy houses that didn't look like nothing nearby. And after about an hour of walking around the neighborhood getting lost, the same police car finally rolled up on me. This time, no Dre. I was still carrying that bag of beer. Hey kid, where you going? I got some family that lives out here, I replied. Yeah. Well, what do you have in the bag? Beer. Aren't you too young to be buying beer, son? Well, then, you better go get the guy in the store. I don't have nothing to do with that, I said with an attitude. That answer pissed them off. But I was right. There was nothing illegal about me holding an unopened bottle of beer. The clerk was the one that was supposed to get in trouble for not checking my ID. Well, you're going to have to come and show us who sold it to you then. I don't remember where the store was. Now the bullshit started. Well, why don't you let us help you then? If you don't, we're going to start taking this bottle of beer of yours a little more seriously. Well, okay. I guess I can show you where. I could show you where. And that was my first mistake. I got into the back of the squad car with no handcuffs on or nothing. Then, of course, instead of pulling up in front of the store where I bought the beer like they said, the cops pulled up in front of the police station. Officer, this is not where the store is. Yeah, we know, but we want you to come inside for a minute. But the store is over there. We're not going to the store anymore. Now come inside and shut your mouth. When I got inside the precinct, they led me to a small interrogation room where they started grilling me about the car. I knew they didn't see me in it or anywhere near it, so I just kept denying everything. The only way they could know about me was if Dre told them something. I don't know anything about any car, man. I don't know nothing. I didn't do nothing. Are you going to make us find your fingerprints on the door handle, boy? Then you'll be a liar. And I hate little liars. I don't give a fuck. Do whatever, man. I wasn't going to let these cops massage me more than they already had. Do what you gotta do. I wasn't there. Then I saw Dre's shadow in the mirror and I realized that the bastard was snitching me out. After a few minutes, they brought him into the room. Is that him? They asked him. Yeah, he answered, looking squarely at me. He stood right in front of my face. That's him. His name is Earl. I don't know what he's talking about, man. I got desperate in a hurry. That wasn't me. I was already on probation and was not trying to go to jail. That wasn't fucking me. Dre was a minor. He was getting off once a parent came to get him anyway. So why did he have to turn me in? But the most fucked up part was when his grandfather came to the station and I noticed that he was wearing a badge. Dre's grandfather worked for the sheriff's department in another county, so Dre knew he was straight all along. But it was over for me. I was getting locked up. Earl Simmons was now a convicted felon. When I was younger, my mother and her friend Thelma had me scared to death about getting locked up. Tell him about what they do to boys in jails, Thelma always said when my mother was beating my ass. Just like the officers on Alexander Street, the two of them thought a good deterrent was making me think that on the first day I walked into a jail, somebody was going to fuck me in the ass. Well, it didn't happen like that, but I did arrive at the farm with a real hard-ass attitude. Don't say nothing to me. Don't even fucking look at me. I'm not saying nothing to nobody, and I ain't going to ask you for shit.
So don't ask me for shit. The farm, the minimum security division of Suffolk County Correctional Facility in Yaphank, Long Island, was similar to the barges New York State used to house inmates who are convicted of nonviolent crimes like theft or drunk driving. It wasn't meant to be as secure or restrictive as the main unit of SCCF. Instead of cells, inmates lived grouped together in dorms or mods. You could freely associate with the other guys in your mod, use a Walkman, read, or play cards, and while in no way did you have your freedom, life in the farm, at least on the minor block where I was, wasn't the most difficult experience for me, especially after what I had been through over the past 2 years in industry in McCormick. Now that I was grown, though, the hardest thing to endure was being without pussy for all those weeks and months. That was tough. There were some pretty female corrections officers in jail, too, and a lot of them were freaks. The freak COs would be the ones that lived right in the same hood as you and knew all of your peoples from around the way. Behind bars was the only place that I ever considered paying for some ass, because I definitely would have tossed a couple of dollars to one of them to knock it down. I never got that chance, though. After a few days in the farm, I hooked up with two guys named Paz and Rondu, and we started running game on other kids in the dorm. I was familiar with the commissary routine from my time spent in McCormick. Yo, you better order me 2 packs of cigarettes and I want 6 Milky Way bars, I would tell the kids that I knew had money in my mod. Surprisingly, there are a lot of weak people in jail. Not everyone is the kind of crazed lunatic you need to be afraid of. If you had a good amount of game on the streets, you would normally be able to find someone to take advantage of on the inside. It's like there are a lot of phony gangsters around whose cards you can pull, like the dudes who's always have something extra to say, but only ever say it into the air. Yo, word to my mother, y'all motherfuckers need to recognize. The bitch will see 3 dudes by the phone and feel like he has the occasion to start complaining. Y'all can't be hogging up that phone time, man. Y'all know what's up with that. Actually, no, we don't know what's up with that phone time, Holmes. Why don't you let us know? And as a matter of fact, which one of us are you referring to? So I didn't have much difficulty finding the inmates I could pressure into putting things on my commissary. The bigger challenge, though, was to get one of them to smuggle you in some weed during visiting hours. A good bag of smoke was worth far more than a chocolate bar or an extra pack of Newports. For 2 weeks, me, Paz, and Rondu had this white kid in our pocket. Have your sister bring us in some smoke or I'll break your fucking neck. Scared of us 3 thugs, our friendly assistant never spoke unless spoken to and always politely stayed on his side of the mod. So I should have known something was wrong the day he walked over to us out of the blue. So you said you wanted me to get my sister to bring in the weed, right? He asked us one morning. Yeah, motherfucker, we already told you that. What are you, stupid? Okay, because she said she's going to bring in the weed today. Yeah, you better have it today, too, you bitch ass nigga. 10 minutes later, after the riot squad rushed in, locked the whole mod down, and tossed and strip searched everyone, Paz, Rondu, and me were on our way to the big house. The charge? Extortion. Since I was transferred with a write-up, my first week in the main unit of Suffolk County Correctional Facility was spent in the hole, 4 floors up on the lockdown block, in a 6 by 9 foot box by myself that I was never allowed to leave. This was not a mod. The hole is where you have to grind for real. There's little room to move. It's dark. Don't expect even the semblance of humane treatment from the guards. And hope your sink is clean, because if it ain't, you're not going to have anything to drink. But there was something kind of peaceful to me about being locked up in there. It was like loud silence. Maybe all the days I had spent in that office at Andrus, all the months in my room in School Street, all the years in group homes and juvenile had me get ready for what would be a nightmare for most human beings. But I thought a lot, and I wrote more than I ever had before. Song after song, rhyme after rhyme. I produced pages of lyrics alone in that box. I shifted flows, changed styles, tried to experiment with new ways to win a battle or excite a crowd. For me, rapping wasn't going to be
No pastime paradise. This was for real.
D to the M, from the M to the X, from the X to whatever. MC is next to step up so I can rip up, snatch up, whip up, my style versatile, get wild, I'll sew your lip up. After 2 weeks in the hole, I was transferred out of the lockdown block into the minors. In Suffolk County, since kids was constantly fighting and getting out of control, the warden of the minor block set up a 23-hour lock-in schedule. That meant each inmate had only 1 hour of recreation a day, 60 minutes when you were allowed outside, and the rest of the day you had to spend in your cell. It was just you and your cellmate, and often, since Suffolk County Prison was so ridiculously overcrowded, the 3 other inmates that were forced to share your 2-man space with you. This wasn't juvenile. This was maximum security, the big boys jail, which also meant during those 23 hours, the correction officers let you have it. Come on, you fucking asshole. Get inside the damn gate. It was always the little one. Hey, Simmons, I said you. Your shower is fucking over. Now what did I say? Get inside the fucking gate. I couldn't take much of that, not from somebody half my size. What? Fuck me? No, how about fuck you? One time, one of the guards rushed me for cursing at him, and I spit right in his eye. And then I got beat down. Beat down by 5 members of the riot squad in full battle gear who loved every minute of beating my ass. The minors went to yard with the PC niggas. PC was protective custody and was where all the sick motherfuckers were. The older guys, the guys on medication or morphine, or just the scared dudes who had to be kept out of the regular population. We weren't on the same side with them because Suffolk County's yard was split into 2 sides by a thick barbed wire fence. We would have fucked around and probably killed them, but we shared the same 60-minute time period. At the farm, I had heard about this guy who was making a name for himself on a rap tip called K Solo. Supposedly, he was the cousin of an MC named Earl Simmons, who was a big star at the time with the duo EPMD. K Solo was Eric's heir apparent, and the word was that he would have blown up already if he wasn't locked up. Everybody in the minors knew that I could rhyme because I had taken everybody out on the cell block that thought they had lyrics. So brothers got real excited the day we saw K Solo on the other side of the fence. I didn't know what he was doing with the PC niggas, but he was there. And the day he said he wanted to battle, it was on. We went back and forth through the fence for the whole hour. I remember he had this little fat black dude with him. You can't fuck with my man Solo, the kid kept yelling. And of course, I had my mans with me. What? Is you crazy? This is DMX's house, punk. It was a good thing that I had been writing the whole time. I was locked up because K Solo had a lot of rhymes. Every time I hit him with a hot one, he had a response. He was no joke, and after 45 minutes, there was no clear-cut winner. But there was time for one more round before we had to go back in. And I had just written a song called Breaking It Down, where I used a different style in every verse. I was kind of skeptical about how well it would go over, but it was the only rhyme I had left. Luckily, the last verse killed it. There's one more way of breaking it down. This is how a rapper will leave you spellbound. So yo, bust it. What I'm about to do is SPELL it out to you. The style was to spell out almost every word in the rhyme in letters. I liked it because I knew no one had ever heard anything like it before. And well, it's not like I wasn't into spelling shit. Yo, that verse was hot, K Solo said to me afterwards, admitting defeat. How do you do that? Most of the letters rhyme anyway, I explained to him proudly. So just write out a cool sentence and then spell it. Just make sure you stay on the beat. K Solo and I never battled again. In the days after, the two of us would just chill and talk through the fence. It was like rapping had given us a mutual respect for each other. I felt good, and I spent the last weeks of my bid in Suffolk County writing more rhyme and just trying to stay out of trouble. Now that I had my first official win under my belt, I just wanted to get back to Yonkers and show everybody that DMX the Great was a bad motherfucker. Chapter 18. Want a battle? When I was released from Suffolk County, there were two things on my agenda. The first was to find someone that could help me make tapes of my rhyme. The second was to find Dre. Unfortunately, the latter came first. My first day home, I was with Collie, and I saw him talking to a girl in a car on Glenwood Avenue. As soon as he turned around and walked down the hill, I caught him, punched him right in his face. Dre never saw it coming. What's up, money? The bottle of juice he was holding fell out of his hands and smashed to pieces on the sidewalk. Who got who now, huh? Instead of stepping up like a bitch, he started circling around this parked car to avoid me. I chased him around about 10 times before I ran out of patience. Don't worry, nigga. I'm gonna see you, and I bet you don't walk on this block no more. Collie and I started walking toward Ravine. Then, just as we got to the end of the block, I heard Dre yell out, "Hey, X, what's up now?" I turned around and saw five of his boys with bottles in their hands, crouched down gorilla style next to some trees. Dre had been hustling for some older dudes in the neighborhood, and I guess now I was messing with one of their workers. What's going on with you and my peeps? This kid named Kenny asked me. Kenny and I knew each other, but he was about hustling, and I was about robbing. That meant we didn't get along too well. Your man snitched on me. I'm saying, what's up though? He turned me in, right to my face. So what's up? Well, what's up? Nothing, nigga. The brawl was on. I had a little size on me for my time locked up, so I took on a few guys. Collie called Buzzy and my other uncle Buckeye from out of my grandmother's house, and once sticks and bats and kitchen knives came into play, things got ugly. I was supposed to be the one getting jumped, but I never left my feet once. That was a weak consolation prize, though, because I got arrested again. The cops always believed the loser. I hadn't been home 24 hours. Things always seemed to happen to me that way. I would come home from jail and get arrested again. Come home and get arrested again, often within a few days of each other. It was like if I stayed out of trouble that first week, then I'd be good. But all of my jail time only increased my resolve to do music and gave me more time to write my rhyme. When I came home in the summer of '88, I was determined not to get knocked again because I had 15 or 20 whole songs written and I had a plan for them. I was going to make my own mixtapes and sell them on the street to make money. The first step to making a tape was to find a DJ with a microphone and a pair of turntables who knew how to loop a bunch of instrumentals together. Then, since I didn't have any music, hoped that he had copies of the hot songs on the radio that I could use to kick my rhymes over. When I finally found a DJ and first heard my voice recorded over a banging beat, I knew I had something special because it sounded dope, real dope. Now, all I had to do was make copies of them because even if they hadn't heard of me, I knew that people would want to buy my shit so they could get all of the hot music from off the radio. And that was the hardest thing to do because you had to find someone that had a double cassette deck. So right away, I got real friendly with whoever had one and went over to their crib and spent hours dubbing as many tapes as possible. If I didn't have a blank, I would just find a pre-recorded joint and stuff a piece of tissue into the holes on the top so that I could tape over it. Old Billy Ocean albums became DMX the Great mixtape. I was manic about it because I loved hearing my voice on tape and knew that I could get at least $5 each for them. It was cool if it took a few hours to crank out 8 tapes because then I could just go up the block and come back down with $40 or $50 in my pocket. Selling mixtapes was the best idea I had in a long time, and after a couple of weeks hustling them, almost the whole city was buzzing with my music. It was like the more tapes I sold on Warburton, the more I took down to Ravine. The more I sold on Ravine, the more I brought up to Mulford. Once School Street was filling me, then I took a bunch of tapes to Slow Bomb. Soon, I was walking all over Yonkers making money from my raps, flipping hot songs on the radio into my own DMX a Great joint. But even though I believed right away that my versions were better than the originals, a lot of times to get somebody to buy a tape, I had to show and prove. And that didn't bother me at all. Do you rap?
If I saw a group of guys hanging out on the corner, I would run right up on them. Want a battle? If somebody even acted like they rap, I wanted to get it on. I didn't care if I knew the brother or not, if he was from School Street or any other part of town. I just wanted to challenge anybody I could, especially when I knew that if I slaughtered him, the next time I came around him or one of his friends would probably buy a tape. See, I wasn't scared about battling someone on their own turf because I quickly realized that MCs thought they had an advantage on their block when they really didn't. They didn't understand that because they were the block MC and were always kicking their rhymes to everybody. Their rhymes and punchlines weren't so hot anymore. Everybody had already heard what you had to say. If your boy could finish off your rhyme for you or whisper in your ear when you start to run out of things to say, to tell you to say the one about his mother, that never looked good. So I knew the crowd was going to go for me when I came around with flows and styles and lyrics that no one had heard before. Battles had become war to me. I didn't play fight. I would never half diss somebody. I wanted to embarrass you as much as I possibly could and make sure that you wouldn't want to shake my hand afterward. Fuck you and your bitch girlfriend. And why doesn't your mother suck my dick? I always made it personal. Nothing was too rude or vicious for me because I didn't care. This was a battle. There were no rules. And I wasn't going to let somebody fight me on a rap tip because I played with him. In the late 80s, the more I battled, the more I won. And the more I won, the more energy I had for it. Battling made me feel powerful, like my rap skills were grenades in my pocket and I could throw at any time. I just wanted to finish everybody, shut down every MC I came across and make them want to give up rhyming for good. That's why I loved when fake MCs had their girlfriends with them. Once I started killing them, either their chick would get embarrassed and start looking around like, oh man, that was bad enough. Or she would just break down and start laughing at her man. That was terrible because then the brother had to walk away with a loss and hear the jokes from a shorty who was now ready to be his ex. I don't remember getting any pussy like that though, but it still made me know that I was the man. Always after I was through with the battle, then I would sell whatever tapes I had and just roll out. DMX the Great, baby. And I'm not to be fucked with because I'm deadly with the motherfucking mic. While hip hop was becoming more and more popular, there weren't too many people around that were interested in making the music. Guys like Imperial JC or the Moet Posse had stuff to throw parties with and they did a few shows, but they were much older than me. And the brothers that just freestyle on the block didn't have any equipment to take it further. But there was one guy I heard about who had his own microphone and tape deck in his apartment. He called himself Lord Kaysen. The first thing I noticed when I walked into Kaysen's apartment was the number of records he had. Hundreds of albums and 12-inch singles were all thrown about the floor. Others were tucked together in rows of milk crate he had stacked against the wall. To test him, I asked him if he had this funk joint called Mardi Gras and this Billy Squire dance record called Big Beat that I had heard on the radio the week before. When he pulled out 2 copies of each of them, I knew he was legit. By this time, I had rhymes that I knew would go over well with certain instrumentals, but messing around with random DJs, I just didn't have access to all of the music that I wanted. But not only did Kaysen have the right music, but he could perfectly cut up and loop whatever I wanted. I was so amped because now all of my rhymes could really come alive and I could spit full songs with proper verses and hooks. The first day I met him, Kaysen and I must have stayed up half the night putting jams on the tape. Yo, X man, that flow is dope, Kaysen said after I finished spitting the third verse to a joint called Spellbound. I just extended the spelling style that I used on K Solo in Suffolk County into 3 verses and added a hook. Kaysen came up with the right beat, and just like that, the two of us had put together a banging song. Yo, can you see me? No, I'm the DIVINEDOPEMC, RUGGED on the MIC, ROPHONE, and I'm GOING Placey, Because, I am the best. Just keep coming with the beats, Kay. Cause dog, I'm telling you, I got fucking rhymes. I used to really study how rappers made songs. I would hear a jam on the radio and try to figure out how many bars there were in each verse or predict when the break would come. After a while, I realized that most good songs followed a certain pattern, that there was a method to creating a great piece of music. 3 verses, 16 bars to each verse, with 8-bar hooks, and either a 4 or an 8-bar intro. I applied those rules to my own lyrics, and it helped me grow as a writer. With other people's songs, I began to hear where an MC fell off beat or cheated and said 15 bars instead of 16 and just grunted their way into the hook. Uh-huh. See, he messed up right there. He can't fuck with me. I used to tell Kason when we'd be listening to the radio together. A lot of rappers who are out now still don't understand what the purpose of bars is because they write in odd numbers. Or they try to get away with an 8-bar verse and an 8-bar hook. Now their song is only 2 minutes, and they'll have to repeat themselves or sing their way to the end. That was never good enough for me. Say something to the people, please, because without a proper science to your music, you're not really giving us enough. A few weeks after I met Kason, he told me that a friend of his named Daryl D. Mack wanted to battle me. I knew the dude was whack, but I thought, instead of us battling on the corner, why didn't Kason invite him over to the apartment and we could go at it on tape? He had a little rep, and that way we'd have something to sell afterwards. It was a good idea. With the battle, Kason and I put some of the new songs that we had done together on the tape, like Spellbound, the Sesame Street rap I did at the center, breaking it down, and another joint called Unstoppable Force. And it became a big hit. The tape sold all over Yonkers. It was the biggest and best mixtape that I had ever made. People kept coming up to me asking if I had copies, wanting to know when I was putting out another one. I was proud of myself. I was learning, making money. My reputation as an MC was growing. Was this it? I was expressing myself with a freedom that I had never felt before. I was being heard. My words, my thoughts were being listened to. Motherfuckers never listened before. Could this rhyming shit really get me what I wanted? Didn't know I was special till this rap shit came to be. The Palace was an R&B club in New Rochelle. Every other week, they held a talent show that was open call, which meant that anyone could show up and perform. My cousin Mike told me that he heard some pretty good MCs in there a few weeks before, and I wondered if I could get the same kind of response in a club that I was getting with my mixtapes on the street. It was too crowded when Mike and I walked in a little before 8 p.m. They had a small stage set up toward the back of the dance floor and a DJ booth on the left-hand side. I had on my normal outfit, black jeans, sweatpants, Timbs, and a black hooded sweatshirt. I always wore a pair of sweatpants underneath my jeans to make my legs look a little thicker. The show had already started, and I was scheduled to go on after a rapper named Top Quality. Mike went to find a spot at the bar, but I just chilled near the stage to check out the competition. Most of the performers were sorry, but Top Quality was good. He kicked the rhyme over the beat, the Teddy Riley's New Jack Swing, and the audience got up and started dancing to it. I couldn't figure out what he was saying, but I had never heard his kind of flow before, and it matched the rhyme of the song real good. And the way the crowd reacted, I could tell he was the man to beat. I knew that I could take him just on rhymes, but this wasn't a head-to-head battle or the kind of Yonkers ghetto crowd that I was used to. This was in a club in New Rochelle, so I was nervous and I wanted to come up with something different. The only thing that kept coming to my head was Spellbound. Well, when I got on stage and started spelling almost my whole 5-minute rhyme, the crowd started cheering and hollering. I think I spit 2 extra verses that I had never said before, just building on the energy of all those people. When the judge came out and announced that I was the winner, I nodded my head like I always knew was what was up. But it felt good. Spellbound had done it again. I'm the DMX. Will FLEX on whoever is NEXT to the MCEEAGAINST, me. I'll FLIP like an ACROBAT with the critical RHYME. Leave competition DEAD or had them wishing they WERE. When I was coming off the stage, this guy approached me and said he was looking for some rap acts. He had a studio he worked with nearby and wanted to get artists in there to try to get them a record deal. He wasn't trying to sell me a big dream, but he thought that I was talented and should call him. His name was Jack McNasty. I took his business card but didn't pay much attention to what he was saying because I was busy talking to a shorty trying to get some pussy off my win. But a few days later, my cousin brought his name up. He said at the Palace that night, he had bet some guy, Jack, $50 that I would win the talent show. It seemed Jack lost his money to TQ. I was wondering why Mike was looking so happy that night. He didn't share any of that money with me. But that reminded me of our conversation. So I found Jack's card in my jeans pocket, grabbed a quarter from my cousin, and went to the phone booth. Yo, this is DMX. You still talking about that studio? Who is this? DMX, the nigga from Yonkers that was at Palace that night. Oh yeah, what's up? I was hoping you would call. Jack was an older guy born and raised in New Rochelle. He had an accounting background, but he and his brother promoted parties in the Bronx and were making connections with some record company folks. He had only been managing artists for a year, but I was impressed with the list of people he said he said came through his spot. Biz Markie, Just Ice, Big Daddy Kane, some of the biggest names in hip hop. I would definitely want to do a show in that kind of place, and knew that I was better than the kid Top Quality, who had already gotten down with him. So I figured I didn't have anything to lose by fucking with him. He wasn't asking me to sign nothing. A few days later, Jack scooped me up from Yonkers and brought me over to his house in New Rochelle. I remember it had these big wooden poles in the front of it, like an old ranch. Inside, music was blasting. TQ was spitting rhyme, and this DJ kid named Shabazz was spinning records on the turntables. I stayed in a battle mindset, so I did my thing and went head to head with TQ for a couple of hours. TQ's lyrics were much more abstract than mine, filled with multi-syllable words and strange metaphors. I realized I liked the more direct approach. I wanted to be able to tell a story and talk about subjects that a crowd could understand. When I left, I gave Jack a new tape I had made. It had about 8 5-minute songs on it that I had done with Kason and a bunch of freestyles. Later, he told me that he really underestimated the extent of my writing ability. Cooler than a bottle of Coors, I'm refreshing, just like the great outdoors. Over the next couple of weeks, Jack would pick me up from Yonkers and take me and TQ to the recording studio that he was renting in White Plains. Since TQ had committed to him before I did, Jack let TQ do his thing first, but it wasn't long before Shabazz and I started making it happen in there. We did another version of Spellbound and songs called Three Little Pigs and Creativity. I didn't like the way Shabazz cut the beats as much as the way Kason rocked it. But now that I was in a proper studio, I was building a strong collection of material that sounded good. After a few weeks, Jack wanted something to send around to different record labels to try to get me a deal, so he took 3 of my best songs and put them on the tape. This was my demo. One of the first places Jack sent my demo to, though, wasn't a label, it was the hip-hop magazine The Source. At the time, The Source was just a black and white newsletter, but they had a new artist column they ran every month called Unsigned Hype, and Jack thought if I won that, we would have no problem getting attention from the record company. The magazine needed a picture of me, so the next day, Jack brought a photographer to the studio. I borrowed TQ's long black trench coat to go over the white turtleneck that I was wearing, put on a hat with the skull and crossbones patch on the front, and we took some shots. Now I had a full-blown demo tape and
a black and white glossy photograph. DMX the Great was official, more official than I had ever been. But that still didn't give me any more props with the chick. Chapter 19, a bow-legged cutie. I think about when a nigga didn't have, when a nigga told a joke and the bitches didn't laugh. Daphne was a bow-legged cutie I met one afternoon in front of my grandmother's house. Short and brown skin with a small waist and a fat ass. She had just moved to the block from Connecticut and was walking home from the store. At 17, you were a real nigga if you could bag a chick that wasn't from the neighborhood on the walk by. How you doing? Looking at her long wavy hair, I knew Shorty must have had a little Indian going on in her family. I'm fine, how are you? I was gassed when she let me walk her the rest of the way home. And when we got to her building, we ended up sitting on her stoop talking for more than an hour. That's where it all started. So, you think I can call you tomorrow then? I was open. Daphne was a dime. Over the next few weeks, we got together almost every day. We would call each other and go hang out somewhere, get some Chinese food, or go to the movies. She always had her mother's car, and that was big. For a girl to be driving a dude around at that age, forget about it. I was doing it. I would be in the passenger seat, leaning back, grinning at all the losers on the block whenever we came through. Turn in that way, I would tell her, so that we would pass by as many people I knew as possible. She was scared of School Street. I don't want to go through there, D. Nah, you all right, girlfriend. That's my spot. This is where I live at. Sometimes Daphne would get lost coming to pick me up and end up driving through the whole project looking for Building 80. That was cool though, because by the time I came downstairs, everyone had seen the honey with the Connecticut plate. Yo, who's that? Yeah, that's me, nigga. A lot of times we would go to her house and I enjoyed that because her mom was real cool with me. Earl, are you staying for dinner? She would always ask me. Moms even smoked weed. Whenever I went over, I made sure that I had a nickel bag so that the two of us could smoke together. It was real. I felt a part of something. Then Daphne and I would just lay on each other for hours and watch television in the living room. It wasn't like we had to go out and do a lot of things. We could just spend good, quiet moments together. Whenever I knew that we were going out, though, I made sure I robbed at least two people that day so I would have money in my pocket. I couldn't be up in her face broke. If I was broke, I had to hide it. One time we were riding around and she said she was hungry. I just kept looking out the window like I didn't hear her. D, don't you want to get something to eat? She asked me again. Huh? What? I replied without turning around. I'm starving. Don't you want to stop at a restaurant or something? Oh, nah, I'm good, I said, finally looking at her. What, your moms ain't cooked? I was starving too. $20 was all I would need, though. With that, I could pad my wad of money with a lot of singles in the middle so the stack looked bigger when I pulled it out. Or I could just turn around when I paid for something. I made sure that Daphne and I always stayed local where it was cheaper and I wanted to show her off anyway. Nobody knew me in the Bronx or Manhattan, so we wouldn't go down there. I couldn't get any points that way. Since she had just moved here, I was one of the few people Daphne knew in Yonkers, and so it was good for her that I was thorough in the street. One night, in the back of School Street, some bum came over and started beefing with me about something. When it got violent, I kept kicking him in his back to the point where Daphne had to come over and pull me off of him. You know how a man gets when his girl has to break up a fight. Damn, I'm sure fucking glad that you were here, shorty, because I would have killed that motherfucker. I know, baby, you really let him have it. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good, I said, trying to hide my smile. The only bad thing with Daphne was that she made me wait for the pussy. She had me on that gentleman thing, so I didn't get to have sex with Shorty for almost 2 months. But I was good with it. Everybody in the hood knew she was my girl, and I got official kisses in public, so nobody knew the difference. It was the best relationship with a woman that I had ever had.
Then I went back to jail. It was only a 90-day bid, which by this time was nothing for me. But after the first month, I was feeling extra good because Daphne had already written me 3 letters and had come to see me. She was keeping me well taken care of, and I didn't hesitate bragging about her on the cell block. What? Y'all niggas is crazy. I'll be out of here in a minute, man, and none of y'all can touch the shorty I got at home. I put her picture right where everyone could see it. I didn't hear from her as much over the next 2 months. She sent me a few more letters but didn't visit again or send any more pictures. But I knew that she started working and probably must have gotten busy. The first day I got home, I went to go find her. But when I got to her block, I was surprised to find that she had moved back to Connecticut. Okay, that's probably why she hasn't kept in touch, I thought to myself. I'll just find her number in Stanford. I had never dialed the 203 area code before. Good afternoon, Mrs. Cody. I was always very polite when I called the girl's house. Oh, hi, Earl. How are you? No, Daphne is not here right now. She's at work at the mall. Would you like her number? Mom's was just as sweet as ever. Yo, what's up? I said to my girl when she came to the phone. Who is this? Earl? Yeah, what's up? I'm back. I want to see you. You're back already? Yeah, and my man Rick has a ride too. I'm going to get him to bring me up there tomorrow so we can see each other. Tomorrow? Oh, okay. I guess that's cool. Her voice didn't sound right, but Daphne was my girl. And now that I was used to getting pussy on a regular, 3 months without it was a long time, so I was thirsty. When a new kid moves into the projects who doesn't know anyone, the only way he'll survive is if he hooks up with the right person. Rick was fresh from out of state, but he had a car, so I let him roll with me. And in exchange for having his back in the street, I always had a ride. That day, I didn't want to go through the hassle of stealing something, especially when I just came out of jail. So I told Rick what was up, hooked up with my man Forrest, and the three of us drove to Connecticut. We got to the mall around 2 p.m. Rick had to rush back to Yonkers, so me and Forrest went in on our own, and as soon as we got inside, I saw Daphne walking with the girlfriend. She was still fly. Daphne. Oh, hey, what's up, D? You made it, huh? This was only my 3rd day home. My clothes were hard, and I didn't have a haircut. I still had on my jail sneakers, but I was still me. I was still a nigga that chilled in your house and drove you around the projects. I was still the nigga that made tapes and had a rep. Why was she sounding like that? Well, why don't you meet me when I get off around 9 p.m.? She said, stepping away. Where should I meet you? Um, I'll just come right back here. She sounded real shady. And then as soon as she was gone, I realized that it was only 2 p.m. Neither me or Forrest had a dime in our pocket. We were already starving, and now we were stuck in the middle of some bullshit mall. What the fuck are we gonna do now, D? Forrest asked me. I just tried to think positive thoughts. Daphne's got a car. She'll drive us back to her house. Her mom's probably made dinner. We'll be straight. 3 p.m., 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 7 hours later, we weren't so good. At 9:15, there was still no sign of Daphne, and with the gates coming down on most of the stores, security came and told us we had to leave. But I'm waiting for my girl. Not in here, you're not. The mall was closed. I was furious. Stanford was not Yonkers. Everything was all spread out. There were no other stores or people on the street. There were buses out in the parking lot, but we wouldn't know where to go, and we didn't have any money anyway. So Forrest and I just followed the signs to the Metro North station. Maybe we could hide in the bathroom of the train or hope for a nice conductor. Either way, I was getting the fuck out of there. A block or two away from the station, we saw a big crowd of folks standing outside of this nightclub. It was a Thursday night, and I could see that a few of the chicks online had some badass outfits on, and we could hear music playing inside. Me and Forrest went over to make it happen. Fuck Daphne. I'm DMX the Great. One of these bitches is gonna give me some pussy. We hadn't been over there 10 minutes when Daphne and her girlfriend walked up. I couldn't believe it. The second I saw her, I got heated.
"What's up, girl?" I yelled out to her. "Oh, what's up, D?" "What do you mean, what's up, D? I thought we were supposed to be hanging out tonight, Daphne. I've been waiting for you all day." "Oh, I'm sorry. Something came up." The other people in the line started to watch us argue. "You're sorry? That's fucked up, Daphne. Me and my man don't have a way of getting home or nothing now." I thought, before I could finish, she cut me off. "What you thought, D? That I was gonna drive you home?" Oh, shit. I never felt so small in my entire life. She said it loud, too. Then she made it worse. "And what kind of nigga comes all the way to Connecticut with no money in his pocket?" That hurt. That hurt bad. The other girls on the line looked at me, waiting for a response, but all I could manage to was a real fragile "fuck you" under my breath. "Come on, yo," I said to my man, slowly walking away. "Let's go rob something." So much for being a big time rapper. Despite how well my plans with my music were going, and despite all of these people around me who seemed to have my back, like Kason, Jack, and Shabazz, somehow I was still more comfortable alone. Most nights after I finished selling whatever tapes I had, I would walk through the whole city of Yonkers by myself and not want to interact with anybody. I'd go from Riverdale to Whitney Young to Warburton. I'd walk through School Street, up the Slow Barn Project, then down Palisades Avenue, and be happy just being in my own head. It was safe, familiar, and it gave me a chance to think. I thought so fucking much. Sometimes while I walked, I would compose a rhyme in my head. From one end of the city to the other, I easily thought up 24 bars, always starting with the first line of the song and ending with the last. But most of the time, I let that solitude give me the chance to wonder about my life. That time alone gave me the space to ask myself all of the questions that I needed answered. And I always started with the biggest one. Why? Why, mama, do you do the things you do? Now that I was grown, I was beginning to understand that my frustration with my mother was less to do with all the beatings and the punishment that she gave me, but more because she never could answer that simple question. Her answer for everything was always, "because I said so." But I knew enough to want to hear more than that. I needed her to give me a reason. "Mama, maybe I'm too young to deserve that respect, but please, can't you understand that I need that respect?" Sometimes I wish my mother was around to hear those thoughts, but of course she wasn't. It was just me. Chapter 20, Talk of the Town. The biggest rapper in Yonkers was a light-skinned pretty boy named Bill Blast. Bill was flashy. He always liked to stay dipped in nice outfits, and since his father was a hustler, he had the game and the confident attitude that gave him a lot of luck with the girls. Bill made a name for himself by emceeing at parties throughout the city, and almost every weekend he performed at a downtown club called Brown Eyes with his partner Cloud. He didn't have a recording contract, and his songs were never played on the radio. But in Yonkers, a small town that masqueraded as a big city, being a local star was almost like being a national hero. Everyone knew your name and made sure to give you that respect when you passed them on the street. Bill Blast was Dmx's cousin. After he heard about my battle with Mac on the mixtape, it didn't take long for him to call me out, and him and his boys found me one afternoon in front of my grandmother's house. Bill wasn't a stranger to battles. He loved to drive through Yonkers, see someone chilling somewhere, then pull up and kick a song he wrote called Jumping MCs at him. It was like how I used to get down in the street, but Bill drove instead of walked. His car was never stolen. Used the camcorder to tape the whole scene and brought his friends for backup instead of a dog. "Yo, we're jumping MCs, X. You say you're a dog, but you must be a bitch. You too, Collie J. You're next because your nephew ain't shit." Me, Collie, and these two girls had been chilling on the block when we saw their car screech up. Bill caught me off guard, and maybe it was the camcorder he had running in my face or something because I didn't respond. I just stood there sucking my teeth like, "You fucking clown." But a few days later, Kason told me that Bill was talking shit and was showing a tape of them rolling up on me all over the hood. So now I knew I had to say something. I had heard Bill's rhymes before and knew I could easily beat him in a battle.
but I couldn't deny how popular he was. Those who had heard my tapes felt I was the best, but I was still the dirty underground rapper from School Street. Bill Blass had the parties and the hype and the fancy name, so I knew it would be close. Fuck that, I said to Kason. Tell your man Bill he can't fuck with me. So it was arranged that in 2 weeks, in the gymnasium of School 12, DMX the Great would take on Bill Blass. Those next 14 days felt like an entire summer. If it wasn't the flyers Kason was putting up, advertising the party on every corner, it was the mixtapes. Before the battle, Bill must have made at least 4 or 5 songs that called me out by name, and I heard them everywhere I went. In stores, from boomboxes on the corner, out of cars. The battle became the most hyped party of the year. It was a Friday night. Collie and Buzzy made sure everybody from Warburton Avenue and Ravine were coming to the show. I had already told all the heads from School Street and Slow Bomb, and when I got to the front of the spot, I must have had about 20 people with me. But I told them all to go in ahead of me. I wanted to walk in on my own. I was wearing a black hoodie, black jeans, and a pair of buttercolored Timbs with some black shades. Straight business. I could tell from the amount of people outside that the gym was probably crowded, but I didn't imagine how completely packed it was until I walked in. People were everywhere, pushed together along the walls, standing on the bleachers. Some kids were actually hanging from the supports of the basketball hoops to try to see better. There was no stage in School 12, just a table they put in the middle of the floor where a DJ was set up. Kason was at the door collecting the money, and Kali and some of my other uncles were in the center of the gym trying to clear a space. I just walked directly through everybody and went straight up to Bill. He had on a red corduroy suit with a red patch corduroy shirt and a big hat. He had a water gun in his left hand and was already talking shit on the mic. He must have thought this was a fucking circus. Who do you want to go first? He asked me when he saw me. I don't give a fuck. Let's just get it on, baby. Blast went first. As he rhymed, I couldn't take my eyes off this big hairy mole that he had on his face. It must have been the size of a quarter, but when he finished, I knew I had him. Bill Blast was saying the same everyday shit. I started with what had become my signature intro. I'm the dopest of the dope, the unstoppable preacher of rap, the original author of Spellbound, the motherfucking pimp, DMX the Great, and I'm not to be fucked with because I'm deadly with a motherfucking mic. Then I went straight to the disrespectful material. I personalized it by talking about his sister. Pink and black lip, brick oven butt bitch. When I watch her butt switch, it makes my nuts itch. So I fuck the hooker every time I look her in her motherfucking face. It makes me mad I ever took her. People started yelling like crazy. It was a prize fight. Madison Square Garden, heavyweight championship of the world. Back up, give them room. Everybody started yelling. I just kept going and going. Earlier that day, I had written a song about Yonkers that I knew I could use to get the whole crowd with. School Street schooling, Riverdale's rolling, cottages cooling, slow bombs swollen. Nobody's hurting Warburton. Ain't no joke. Mess around with Mulford Gardens, you're bound to get smoked. It was over. I successfully shut down the biggest MC in Yonkers. Me, DMX the Great, a bum nigga with no haircut, the robbing and stealing problem child who couldn't stay out of juvenile in jail and group home. I bet that bitch Daphne went in front of me now. After the battle, Bill got on the mic and started talking about unity. Now he wants the two of us to piece it up. Yeah, right. Not when I just shitted on you. There's no unity here tonight, motherfucker. You lost, and I'm out. All of my people from School Street left the party with me. As we walked back to the block, they spread the news to everybody. Yo, how did it go? What? You weren't there? Man, DMX killed him. We walked down Ashburton Avenue, through Cottage and Mulford Gardens before ending up outside of my grandmother's house on Warburton. Everybody was open. I was the talk of the town. Kason spent the whole next day dubbing the tape he had made off the battle. So by Saturday evening, everyone in the city was listening to How I Murdered Bill Blass. Then by Sunday afternoon, everyone wanted a rematch. This time, instead of letting Kaysen get all of the money, I promoted the battle myself, finally convincing Mrs. Gaines to let me throw a party at Nepperham. I got manager Jack to watch the door for me and made sure we got everybody's money before I even went on stage. "Get upstairs, Earl," Mrs. Gaines yelled at me when she found me in the basement counting money at about midnight. I also had these two girls on my lap and I was smoking a Philly blunt. The whole basement was fogged up. Okay, Mrs. Gaines, I'm coming now." I was chilling. Everyone from Yonkers came to the rematch, but there were also heads there from Mount Vernon and New Rochelle. I guess the word had gotten out about DMX the Great. One reason I knew the party was the place to be was because Kaysen told me this girl that I knew from Slow Barn was upstairs leaning against the speaker wearing a big pair of bangle earrings. Her name was Mary, and she was the shit around the way because she had just put out her first song called You Remind Me. Bill didn't wear his red outfit this time, and he had written some new material, but it was clear that his era was over. I'm the type of guy you catch cooling with your girl. Those that know me well choose to call me Earl Simmons, the women's. I ripped that over Dance to the Drummer's beat, and the pretty and fly Bill Blass became nothing more than Barbecue Bill from Locust Hill. I was on top of the world. It's almost 11 p.m. now on this hot Arizona evening, and DMX decides he wants to hit the club. It doesn't take long for local folks to get hip to the fact that there's a superstar in town. Besides a few ball players and the golfers in their khakis and plaids who come around for the various PGA events, Phoenix, Arizona doesn't get too many celebrities. So because X had already made a few nights worth of appearances at his local bar, it doesn't surprise anyone in the crew that the spot is flooded with the best and the brightest of what this Western community has to offer. All the local college frat boys All the local college frat boys are in the place, as are the thugs from the poorer sides of town. The wannabe MCs and the 30-something party people whose outfits lag behind everyone else's fashion by at least a season and a half. Then there are the girls, mostly white, some brown, some light-skinned, dressed in different combinations of stiletto boots and almost see the crack of your ass jeans that they must have seen on TV that day. Posted at the pool table in the center of the club's VIP room, X challenges anyone willing to bet $20 on a game. But just as he finds a partner who looks willing to double his losses as long as he wants to play, the dozens of fans that have surrounded his table begging for hugs and pictures and autographs start to become unmanageable. One girl, almost choking with excitement, pushes past security and tells him that all she wants to do is touch his head. On that note, it's time to leave. "I love the love, I really do," X says after he has retreated to his car and is safely behind a set of dark tinted windows. "But often, it's way too much for me. It's like you grow up being a certain person, and whoever that person is, you know that person. Then you're given something that you've always wanted, but so many things change, and that makes you almost uncomfortable with yourself. I never got any of this attention before, and it gets hard because there are less cracks in the wall now, less hiding places where I can just be me. I felt safer then. It's like there is a certain security in no one giving a fuck about you." X stares out onto the street. "I need a drink," he says wearily, reminded that amidst the commotion, he left his bucket of ice-cold Heinekens inside the club. "You think I can cash some of my love in for a fucking drink?" Chapter 21, Dog Love. After a few months working together, Jack McNasty invited me to move into his house in New Rochelle. He thought it would be a good idea for me to be closer to the recording studio we were working in. He also hoped that my living with him would help keep me out of trouble, and until some money kicked in, he wasn't going to charge me any rent. I didn't hesitate. For a Yonkers nigga, always fresh out of jail, to have a spot in New Rochelle, That meant I was making moves because to anyone from Yonkers, New Row was viewed as a pretty upscale city. There was still projects there, but the community was dominated by middle income Black and Latino families that worked to keep their neighborhoods nice. The streets were generally cleaner, the evenings were quieter, and families who moved there could expect an easier day to day life compared to their Yonkers neighbors who had to survive through a far grimier set of reality. The space I had in Jack's house was almost like a one-bedroom apartment because my bedroom was off to the side of the house next to the kitchen. I had my own bathroom and an enclosed porch area that I turned into a living room. I set up a stereo and a television. I even had cable, the old school kind with the box with the big brown button, and was happy because I was able to chill in private or go through the two porch doors to the other side of the house when I wanted to hang out with Jack. During the day, I relaxed and wrote a lot of rhymes, and just like I used to do with my uncles in Yonkers, I ran the streets of New Rochelle. I don't remember exactly why the man in a tank top and boxer shorts was chasing TQ and me that day, but I knew that we weren't paying him much attention, even though he was yelling and screaming, holding an aluminum baseball bat in his hand. He had a fat ass wife, and I think he must have heard us say something disrespectful to her as she went in the house, because he came flying out of there on a rampage. He was at least 50 something years old with a big swollen stomach, and he was dead serious about chasing us up the street in the flip flops he had on. Aha, I teased him as I ran all over. Who you think you're gonna catch with your old ass? Me and TQ could have jumped him, but I didn't know how well TQ could fight, and besides, I was having too much fun playing. Trying to be slick, I ran into this small parking lot across the street, not realizing that instead of concrete, the ground was covered with this loose black gravel. Fuck you, you fat bitch. Why don't you just suck my dick? I danced in front of him laughing. The old man came up to me and lifted the bat up to swing it at my head. I let him get close, but as soon as I saw his arm start to move forward, I went to run to dodge his swing, and then I slipped. The gravel didn't give me any traction, and that first step I took almost put me on my knees. Whoosh! I felt the wind of that bat fly right above my head, and my heart shot up into my throat. He swung that damn thing so hard it spun him all the way around. If I didn't slip, he would have cracked my head open like a melon. After a moment, I stopped playing with him and ran out of that parking lot as fast as I could. I was supposed to be dead at that moment. I felt the wind. Now that I lived in New Rochelle, my pussy average rose sharply. I could get play with the local honeys that were bored with the guys that they saw in the hood every day. And after the Bill Blast battles proved that I was the baddest rapper around, chicks were much more open. The year before, I probably would have still been bringing rats to the roof in Yonkers. But having a reputation and somewhere to go makes a lot of difference when you're trying to get some ass. That's probably why Kaysen started to think that he could play the hookup game with me. Yo, X, I got this girl who wants to meet you, he said to me one night at a bar called Arthur's. Her name was Tashira. Kaysen was dating her roommate, Nicole, and one night they had been listening to one of my tapes, and Tashira had asked him if he would introduce us. Kaysen played it slick, though. Yo, Tashira, I got this guy who wants to meet you. He told her the same thing at the club that night that he told me. Who? Does he know me? Tashira asked him. Yeah, he said he wants you to come and talk to him. Well, if he wants to talk to me, you could tell him to come here. A few minutes later, I walked over. DMX, this is Tashira. She was wearing an orange and black North Face bubble jacket with black pants. Tashira, this is DMX. I had on my jeans and a black hoodie. Wait, this is the rapper you and Nicole are always listening to? She asked Kay when she saw me. Yeah, this is my man X. You're DMX? But isn't your name Earl? Don't you live in School Street? Yeah, that's me. How you doing? You're the girl that lives on Linden Street, right? I asked the question, but I knew the answer already. I knew exactly who she was. She was the girl in the blue and white robe that I always dreamed about as a kid. So what have you been up to? I asked her calmly, understanding that this was not the time or place to reveal the crazy thoughts I used to have about her. I'm doing good. I just can't believe you're the one that's everyone's talking about. Tashira remembered me mostly from Yonkers High. a freshman playing dice with the older kids at the castle and never going to class. She was shocked I had the audacity to bring a dog to campus, and she didn't believe all the rumors she heard about my robbing and stealing until she saw me rob an old lady for her purse in front of Betsy's grocery. I remembered the incident. Blackie did his thing that morning. I just didn't think that anyone saw me. As we talked, we found out that we had something in common. Because of her family's Muslim faith, the rules in her house growing up were almost as strict as mine were. She and her 6 brothers and sisters were never allowed to have friends over, and after her younger brother bust some kid in the head with a rock in the playground, her parents didn't let any of the kids go outside to play anymore. I could relate to that. It was a good night, and I knew it was something different. I knew it was some different shit because after a few minutes, the two of us actually got up and danced together. Can't keep my hands to myself when I'm with you. I wasn't a dancing nigga, and she certainly wasn't a dancing girl. So we just did the real cool thing and just moved our shoulders from side to side. That worked for one song. I was glad that Kason introduced us that night, and when I went home, I was definitely feeling shorty. But then after that, we didn't speak for weeks. It wasn't like I didn't try. I just couldn't get her on the phone. Hello? Can I speak to Tashira, please? Who's this? Earl? Oh, you just missed her. She went to the store. It didn't seem to matter what time I called. Nicole or one of Tashira's sisters, Fatima or Shabaza, would always answer the phone and tell me that she wasn't there. She was either asleep, at work, or busy doing something in the kitchen. That wasn't right. I knew she was trying to play it cool. But I couldn't forget our conversation or that blue and white robe. By chance, a few weeks later, I saw her on the bus on my way to the mall. After we talked for a minute, she agreed to come with me. I just didn't tell her that I was going to rob something. Are you crazy? When Tashira realized what I was doing, she got mad and refused to come into any stores with me. But I ended up swiping a Gap hoodie for her anyway when she wasn't looking. That must not have helped my case any though, because after that day, her sister stayed giving me phony excuses. A few weeks later, I was hanging out in front of Steve's Market on Ashburton Avenue. I was feeling good because earlier that day I had robbed a young nigga in Serrato Park for his black leather coat. He didn't put up a fight once he saw me. He just ran his pockets and walked away grumbling. So first I went to McDonald's on South Broadway for a big ass lunch. Then I took myself to the barbershop for a cut. Life was good. While I was standing outside the spot, I looked up and saw Tashira and Nicole walking down the street. I knew she saw me because the closer she got, the more she kept trying to play it off. I hadn't spoken to her in almost a month. Yo, what's up? I called out. Yo, Tashira. When she turned, she had this shy, guilty look on her face. Don't you know that I've been calling your fucking house? Why you keep fronting? When she finally lifted her head, she quickly looked me up and down, and I could tell that she wanted to smile. Oh shit, for real? What time did you call? She said, trying to hold back a laugh. Yo, you're a frontin' ass nigga, man. I ain't got no time for that. Nicole tapped her on her shoulder as if to push her on. All right, I'm going to beep you tomorrow then, Tashira said. No, you won't. Watch, I promise. I'm going to beep you and we can go out or something. Tashira kept her word, but the night she invited me over to her house, she told me she had her period, so we couldn't mess around. That was probably a good thing, though, because I had stolen the Timbs I was wearing that night, and they were a few sizes too big for my feet. To make them fit, I balled up some sweat socks and stuffed them in the front of each boot. She didn't have to see that. During our conversation that night, Tashira told me that she wasn't going with anybody seriously, that she just had friends. I didn't care. Even if she did have a man, it wouldn't have made any difference to me. I knew that I could get Tashira to feel me more than any other clown that she may have been seeing. The next day, I stole a nice Honda Accord in New Rochelle and wanted to surprise her with it. When I called and asked her if she wanted to go for a ride, she told me to come over. That was 7:30. At 8 p.m., I got to her house. At 8:20, I was still standing in her doorway ringing the bell. Oh, hell no!
I'm not going to get played out again. This ain't Connecticut. I knew she was home because I could see a light in the living room window and saw a shadow going back and forth behind the peephole. Fuck that. You are not going to do me, Greasy. I started banging and banging on the door. Tashira! No answer. Okay, this is how you want it? Now you get payback. Around this same time, I had met two other girls whose names sounded similar to Shira's. One was this cutie I met. One was this cutie named Indira that I met on the bus one day. The other was this freak named Lavera. When I told Kason how heated I was about getting stood up and said that I had written a rhyme that told a story about each of them, he said he had a perfect beat. Boogie Down Production. I'm still number one. I recorded it that night. Once upon a time, I knew a girl named Tashira always fronting, so didn't know the person in the mirror. A few nights later, I was invited to perform at Brown Eyes. It was a reunion party for these old school YO rappers called the Tribal Brothers. It was also a birthday party for Nicole's baby son, so I knew Tashira would be there. With lyrics about people that the local crowd could relate to, and Kason cutting up such a hot beat on the turntable, Once Upon a Time blew up. At first, I thought she was just another fan, but then I started to like her. She didn't have a man, and this was the reason why I say that she was fronting. She had me confused about what she was really wanting. Like one night, if her period was off, she would have fucked me, but then she spent the whole next week trying to duck me. The crowd loved the record, and as soon as I hit the bar, my man told me that two of the girls were in the club. Indira wasn't bothered by the attention, but Tashira, can I talk to you for a minute? Tashira followed me outside as I was leaving. To avoid her, I started circling around a car parked in front of the club. Nah, for real, D, I want to talk to you. She was heated. Oh, so now the tables are turned, huh? Now I'm the one that's got something to laugh about. Yo, was that song about me? What do you mean? Which song? Everyone, including Nicole and all of Tashira's other girlfriends, was outside watching us. That song with all the girls was about me? Come on, Ma. Why you acting like that? Seeing her all embarrassed, I couldn't be mad. Now that I knew, now that I got her back good. I didn't say Tashira, I answered playfully. I said Tamira. Everyone laughed. Tashira started chasing me around the car faster and faster. I swear when I catch you, DMX, I'm gonna fuck you up. Revenge is sweet. I only did that because you're always fronting, I told her once she calmed down. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. But to prove it, why don't you come over to my house tonight? Where? I'm not going to School Street. Nah, not Yonkers. I have my own crib in New Rochelle. New Rochelle? At this time of night? What are we gonna do? I'm hungry. How about I cook some French toast? Yeah, right. You don't know how to make breakfast, Earl. No, I don't. No, I do. Watch. I'll make the best French toast you've ever had. That was April 29th, 1989. One of the best nights of my life. Not only did Tashira come over and enjoy my breakfast, but the two of us stayed up all night just talking and bugging out. We watched TV. I showed her all of my rhyme books and pictures of my dog. She asked me if I wanted any kids and was surprised when I told her that I wanted a daughter. I'd rather my little girl knocked up pregnant than my son be dead or in jail somewhere. Tashira told me that when she was 14, her mother had left the family without a trace. One morning, she said she was going to the store and would be back in a few minutes but never returned. There was no warning, no note. Her mom just vanished. Tashira and her sister spent days looking for her in parks, in the local mosque, even in morgue. But they couldn't find her. After that, her father was never the same. He stopped selling the oils and incense on the street that he had been making a living from and stopped bringing food into the house for the kids. As the oldest child, Tashira quit school, took on her mother's role in the family, and started cooking, cleaning, and working a full-time job. But after a few months of taking care of everything,
Her father started to take his pain out on his daughters and began to disrespect her, so Tashira left the house and had been living on her own ever since. I could relate to her pain, and when she opened her heart to me that night, I felt closer to her than any other woman in my entire life. That's when I told her I loved her. You're just trying to get some ass, she replied, sucking her teeth. I wasn't, but I couldn't prove that to her. Not yet, anyway. Tashira and I spent the next 3 days together. We couldn't get enough of each other because it was like we felt the same way about things, laughed at the same joke. If we both saw something funny, we knew what it we knew what it was without telling the other person. In many ways, we were total opposites. She always dated light-skinned guys. I was dark-skinned with a bald head. She liked the pretty boy type. I never ironed or even cared about my clothes, but there was a special connection between us. With Tashira, I found myself being able to have fun with the woman in ways that I never thought possible. If we ever ran into a girl I used to mess with, we would hang out with the chick for a few minutes, maybe smoke a blunt, then on the way home I would reveal to her that I used to fuck the girl and we'd laugh. One time I remember this tall, light-skinned chick I had been messing with actually showed up at the spot in New Rochelle. I knew she still liked me, so I told Tashira to watch from behind the door. A couple of days before, the girl had told me that she wore a wig. Hey, what's up, girl? Listen, before you come in, can you do me a favor? Can you take your wig off for me? Why, D? Cause your hair just looks so real, Ma. I just want to see if you were telling me the truth the other day. The girl hesitated for a few seconds, looked around, then grabbed the piece from the back of her head and pulled it forward. She was bald-headed and had on a white stocking cap underneath. I thought Tashira was going to get us both busted by laughing so loudly. There, you happy? Can I come in now? Damn. You know, I think my manager is going to be home in a little while. Can you call me tomorrow? Jack started calling Tashira Haagen-Dazs because he said she had to be my favorite. Nigga, what are you doing? You got Haagen-Dazs in there again? I'd be in the kitchen making more French toast. It was becoming our regular breakfast. Yeah, man, she's hungry. After a couple of months of dating, it became official that Tashira was my girl. Everyone in New Rochelle and Yonkers would always see us rolling together. And right away, brothers in the street knew they couldn't come at her sideways with no nonsense. I didn't even let anyone ask if she was fucking with me because I'd be liable to crack someone's head open if I thought they were trying to push up, and I'd creep anyone for being disrespectful. I never could tolerate a nigga that got down like that, even if it wasn't with my girl. My uncle Pinky was about to throw down one night outside of Bo Diggs' bar with some guy that grabbed his girlfriend's ass. Now, she was drunk. One of those bad, reckless drunks that talk real greasy when they drink. Motherfucker, why don't you suck my motherfucking dick? So she wasn't helping matters. But before my uncle and the guy could finish arguing, I just sneaked up behind him and punched the guy right in his face over my uncle's shoulder. Pinky didn't even see me coming. But the ass-grabbing bastard was laid out on the pavement. I was more protective of Tashira in our relationship than I even was of myself because this was the first time in my life that I cared about someone this deeply. I was hungry and fresh out of group home when I was with LaShawn. Daphne burned me, but she was more of a trophy for a young nigga than anything else. And fucking rats on the rooftop was just that, fucking rats on a rooftop. But with Tashira, I felt the trust and respect and understanding that I longed for. I could only describe it in one way. Tashira gave me dog love. Chapter 22. You're not going to boo me. By early 1990, Jack had started managing a few other artists in Yonkers and New Rochelle. And when we did a show at one of his parties, he would bill us as the House Party All-Stars, after the name of his company, House Party Productions. The best party he and his partners threw was on Thursday nights at a club called The Castle on 138th Street and Walton Avenue in the Bronx. Sneaker Thursdays was popular because there weren't many places in New York at the time where heads could go to party and listen to hip hop without having to abide by a dress code or suffer through hours of R&B. And every Thursday, Jack would have us open for whoever the headliner was. Biz Markie, Big Daddy Kane, Nice and Smooth, and Special Ed were all artists that I opened for at the castle. I never thought anybody who rolled with Jack was nice, though. That's why I always made sure that I went on last. I wanted to perform as close to the established artists as possible. But I didn't respect those stars that much either. It wasn't anything personal. I just felt like after my wins over K Solo and Bill Blast, nobody could fuck with me on a rap tip. I didn't care whether someone had a song on the radio or not. I knew that I could tear them up. One Thursday, I proved my point. It was a night the castle sponsored a big DJ battle. Folks had packed in the club from 10 p.m. while contestants took turns cutting and scratching their favorite dance break. I wondered why Kason wasn't there because I knew he would have gotten some applause for scratching the record with his teeth. But this was also a regular party night, and you can't dance to a bunch of DJ tricks. So around midnight, the crowd was getting restless. After Jack announced the winner, though, instead of starting up the music, he wanted me and TQ to perform. I knew that wasn't a smart idea, and the minute TQ got on stage with the mic in his hand, the crowd started booing him. My man barely made it through his first song. Then it was my turn. Okay, I understand that you've been listening to a DJ battle for 2.5 hours, and now you're ready to get your groove on. But y'all are not going to do me like you did TQ. I got something to say. Lord Finesse was a Bronx MC who had a rep throughout New York for always dropping hot verses on popular underground mixtapes. And when I got on stage, I noticed that he was chilling at the front with his partner, Andre the Giant, later known as part of the duo Showbiz and AG. The two of them were just standing there staring at me, so I decided to go into attack mode. Forget my normal routine. I was going to direct my rhymes straight at these guys like they had challenged me to a street battle. It worked like a charm because once the crowd peeped what I was doing, they started hollering like crazy. It seemed that Andre the Giant lived around the corner, and here he was getting dissed with all of his peoples in the club. Suddenly, Kid Capri, who was the house DJ, cut the beat off. He knew the two of them and could see that they were getting heated without having a way to respond. Yo, hold up. I want Lord Finesse and Andre the Giant to come up on the stage, and we're going to do this shit for real. On cue, everyone in the club rushed to the front of the stage, curious to see who had the balls to challenge their man in his home spot. They didn't know me. I was from Yonkers. This was the Bronx. They hadn't ever bought any of my mixtapes or heard of Bill Blast, and I could see Jack shaking his head. In the early days of hip hop, your street rep was the most important thing you had as an MC, and Jack always tried to discourage me from battling. He knew that if I lost a battle in a place like the castle with so many artists and label folks around, my whole career would be put on ice and I definitely wouldn't be able to perform anywhere in the Bronx anymore. But I wasn't thinking about all that. I was just trying to get out of a bad situation that he put me in. And well, if it's on, it's on. Running through niggas is how I do niggas, and two niggas got nothing for me. When they saw me, they looked the other way and tried to ignore me. Since there was always a dick riding dude in the street battles that I had in Yonkers, I already had rhymes where I would talk to one person and put his man in it. So battling two people didn't faze me. And I kept it ugly. I put holes like footholes in niggas' buttholes. Stomp a mud hole. And when I cut holes, the fucking blood flowed. The three of us went face to face and I shitted on both of them at the same time. It was no contest. Yeah, you're not going to boo me. Not tonight. Not ever. After that, I could do no wrong in the castle. Sneaker Thursdays became more and more popular, and artists that Jack wanted to headline at the club started telling him that they wouldn't perform if I was going to rhyme that same night. It felt good to have that kind of reputation in the Bronx, the birthplace of hip hop, and it wasn't long before I took my skills down to Manhattan. It was the 1990 New Music Seminar on 99th Street and Amsterdam Avenue in a large school playground called Rocksteady Park after the breakdancing crew. The seminar was an annual talent conference that was very influential in the hip hop world. at the time because it was supported by the major record labels and attended by different kinds of people from all over the country who were just hungry to get into hip hop. I easily made it through the early rounds of the contest, but in the semifinals, the DJ kept messing up my music. A battle when you have a DJ is different from being on the street with a radio or a beatbox because then you're at the mercy of whoever's spinning the record. But the DJ is a crucial part of an MC's performance in a battle. If he plays a beat for you that the crowd really likes, you will have a distinct advantage over the next man because as long as your flow sounds good, the crowd will be into what you're doing. It doesn't matter what your lyrics are. If the music is hot enough, the crowd will think you're freaking it. But 3 of the 4 times I took the stage that day, as soon as I started getting into my verse, the beat started skipping. Yo, what's going on, money? I looked back at the DJ, heated, just glad that I saved face a little bit by saying some halfway decent rhymes before the beat messed up. And I had to start all over. Then, after 2 more bars, the beat skipped again. Yo, DJ, turn the beat off, man. I don't want no fucking music. That crushed it. The crowd saw me taking matters into my own hands as a real move because if I could be dope with no beat, then I could be a pretty good MC. 2 rounds later, the contest was over and I won the award for Best Rapper. Somebody stole a trophy though. I was mad because I was going to bring that joint back to YO as my first badge of NYC officialness. And when I came off stage, Jack had some more good news. He said the Source magazine had called and they wanted to interview me for Unsigned Hype. We had sent my demo and picture to them months before, and when I didn't hear anything back from them, I figured I didn't get it. But now it was real. DMX the Great was about to be known as the best unsigned rapper in the country. Yo, Jack, I want you to hold these for me, I said to my manager when I got back to the house that night. I had 10 black and white composition notebooks that I had been writing in since my days in juvenile. Almost every rhyme that I had ever written was in them. Jack looked at me puzzled for a second. You want me to hold them? Yeah, I do, I said, realizing that I trusted the brother. I do. Tashira had never seen me perform a big show, but at the time I was supposed to take the stage at Commerce High School. Kason and I were 3 towns away in a weed spot getting lifted. The event was headlined by Nikki D, Isis from X Clan, and a group called Leaders of the New School, whose first single, Case of the PTA, was quickly becoming one of the hottest songs in the country, thanks in part to the energy of a young MC called Busta Rhymes. This was different from the type of shows I had been doing at the Castle or School 12, and definitely Brown Eyes, the only place Tashira had ever seen me perform before. This was a concert where fans actually had to line up and buy tickets. In the spot, Kaysen kept asking me what time we had to go on, but I didn't know, so I told him not to worry about it. The green was real sticky, and I was enjoying my blunt. When we finally got to Commerce, Jack was furious because I was supposed to go on before everybody else. But Isis had already finished her show, and leaders of the new school, who were scheduled to go on last, had gotten tired of waiting for me and had already begun setting up their equipment. I didn't care. YO was still my hometown, and I knew Tashira was there with her girlfriend. Yeah, you sit right in front, Ma, I had told her with a smile. And I was feeling good because earlier that day I had decided to shave my head. Up until then, I always kept a short afro with the wave. Even when I went to jail, I never wanted them to cut my scalp too low. But something possessed me that afternoon to change my look, so I borrowed one of Jack's razors after he went to work and got busy. My new bald head looked perfect with my black jeans and hoodie. When I took the stage 15 minutes after LONS had ended their show with their hottest song, I just took it to another level. Kason and I ripped through our entire repertoire. Spellbound, Yonkers, aka YO, and a new joint called 10 Hype Beat, where K would cut together the hottest hip hop breaks for me to rhyme over. I even did Once Upon a Time, again just for Tashira. The crowd, the crowd of 1,000 plus went crazy. I actually had dancers at the time, 3 girls and 2 guys. I named the guys Poison and Pain, and they were hyping the crowd up behind me doing their WAP and Running Man routine. I never felt so at one with an audience. I could feel their energy inside of me. The more feeling they gave me, the more emotion I put into every verse. And by the time I was through, my body was soaked in sweat. The Shira was impressed. Commerce was the best and the biggest show that I had ever done. After it was over, I started signing autographs, and people were asking Hasten and I to pose for pictures. When it was time to leave, police officers escorted me out of the building like I was some kind of star or something. It was all happening. Chapter 23. One Love Boomer. He was given to me as a puppy, a small pit, brown with a white streak that came down across his face. Boomer was like a real person, a nigga with his own unique personality and attitude. He was my companion, my ride. Anything I did, Boomer and me did together. Anything I got, Boomer and me shared. We were inseparable. I raised him to be the most dangerous and feared dog on the block, but he was also the smartest and best trained. That was a rare combination. My favorite place for him was right on top of the mailbox outside of my grandmother's house. It was one of those blue boxes with a rounded top, and Boomer would just climb up there and wait until I came downstairs. Folks walking down Warburton would be scared to death when they saw Boomer sitting on top of that mailbox with no leash on and no owner in sight. More than half a block away, people used to cross the street because they never could be sure that my pit bull wouldn't decide to jump down and attack them. That's how I liked it. Yo, X, get your dog off the goddamn mailbox, man. People can't even walk by. A friend of mine named Big Jack used to holler at me all the time from downstairs. He aight, I used to yell back from my grandmother's window. But Boomer would never move until I told him to. If I wanted to go to the store, I could tell him to wait on the mailbox while I walked down the street, and every time he was still sitting there when I got back, I would reward him by going to find some mischief for us to get into. All right, Boomer, come on, boy, we out of here. A few blocks up from my grandmother's on Locust Hill, there were some buildings back from the sidewalk that you entered via a small driveway in the front. In the basement of one of those buildings, there was a small laundromat. That's where these seven huge alley cats lived. They were big, hairy cats, about the same size as Boomer. And when you went down, you knew right away that those cats were living well because it was always warm and there were lots of mouse traps on the floor, whose traps were sprung without a sign of any kill. When Boomer was 4 months old, every night I brought him down to that basement to fight those cats. He couldn't quite kill them yet at that age, but he tried his best to fuck them up. The cats would have their claws out and be scratching him like crazy, but Boomer would never give up, and he never lost his heart. I knew when to stop it because whenever Boomer was hurt, he would let out this high pitched wail. He didn't stop fighting, he would just yell wildly out of the side of his mouth, frustrated that because he was so young, he couldn't do more against the cat's giant claws. When Boomer got older, it was a different story. Then he was strong enough to grab the cats by their throat and just bang their heads into the ground. That would end all of the fighting, and Boomer would love to kill. One time I was outside riding a bike through a ravine, and a cat he was chasing tried to get away by jumping through this open vent on the side of a building. But Boomer caught the cat by his hind leg and started yanking him. The cat was hissing and crying. Get him, I encouraged my boy. When Boomer finally pulled the cat out, the only thing that was holding the animal's back leg together was fur. The bone was bit right through. I ran right up on it. When an animal dies, he'll just piss and shit all over the place, and I caught some piss in the face that day. Then Boomer started to eat the rest. Boomer always wanted to drag his kills around with him for a few hours after the event, or he would just quietly stand over the dead animal in a victory pose, until of course you tried to pull it away and he would start screaming. Boomer killed a lot of raccoons too. To him, they were just like big cats. See, most dogs have problems killing raccoons. Raccoons are much bigger and heavier than the average cat, and their claws are sharp enough to rip through flesh. But any well trained pit bull should be able to snatch a raccoon off his feet. All that scratching shit doesn't work when your legs are up in the air. Boom, boom, and boom. After the third slam, your neck is broken. Now all you can do is twitch. Just twitch and shit on yourself. Raccoons have heart. They will still try to fight back. But you'll see that sad look on their face and their eyes will start popping out of their head. There's no more thinking when your head is crushed. All that threatening arch your back routine is dead. All you're thinking about is sleep, buddy. Boomer's conflicts weren't always nasty, though. Sometimes they were actually pretty to watch. One time, he ran up a fence in pursuit of a cat, and when the cat jumped off to escape, Boomer jumped with her and somehow caught the cat in midair. That was some fly shit. I taught Boomer how to climb fences. It's tricky for a young dog to understand how to get up and then get down again because they get scared. I started him off with a little gate and then quickly worked his way up. After a few months, all Boomer needed to hear me say was, "Get up, boy," and he would just start climbing. That was an important skill because I needed a dog that could run the streets like I did. I learned that when I lost Blackie. If I had to go over a fence, then my dog needed to be able to follow, especially when the police were chasing. Because in Yonkers, you could catch a charge for a dog even if the police caught your dog without you. And like they did with Blackie, the cops would probably shoot him dead. So I made sure that Boomer could roll like I did. I started to get real close to Boomer the second year that I had him. That's when I realized that the dog was more like me than I ever imagined. And I was like my dog. It was a night me and Boomer were walking down Warburton on my way to my grandmother's house. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a raccoon run out from a yard and squeeze under this parked car. So I quickly crouched down behind a tree to hide, and Boomer came right with me. 15 minutes passed. I didn't mind waiting. 15 minutes more. I wanted Boomer to have that raccoon. After 30 more minutes, now my back hurt, my knees hurt, and I was about to get up and forget it. But I looked at Boomer, and he was crouched right there next to me, still eyeing the spot. He wanted that animal just as much as I wanted him to have it. I could see in his eyes, that he was ready to wait all night, and I had to be as game as my dog. 20 minutes later, when that motherfucking raccoon finally popped his head out, Boomer was on him. Game over. Our mission was accomplished, and me and my dog did it together. You can't fight a dog until he or she is at least 18 months old, and the first time he fights, I don't care what kind of dog it is, he's going to lose. But this is when you judge his heart. The dog doesn't have any abilities yet. So all you're looking to see is if he wants to keep fighting. If he's screaming and yelling to get more, that's how you'll know if you have a killer. Throwing pit bulls together so they could fight off the chain was a pretty common pastime in the project. I wasn't the only brother in Yonkers with a passion for pit. Every now and then you would see a Rottweiler. So just like other illegal activity in the hood, dog fighting would go down all the time. My problem was that every time I fought one of my dogs, I would get hyped to a point that I would almost want to fight the other owner. Get that motherfucker, Boomer. Come on, boy. Watch your legs. Watch your leg. I'd be shouting and sweating, watching every move. I could feel my blood rush through my body. My heart would be pounding. My body probably wouldn't have reacted any differently if I was the one fighting. And I always had to make sure the other owner knew what was up. Don't touch him. Don't touch the dog. I want to see my boy get out of this. Even if Boomer was getting beaten at that age, I always let him keep fighting. That let him know that I wasn't going to let him give up and was the best way for him to keep learning new skills. By the time he got his adult weight, Boomer would do whatever it took to win a fight. One day, he had a battle with this dog, with this big, horse-looking pit called Lism. The dog must have been 3 times Boomer's size. So while Boomer had a good bite on him, Lism just kept swinging him in the air like he was a medallion around his neck. But Boomer didn't mind. He just held on and kept breathing out of the side of his mouth. I could see him thinking, I'll wait because I'm not going to let go. And when you get tired, you motherfucker, I got you. After about 15 minutes of swinging, Lism ran out of energy and Boomer grabbed his leg, flipped him over, and the fight was won. Nobody could fuck with me and my dog. Chapter 24, Buried in Paperwork. I had put the dead body of a cat Boomer had killed up in a tree where he couldn't reach it to teach my boy how to jump. While my dog was going crazy, Jack walked over and suggested a management deal. I've got some new producers that I want you to meet. And I found some hot tracks that I want to get you to rhyme on, he said. So I think it's time that you and I sign an agreement. I liked Jack. I trusted him. He had hooked me up with a lot of shows, and I really appreciated him giving me my own place to stay. He was more like an older brother to me than a manager, so I had no hesitation in signing his paperwork. But soon after I did that, I realized that what I had just done was going to keep me broke for a long time. See, now that I was officially the artist, I was responsible for all of my expenses and studio costs, and legally, managers didn't have to pay for anything. They just make a percentage of the money that's coming in. Since Jack was managing me and promoting the majority of my shows, he saw most of the dough I was making. And since I was in the studio all the time, my artist bills were adding up. I went to the studio in White Plains almost every night. I went there to write and record. Sometimes I even slept there. But what I didn't realize was that they were charging me for all of that time. Even when Jack hooked me up with producers who had their own studio, like Tony Dofat and his partner Greg Troutman, I was still getting bills for engineering fees and lockouts. That wasn't right. How could people who were supposed to be helping me tell me that I owed them something? They knew I didn't have that kind of money. That was the whole reason I was working with them in the studio to begin with. I mean, it would have been all right if I was close to getting some money for a record deal, but every time Jack went off to a label with my demo tape, he came back with a sorry look on his face. Either they didn't accept my demo at all, or told him his voice is too rough, or he doesn't look marketable. One label executive suggested to Jack that I start dancing more. Another thought I should find a gimmicky outfit like the one rapper Kwame had with his polka dot shirts. Maybe DMX can wear a polka dot jumpsuit? Fuck that. I knew what I was and was not willing to do. Wild Pitch and the house music label SBK Records were the only two companies that showed any interest in me, but they never followed through. It was like a lot of the labels just dismissed me automatically because of where I was from. Yonkers was a place they never heard of, so they felt that there couldn't be any talent there. To most of these A&R reps, if you weren't from one of the five boroughs, you weren't from New York. And if you weren't from New York, then you had no vibe. This artist shit is bullshit. I started to get very frustrated. If everyone wants to bill me and nobody can get me any money of my own, well then listen, I'm just gonna have to rely on my instinct. Now who am I? Now who I am is who I'll be till I die. Either accept it or don't fuck with it. But if we're going to be dogs, then you stuck with it. I don't have your chain. TQ looked at me, looked at Jack, then turned back at me again. The three of us were sitting in the living room watching television. TQ had gone to the bathroom and left his gold necklace on the table. Not a smart move. Come on, D, stop playing. What? I don't have your chain. You probably dropped it somewhere. Yo, D, for real, I left it right here. I don't have your fucking chain, TQ. TQ's faint smile slowly turned into a look of disbelief. Come on, D, please, Jack chimed in. I saw you take it. Let's keep this like family. Now the both of them were staring at me. But no matter what they said, they weren't going to win this one. I knew that neither of them would try to fight me for the chain, and I needed what I needed. Yo, I'm telling y'all motherfuckers, I ain't got nothing, man. It wasn't me. I walked out. Other times when I was broke enough and the skies were dark enough, I had to get even grimier. Give me back my tape, X. Nah, homeboy, you ain't acting right. I think I'm gonna hold on to this for a little while. But I just paid you for it. See, I could win battles, contests, be unsigned hype. I could be the baddest rapper in Yonkers, the Bronx, all over. But if I was still broke, I was going to get mine. Who said my tapes were off limits? Fuck that. One DMX mixtape can produce a lot of $10 bills, and you did hand it back to me, stupid. One dark summer night, this off-brand nigga walked into a house party on Ravine where me, Collie, Buzzy, and Kason were chilling. He had a black ski mask pulled over his face and was rocking a huge gold chain around his neck with a horseshoe pendant on the end of it. He just waltzed to the front of the room and started profiling against the wall. "Collie, do you know this nigga?" Collie shook his head. This was my man's party, and I couldn't let a stranger just walk in all bold like that without doing something. Not when he was wearing a motherfucking ski mask like he was hard. One of Collie's friends noticed that I was getting anxious. "X, I've seen him before. It's cool. That's so-and-so's boy." "Who?" My mind was made up. I could get a lot for that piece. Never heard of him. Fuck him. The lights were out, the music was blaring, and the moment he turned his head, I smacked him right in his chest and snatched it. Then I just turned and looked the other way. When he didn't say anything, I knew he was a bitch. He just looked at me like I was crazy. I was. "What's the problem, money?" Homeboy walked out without saying a word, but later when I left the party, 5 guys were waiting for me downstairs. "DMX, we heard you snatch my people's chain." "Yeah, whatever, Holmes. Your man is a bitch. This is my spot, nigga." In a fight, you don't feel it when someone hits you. The feeling comes later. But then it's different. When you're sore, and I could always deal with being sore. Before you get into a brawl is when you think it's going to make you hurt all over the place. "Oh my God, he's going to pop my eye out." But that doesn't happen. It's like how people believe the first beatdown you take is the hardest one to go through. To me, the first one is the easiest one because you don't know what's going on. By the time you wake up, it's all over. It's the second beatdown when your stomach starts fucking with you because then you know what's about to happen. Then you have fear. Fear is the problem. But if whatever you're afraid of does happen, most of the time you will still be able to function properly. Your body will still flow. Your body will still follow your instructions, although that's never easy to remember. Then by the third or fourth fight, your body is just reacting. You have no control. It's all your subconscious working. And even though we all say, "I'm a killer, I'm the motherfucking man," we really don't know if that's true until it's on. We would like to believe that we will jump on top of a car, pull a burner out, do a backflip, and bust 2 guys in the head. But we don't know that. We may hit the ground at the first punch and start shivering. It's only after a threatening situation that we find out what kind of person we are. And then your friends are the only people who can tell you about it because your instinct was running shit. Do you know what you did, dog? You jumped over that whole fence and kicked the shit out of money. Word? I did? Get out of here. You don't remember it, but it happened. After my first couple of fights, I heard that I was a problem for real and realized that my inner self was worse than I thought. When the pressure was on, I turned into a monster. I was like the Incredible Hulk, and I always got greasy. I never had a problem poking someone in the eye in a fight or digging in their nose, always with full force, hoping I had nails. I just felt my best bet was to go on the offense, forget the defense. Do you, and I'm going to do me. But best believe doing me is going to be stronger than you doing you. I was the same way when I had to fight a dog. Most brothers are scared of them. But ever since that hound came at me escaping from industry, I knew that I could fuck a dog up, kick him or punch him in the nose, grab him by his nuts and hit him right in the stomach. The best tactic for a dog is to stick your hand down their throat. Then they can't bite you. Just wait for his mouth to open and make him choke. Ah! But I've also learned that there is a cord your psyche is attached to, and you shouldn't ever try to go further than that cord lets you. If you've been doing pull-ups every night, then you know you can scale that wall. If you haven't, then don't try it. If you've been doing 100 push-ups every morning for 2 years, then you know how strong you are. If you stay aware of your inner self, you will be good with any circumstance that comes up. Just be careful not to go further out than that cord allows you. And don't ever let it go. That night on Ravine, I handled my business. I slammed a few bigger rep niggas up against cars and beat them down good. I knew all the details about the fight because I had a lot of time to hear about it since me,
Polly, Buzzy, and my Uncle Buckeye and Aunt Rhonda all got arrested that night when 6 police cars pulled up in front of my grandmother's house. Yo, Jack, I'm in Valhalla. What are you doing up there, cuz? I'm in jail.
Chapter 25. X. I was used to being locked up. It had almost become a comfortable place for me. I no longer feared or fought against the environment. I was used to sleeping on hard surfaces, used to eating rotten food. I just accepted the dirty loneliness of the life for what it was. I didn't want visits. I didn't want mail. Letters would just make me sick to go home. I'd get thirsty at the mail line waiting for something and have to flip on somebody the day I didn't get anything. So don't send me pictures, don't come see me, nothing. Just let me handle my bid. The jail was X's home. See, DMX was the rapper, but X was someone different. X was hunger, X was rage. And when I found X locked up in a cell, I knew that I was losing Earl. X lived in a place within me that I knew a young boy could never survive, almost like a monster. I could feel his full force pulse through my veins, and when he showed himself, my music took on a whole new identity. I was still writing, but now my phrases were hostile and my stories were dark. Unconsciously, my words formed sentences that were loaded with the anger and frustration I carried with me every second of every day. I spit fire at anybody who came my way, and slowly a new persona evolved out of the words of my own experience. Look in the mirror, say my name 5 times, turn out the lights, and I done took 9 lives. Don't get scared now, nigga. Finish it, cause you started it. Watched it grow out of control. Now you want no part of it. Yo, X is battling someone on H block. Inmates would cry out when they heard me starting to go at it with some clown who swore he was nice with the lyric. Heads would put down their books, take off their headphones, stop whatever it was they were doing to bang on the metal bars of their cell gate. 20 murderers banging in unison provides a loud, thundering beat, and I would feed off the noise and just flow as hard as I could. There was always 1 or 2 guys that couldn't stand the racket. Yo, X, shut the fuck up. But I kept going and going until the officers came with their billy clubs out and would force us to break it up. Most of the time, these jail battles went down on a late night, but if someone wanted to challenge me, I was ready to go at it anytime. By now, Spellbound was by far my most popular rap. It had become the last song I performed at clubs and was the death blow I used in most of my battles. That's why the day one of my fellow inmates heard somebody spelling a rhyme on the radio, he thought it was me. Yo, X, you're on WBLS, he told me. At first, I didn't believe him, but after a few more guys told me that they heard it as well, I started thinking maybe Jack pulled a few strings and got Spellbound played somehow. It was on my demo tape. Then I saw the video. It wasn't me. K Solo, the brother that I battled through the fence in Suffolk County, the brother who I beat in the hardest battle that I had ever had, the friend that I chilled and became cool with, had taken my style, and it was blowing up. That biting motherfucker. I had explained to him how to do the style. Even though everyone in Yonkers and the Bronx and New Rochelle knew that Spellbound's style was mine, it didn't matter now. Not when the record was getting national airplay. My talent was making a star out of somebody else, and there was nothing I could do about it. Crazy Earl would have been angry, but X got furious with it. I just sat in myself for days and made so many songs dissing that bastard I renamed him Case Stole It. And then I wrote something else, a song I called Born Loser. It expressed exactly how I was feeling. The born loser, not because I choose to be, but because all the bad shit happens to me. No matter for laughter, this shit's for real. Ribs are showing through my back cause I haven't had a meal. In about a week, you can see my bones in my hands. The raccoons beat me to the garbage can. Simmons, where are you from? One of the corrections officers from my cell block asked me one night before lock-in. How long have you been rapping? COs and I rarely shared any casual words. Most of the time, our interactions dealt with discipline or disrespect. Because my partner and I made beats, and we were thinking maybe, huh? You're a CO, man, and I'm a prisoner. What are you talking to me about beats for? Well, I was thinking maybe one day we could work together. This was crazy, but I could tell when a nigga was hungry for something. My man had been listening to me spit lyrics for months already, up and down the cell blocks. So maybe he wanted to fuck with Ed? My manager, Jack McNasty, handles all of my business. I told him, you should talk to him and play him some of your tracks. But you know, if you want me to rap over any of them, I can't do anything for you in here. 2 weeks later, Jack came up to Valhalla to visit me and said that he had met with the two COs. It seems they wanted to be producers, but they had no MC. Well, let's see. I want to be free, but I have no money. Let's make this happen. That next Friday, my $2,500 bond was paid in full, and I was out of jail within a few hours. The deal that Jack made was for me to go to their house in Mount Vernon where they had a keyboard and 4-track recorder set up and lay down some vocals. There was no contract, no nothing. When I asked Jack what their beats sounded like, he laughed and told me that he never heard them. Chain snatching was a pretty big quality of life crime in New York at the time. It was one of those random acts of violence that the public felt needed to be stomped out right away, like carjacking or wilding. And when my trial came around, I was nervous that the predominantly white jury would see me as a threat to society, even though I hadn't been over their side of the world in years. But witnesses tend to forget that when someone else is testifying, you're forced to wait outside the courtroom so you can't hear what's going on. If you're trying to corroborate someone's story, you had better work out the details beforehand. The kid whose chain I snatched did none of that. His brother's story was different from his man. His man's was different from his. Jack was sitting behind me when, after a few hours of deliberation, the jury foreman read the not guilty verdict. Now I was free for good. Chapter 26. Why rolls by. Everybody told me I wasn't going to make it to see 20. Boy, you ain't never going to make it to that old. So when I turned 20, I was like, yeah, fuck you. Tashira had an apartment on Locust Hill in Yonkers. If I wasn't out in New Rochelle, that's where I would chill with her and her friend Nicole. One night I was looking out the window and saw a burgundy Z28 with dark black tints pull up on the block. It was late, almost midnight, and I didn't recognize the car. A good hood nigga should always be able to recognize all of the local vehicles. It's information that's as vital as the location of the weed spot or the name of a new shorty who recently moved into the project. But I had never seen this Z before, or the brother who got out of the driver's seat in a long tan trench coat. When he walked up to the house and rang the doorbell, I told Tashira not to answer it. The next night, the same car pulled up again, and this time I made sure I had a burner tucked in my sweatpants, and Boomer was ready by my side. It was 3 a.m. It was the same dude in a trench coat. He called out to me from the sidewalk. Yo, you know this nigga named DMX? Why? What's up? I answered, opening the door carefully. Are you X? He asked me again. Boomer started pulling. I started to reach for my waistband, and then another dude jumped out of the passenger seat. But it was Tiny, this kid I knew from School Street. He had a smile on his face. Yo, D, what's up, dog? It's good. This is my man, Joaquin. Wah looked up and nodded his head. I've been looking for you, dog, Tiny said. Because we're trying to start some music shit, and I told my man that you're the hottest rapper out here. Here I was thinking that someone was trying to come for me, when all they wanted to do was talk game. We're starting a company, yo, for real. We want to put some money in this shit and set it off. I was playing my man one of your tapes. Tiny was a short, muscle dude with broad shoulders. He spoke real fast. Yeah, that's good, I answered him, unimpressed. See, I had heard this pitch before. Ever since the castle, besides Jack and his partners, manager types were constantly stepping to me with some kind of music business proposition, as were all the random producers that I was meeting in studios who had imprints or independent labels of their own. But no one took it beyond talk. I'm looking for the best nigga out here, Wah interrupted, looking at me. I just want the dude who knows how to get down and make some money. Wah spoke carefully with a deep, gravelly voice. I could tell he was the hustling type. And my man said you got this whole area on lock with the music, so you're the one I came to see. Well, it's nice to meet you, I said to him, heading back inside. When you get it going, just let me know something. It's on now, D, Wah called out to me. All we're waiting on is you, dog. But I was already back in the house. The next morning, I heard someone banging on Tashira's side window. Yo, DMX! Wah was back again. X, it's Wah. Come outside, man. I want to talk to you. He said he wanted me to roll with him, wanted me to hear more about where he was coming from and see what kind of nigga he was. I asked him if I could bring Boomer with me, and that's when he told me he loved Pit. He had two of them of his own and loved to roll with anybody that fucked with dog. I climbed in the Z. Wah and his brother Darren were raised in Mount Vernon and now called Harlem their main stomping ground. Hustling niggas. Wah had started to see how much money was being made in hip-hop while him and his peoples were losing lives in the street over much less dough. It didn't add up. So one day he made up his mind that music was going to be his new hustle. It was a way to make paper that didn't involve death or trips up north. How do we do this? He asked me. Wah wanted to learn everything about the music business he could. He knew that I wasn't a rookie anymore, and he said if I showed him what I knew about the hip-hop game, he would give me what I needed to make it happen. If I was with it, the two of us could walk these dogs together. We ended up rolling together all week. D, do you got ends? It wasn't long after I met Wah that things suddenly started to look up financially. Here, dog, take a couple of 20s. And yo, you need smoke, nigga? Yeah, this is what's up. This is the kind of treatment I deserve. Not only was I coming back on the block with bills in my pocket wearing a new pair of kicks, but I also had a bag of weed. And it wasn't the normal weed either. It was downtown smoke, the kind YO niggas didn't come across too regularly. This was a major step up from being broke in the studio, a major step up from Jack McNasty. When I met Darren, he was chilling by the phone booth on 125th Street and Lenox Avenue in Harlem with his partners Bishop and Skip. These were the pre-cell phone days when the public phone on the corner was a hustler's money tree as long as you had a beeper and a lot of numbers in your head. Wah brought some of my tapes with us in his truck so he could play some of my songs for the crew. They weren't music niggas, but they were hustling niggas. And a real hustling street nigga could always hear a banging hip-hop track. Yo, that shit is hard, D. Those lyrics are crazy, they all said to me. You need to get on, baby. Everyone who listened to my music on the street that day heard what I was capable of. They felt my music, understood my music, and I just got a real strong feeling that they were ready to do something about it. All you gotta do is keep rapping like that, D, Wah said. Just tell us what we need to do and we'll take care of the rest. Jack and I started to spend less and less time together, and it soon became clear to me that we were living in two different worlds. After he came home from his 9 to 5, he would usually just come home and go upstairs. Maybe his girlfriend would come over and the two of them would watch a movie, but that would be about the extent of his nighttime activity. Meanwhile, I needed to be hanging out. I needed to be in the streets, running, robbing, rapping. But I was 20 and he was 35. He wore slacks and shoes. I wore sweats and Tim. That wasn't going to work. I couldn't go where he went, and he surely didn't want to go where I was going. So when I told Jack that I wanted to roll with Wah and his brother to try and put a single out, he didn't object. He knew what I was drawn to. He understood the lifestyle that I needed to lead, and he knew they had the dough. He could see Wah and Darren pull up in front of the house with the new truck. He could figure out the reason I had new gear and money in my pocket, and by this time I was so frustrated working with people that were half with the money, the part-time hustlers, the working at the garage type of dudes, that the decision to roll with Wah was an easy one. If I wanted to make 500 tape to sell on the street and someone had $1,500 ready for me that same day, I was with it. I didn't want to wait until next Monday because you had to hit wifey off with some cash because she was beeping at you. If I wanted to record a new track, I wanted to pay whoever we needed to pay to get busy. I didn't want to owe a studio money week after week falling into more debt that I was never going to pay. Why I was always straight up business. All I ever heard from him was, what? Tell me what we need. Okay, come on, let's go. Right now, I always responded in shock, not believing that anyone could be built like I was, ready for war at a moment's notice. Oh shit, bet, I like this. One night, while I was trying to think of a name for the operation, and I instantly thought of Rough Riders. I just knew the type of niggas we were and how we were living in the streets, and Rough Riders sounded perfect. I just thought that we should spell it differently because someone would probably be using it already. And when the two of us went down to Lower Manhattan to get the license for the company, Rough Riders was officially born. Chapter 27, Born Loser. The production agreement that Waz signed with me and Jack, who based on his managerial contract with me had the right to approve any deal that I wanted to make, was to put together an original single in 6 months' time. So the first thing Waz and I had to do was learn what a hot beat was. Once I didn't need them to keep me out of jail anymore, I didn't deal with the COs too much. They were good guys, and I had gone over to their spot a few times to spit some rhymes with them, but they just didn't have the tracks I wanted. So almost every night for the next few weeks, me and Y hunted down all the young producers in the city and listened to the tracks they had. Oh, so you have some old R&B material, huh? I told the kid who had us thinking he was the rawest beat maker in hip hop, while he only had a few Barry White loops. I already knew that I didn't want a beat that sounded good after 2 or 3 minutes. I needed something that grabbed me as soon as I heard it. Chad Dr. Seuss Elliott was a producer that Y had met who had been working with a group called Jodeci at Uptown Records. When he played us his material, I knew right away that I could match some of my rhymes to what he had. They were raw and sounded real hard. The first rhyme I wanted to use was Born Loser. The second I called Catching the Same Hell. And within a week, Y and I decided that those two songs should become the two sides of my first 12-inch vinyl single. No more rhyming off of other artists' instrumentals. Now, I had my own shit. I knew that if we pressed up 500 copies of Born Loser on vinyl and gave them out to radio DJs and club promoters, we could get the song buzzing on the street. Once that happened, then record stores would take notice and we could start taking orders and selling copies to everyone. The science behind doing a single was the same as selling mixtapes. The payoff was just bigger. Jack liked the record when we received the first batch of vinyl. He printed up flyers promoting the song and listed all the request line numbers for the local radio stations on the back. He and his partners handed them out all through the project, through School Street, Slow Balm, and Ravine, hoping that all of the people that knew me and YO would call up WBLS or Kiss FM and ask for the song to be played. His effort worked. One night, Ed Lover and Dr. Dre, who were the evening DJs on WBLS, announced that Born Loser was on their nightly countdown. The following week, two Long Island radio stations followed the lead of BLS and added the song to their own weekly rotation. Born Loser, the first rhyme that I had ever put on wax, was getting airplay, and I was amped. Just like I thought, it wasn't long before Jack started getting purchase orders for the song from stores all over New York. So now we had to find a real distributor because up to this point, Jack had been sending the record out himself. I was with Wah the night Jack called me from Philadelphia and said not only had he found a company down there that wanted to manufacture Born Loser, but DJ Rand, the main DJ on Philly's R&B station Power 99, was a big fan of the song and had helped him schedule a meeting with Chris Schwartz, the head of Rough House Records. Rand had said that Rough House might want to distribute the song nationally. Wah didn't like Jack. He felt he was a clown-ass nigga who wasn't capable of taking me to the next level. And the more time I spent with Wah, the more I agreed with him. My music was hard, grimy street music, because I was a grimy street nigga. And that was the only way that I felt I should represent myself. If I was to succeed, I wanted it to be with hood niggas who shared a dream with me, hood niggas who knew how to handle their business. Jack was not that. I didn't tell him that then, but he wasn't stupid. Jack knew he was losing me. I want to break bread with the cats that I starved with. I want to hit the malls with the same dogs I robbed with. Want to be able to laugh with the niggas that I cried with. When it's over, be like, these are the niggas that I died with. Chapter 28, Tests of Strength and Faith. It was 7:15 a.m. and the sky was dark in New Rochelle. I saw Jack walking his dog. "Where you coming from, nigga?" he asked me. "I was hanging out." "Well, Tashira's gonna be pissed." Jack looked curiously at my man I had with me, but he kept going. When I got to the house, I waited for Jack to come back and get ready to leave for work. Tashira asked me why I didn't want to go to sleep. At 7:55 a.m., once Jack was gone, I gave her her answer. "Earl, you don't want to do this." The 36-inch television that my manager had in his living room now belonged to me. "Tashira, get out of the way and just leave me alone." She actually tried to stop me from taking it. "Earl, you can't just walk out with Jack's TV." She had her arms wrapped around one end of the set and was trying to pull it away from me, but she couldn't stop me, not in the darkness that I was in. As I was walking away from the house, I heard her on the phone. "Yo, Jack, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with Earl, but I always got my weight back. Or as my Uncle Pinky used to say, I cleaned up well." I think that was part of how I was able to hide my struggle from people as long as I did. After an episode, I could just stay somewhere for a few days and get myself back to looking normal. I could play it off, too. Like the day Tashira wondered why I left her apartment wearing a purple leather jacket and came back a few hours later without it. A TV would be harder to explain. "What? What did he do?" "I didn't have nothing to do with it, Jack. I just wanted to call you and let you know so when you come home tonight and see your shit missing." Tashira tried her best. "I'm so sorry, Jack." Jack pressed charges. Why tried to help the situation by finding who I sold the television to, but the damage had already been done. That weekend, on the strength of Born Loser, I performed at a new artist showcase at the Jack the Rapper music conference in Atlanta. When I saw Jack there, Wah urged me to apologize. It was the right thing to do, but that was the last time I would ever see or speak to my manager for many years. A few weeks later, Wah and Darren hired a lawyer to sever my management agreement with Jack McNasty. A few days after that, in a meeting with Rough House Records, I was offered a recording contract for Born Loser. Those that don't have as much strength as the rest of us, we rely on things that we think make us stronger, but actually make us weaker. And that's what this is. Something that makes me weaker than I could be. DMX speaks about the blunt he holds in his hand. Sitting in a swivel chair in the main recording room of Phoenix's Chatham studio is part of a lesson about drugs and alcohol that he's been given to producer Swiss Beats' 5-year-old little brother who, for the past few hours, has been surrounded by a thick fog of weed smoke. This is something that takes away the strength that was given to me. It's like a crutch. I'm using something to help me be strong because I'm not as strong as your brother. Swiss has stopped smoking weed. X hasn't reached that place yet, but his dark days are far less dark today than they were in the past. I asked him about his own struggle. Struggles? That's putting it lightly, dog. 'Cause yeah, I've had a lot of them. But what helped me a lot is the understanding that I got. I wouldn't have had all the will to stop doing anything if it wasn't for my wife and my kids. I wouldn't have even given a fuck. X pauses for a few moments. I probably got about 5 more years, maybe 4, before me and my son take a walk and twist one of these things, he says, staring at his blunt. I know it's going to come up, so I told him, whenever you think about it, fuck with me. I can't stop Xavier from doing anything. That's like telling him, don't fuck. Yeah, whatever, Pops. But I told him, I'm your father. But I'm your nigga first. Whatever you need to know about life, I'll walk you through it and hold your hand. Not hold your hand like you can't do it yourself, but be right beside you when you walk. The way, anytime you get nervous, that way, anytime you get nervous about walking or don't want to walk anymore or don't know where you're walking while you're walking, I'll be right there for all of your questions with all of your answers. X exhales a long drag, and then I'll probably ask him if he got any pussy yet. Chapter 29. Before light, there is dark. It was only a deal for one song, but it was still a deal. Rough House was a division of Columbia Records, one of the biggest music labels in the world, and I was on it. Now everybody would get to hear my music, and now it was time to tell Tashira something. I couldn't bear the thought of lying to her anymore. So one night I called her from a payphone and asked her to meet me outside right away. What happened, Earl? Are you all right? Tashira, I have something to tell you. When she arrived, I gave it to her straight. I told her that I didn't want to mess with her anymore because she was a real good person and I had a problem. I told her it was something that I had to deal with on my own. No, you don't, Earl. Tashira, you don't understand. I'm saying, so what, Earl? We could do this. She was calm. I was getting hysterical. Do what? What are we going to do? Do you know how dark it gets? What it feels like to be in a place out of control with no light at all? Earl, I can help you work through it. She stopped me in my tracks with that one. I just couldn't believe it. Tashira was accepting what I was going through without a second thought. I never loved her more than at that moment. She was one in a million. Then she told me that she was 3 months pregnant. What? She said she would have told me sooner, but she was nervous and didn't know how we were going to manage with the child. We had no money. We weren't married. I was running the street. What are we going to do, Earl? We're going to be all right. I don't know how, but I'm going to make it work. I promise you. But how are we going to take care of a baby? I didn't know yet, but I knew that I always worked better under pressure when my back was against the wall. And I knew that I wanted this baby. It doesn't matter. I'll do whatever I have to do. I'll even get a job. Let's just do it, Tashira. Tashira stood in front of me for a long minute. Then she silently nodded her head. I promise I'm going to try my hardest for you, I told her, my eyes wet with tears. I know you will, Earl. I love you. I love you too, boo-boo. I love you too. I was in the room with Tashira while they were getting her ready to go into delivery. I was so excited to be with the woman I love, having my first baby. It was a few days before my 22nd birthday, and I thought how beautiful it would be if my boy was born on the same day as me. But when they put her on a stretcher to take her down the hall, and the nurse said that I couldn't go with her, all of my good thoughts vanished. Why can't I go? Because you didn't go to the required Lamaze classes, sir. I don't give a fuck about Lamaze. That's my wife, lady. I want to see her give birth to my child. Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to go to the waiting room now. The nurse wasn't playing, and Tashira was already halfway down the corridor. Fuck this. I tried to push past her, but the bitch had already called for security. Sir, now we're going to have to ask you to leave the building. Then 2 short rent-a-cop dudes moved in front of me to block my way, and things got hectic. Don't even touch me, you cocksucking motherfuckers. I started yelling at them. Tashira said she could hear me going crazy the whole time she was giving birth. They never let me pass, but a few hours later, I didn't care anymore because I was holding my healthy baby boy, Xavier. He was all wrinkled and peeling. Me being DMX had a lot to do with calling my son Xavier. My name, for me, had become the label of an official motherfucker, and since I knew that everyone would call him Little X anyway, as soon as I heard the name Xavier, I knew it would be special. The next day, while Tashira and the baby was still in the hospital, me and Tashira's sister Fatima hopped cabs all around Yonkers shopping for my new baby. We went in and out of supermarkets and clothing stores. Neither of us had any money, so there was a lot of boosting going down. I just wanted my boy to come back to the best home that I could give him. A few months earlier, Tashira and I had moved in with my sister Benita. After the TV incident, Tashira lost her place with Nicole, too, so neither of us had a place to live. We stayed in my grandmother's house for a few weeks until it got too crowded with all of my uncles and aunts running around. Then we stayed with Tashira's father for a minute. Over the years, he and Tashira had made peace, but when he started harassing me about all of the sins I was committing and busted me for stealing shit from him, we had to leave, and we had been in my sister's place ever since. It was my birthday, December 18th, 1992, when Tashira and I came back to the house with the baby. I was so happy to be holding my new son. He was so little and innocent, but not more than 30 minutes after I was sitting on Benita's living room couch with Xavier in my arm, the buzzer rang. It was why. He said we had to go to the studio to remaster Born Loser. Yo, but my baby just came home. Nah, dawg. We gotta go to the studio tonight. If we don't do this tonight, we're gonna miss the label's deadline. But I'm trying to chill with my son. Yeah, but we gotta get this shit done, dog. This is business. I was pissed, but Wah was right. There would always be time for me to spend with Xavier, and I had committed myself to making my music happen no matter what. 5 minutes later, I was gone. Chapter 30, Zero for Two. Despite the fact that Rough House re-released the song as a proper 12-inch single, Born Loser never took off. It stayed on the WBLS countdown for a few more weeks, but never made it to number one, and never caught heat anywhere outside of the YO or New York area. The label said that it didn't have the kind of hook or club beat it needed. I felt that Rough House didn't put enough marketing power behind it, so not enough people heard the song in the first place. I knew enough to know that you needed hype to sell records. Around the way in YO, I was my own hype, but I couldn't help get myself on the radio in Chicago or LA. But after it died, with me having only a one-song deal, it also became clear that Rough House wasn't interested in pursuing anything further with me or Wah or Rough Riders. And within a few months of me having my own major label single and a song on the radio, my professional recording career was over. Wah was determined to keep going, though. He felt that we had relied too much on Rough House, and we could do a better job on our own. Chad Elliott had introduced Wah to a young kid from Queens named Irvin Lorenzo. Chad had known him for a while and knew that he was a DJ trying to become a producer who had a liking for the same kind of grimy, hard-edged material that was becoming my trademark. Irv wasn't blown away by what he heard on Born Loser or Catching the Same Hell, but when he heard me rhyme in person, he heard me move from one style to another and change flows without losing the beat. He saw how fearless I was about battling and how passionate I was about murdering any MC that crossed my path, and he quickly changed his opinion. He said if I put the same kind of raw street energy on wax that I put into my battles or on mixtapes, I would blow up. True street-bred hip-hop fans wanted something harder than that laid-back, more jazz-influenced hip-hop that was dominating the airwaves. Irv's ideas were good. The only problem was that because he didn't have any production equipment, he didn't have any way of bringing them to life. I can do this though, Wah. I promise. Your man is the nicest rapper out here. All I need is the stuff to make the music for him. Wah believed. So one afternoon, me, Wah, and Irv went down to a music store in Manhattan, and Wah bought him a used MPC 60 sampler with $2,000 in cash. I thought $2,000 was a big investment in a kid that we didn't know that well, but it wasn't my money, and it was hard finding producers that wanted to dedicate their time to making beats for me. Chad Elliott always had other things going on. Anthony, this other producer kid I knew from Yonkers High School, had started to roll with us, and even though he had done a good remix of Born Loser, he was busier throwing parties and putting his tag, Pent One, up all over the neighborhood than he was laying trap. But over the next few weeks, Irv made good on his promise. Despite being rough and somewhat undeveloped, his beats were knocking. One of the best songs we made together was a joint called Niggas Can't Touch Me, Kid. Funny how shit is before I shot the nigga. Shoulda seen how the bitch came up out the nigga. Now I got the nigga where I can run up in him. Made him say daddy before I put the gun up in him. One up in him. 2, 3 in the clip. Have his whole head looking like a busted lip. Wah and I decided to make that my next single, so we pressed it up and made another batch of vinyl. Kason's boy, a DJ named Superior, had helped come up with the beat for the track, so he took the 12-inch to this record pool he was working with that most of the city's biggest DJs were a part of. We hoped that would take care of the clubs. Then one day, me and Wah decided to take a trip downtown to Hot 97, New York's biggest and most influential hip-hop and R&B radio station. We didn't know anybody at Hot 97 and hadn't planned how we were going to get the box of vinyl singles that Wah had in his trunk to the right person. But we did know the door that all of the DJs on the station went in and out of, so we parked the truck right in front of there and just waited around. Within a few minutes, we saw Ed Lover. He hosted Hot's popular morning show with his partner, Dr. Dre. Yo, Ed, Wah called out to him. Me and my man got this hot single for you. We wanted to give you a few copies for your show. Hold on a second, guys, he answered. He was leaving the building and had stopped to say goodbye to a few people. After he finished, he walked over to us. What you got, fellas? Niggas can't touch me, kid. By my man right here, DMX, Y told him. He's from Yonkers, baby. Y.O. Ed read the label and then handed the record back to Y. Okay, cool. So why don't you bring it by my office in the morning? Right now, I'm on my way to this party. Y was irritated. Yo, Ed, come on, man. What? If it's good, I'll play it. I've heard your man before. Just drop it off for me tomorrow. Y was the aggressive type. He didn't even like to think someone was trying to play him out. I'm saying, Ed, why can't you just take one now? You said you're going to a party, and we got the shit right here. You can play it. You could play our joint when you get there. Now Ed Lover was irritated. You know what? Y'all brothers are going to have to just come find me tomorrow. He turned and walked away. Y was pissed off. I thought he was going to chase Ed down and slap him in the back of the head. But before he could get the chance, I saw Wendy Williams walking out. Wendy was the biggest female personality on the station. She had a primetime time slot, and because of all of the Howard Stern-like gossiping she did about everybody in hip-hop, she was becoming one of the most known and most hated radio people on the East Coast. She had double parked, but now the car that was next to the curb had pulled off, so she was running to get her joint out of the middle of the street. All right, give me one, she told Y in a hurry. Wendy wasn't the best person to give Can't Touch Me Kid to. She wasn't Ed Lover or a mix show DJ like Red Alert or Funkmaster Flex, but at least she would hear it and hopefully talk about it. As soon as I watched her drive away, I felt like Y and I had accomplished something. Then I saw something that I couldn't believe. There, lying on the ground, was the record Y had just given her. That fucking bitch dropped my single on the street. I was crushed. Y couldn't even say anything. He just started walking back to the truck. I really thought Can't Touch Me Kid was going to blow. Years later, I considered that maybe it really was inconvenient for Ed Lover to carry a big record around in the club all night. And since she was rushing so fast, maybe there was a chance that Wendy could have accidentally dropped my joint. But then, standing there in that street, I just knew that both of them dissed me. I was 0 for 2 in this rap game, and that hurt for a long time. Chapter 31, Slipping, Falling. Compared to the School Street projects, there was more room on Ravine. While School Street was a self-contained set of high-rises, Ravine's buildings were only a few stories high, and they were spread out along 5 blocks. Ravine also ran parallel to the Hudson River, so through the trees you could see the water in New Jersey on the other side. You could watch the boats and barges pass by, and at least for a second take your mind off the struggles of the concrete. There was a small basketball court behind Building 55, down a set of block steps hidden by the trees. During the daytime, heads would bring 40s down there and play games of half court, but at night it was empty and the court became a great place for me to go and chill with Boomer, smoke a blunt, and not be seen. I could relax back there, behind the trees. Sometimes in the summer, it was a safe spot for me to sleep or spend the night because I could hear anybody coming from the top of the path, friend or foe. I wish I was down there, though, the day these 3 motherfuckers tried to kill me. I was standing in the street having a conversation with my man Hip. He had just picked his daughter up from the babysitter. We hadn't seen each other since I had got out of jail, so I was telling him about everything that was going on with my music and the different songs I was doing. Then something made me look up and I saw 3 niggas walking down the middle of the street toward us. They all had their hands in their pockets. I recognized one of them from Slow Ball, but something wasn't right about the look in his eyes. Alright, dog, I'm gonna holler at you later, I said to Hip, slowly backing up. My spidey sense was tingling. Then the 3 of them called out to me, Yo, don't run. Yeah, okay, motherfucker. As soon as I heard don't run, I was gone. I sprinted down that street as fast as I could, and right away they pulled burners out and started busting. They were shooting for real. At least 4 shots rang out behind me before I made it to the end of the block. I saw Hip dive between 2 parked cars to protect his daughter. Then 2 more shots whizzed past me by the time I hit the corner. Obviously, they weren't after him. Oh man, it's going down. What is it about this time? Around the corner, I ducked through a backyard fence and just kept running and running. They never caught me. I needed all of my track skills for that one. It didn't take me long to figure out what the deal was. Earlier that morning, I did a robbery with this young kid who was stupid enough to let me hold his gun. It was a pretty black 9mm, and when the driver we stuck only had $40 on him, the skies were dark, and I decided to sell the gun to get some more dough. Fuck that. The kid didn't know how to use it anyway. But of course it wasn't his piece in the first place, and so he told the gun's real owner that I had stolen it from him. Now the owner wanted me dead. If the owner was a real nigga, though, he would have known that a nigga can only lose a gun. He can't get it stolen from him. But once a nigga shoots at you, there's no room for argument. I was just glad that my instinct didn't let me down. I saw those bastards about 100 yards away, just enough space for me to get going. I didn't realize then that this was the second time the Lord put his hand on my life. No, not this one. Maybe it was because of all the robbing and stealing I had always done, or the battles that I started and won, with everyone, everywhere I went. But over the years, I had begun to feel some negativity coming my way in YO. More and more, I started to catch people's hateful eyes. And now that I had put out 2 singles that flopped, the hood started to take note of the darkness in my life, and their judgments were no longer whispered. Soon, hateful eyes turned into hateful stares, and it was hard to stay unaffected. What I needed was support, but even the people who knew what I was going through didn't want to help me. You can't blame mommy for your problems, Earl. It isn't her fault that you do the things you do. Bonita never understood. But why can't you talk to her, sis? See, I knew you wouldn't have my back. You never gave a fuck about me. Don't blame me either, Earl. I didn't make you do all of your robbing and smoking and sticking up people for their stuff. But you want me to put up with your mess? It was 6 o'clock in the morning and my sister didn't want to open her door. No, Earl, I don't want that stuff around my kids. Come on, you fucking bitch. Open the door. The sky had been dark for days. This is my apartment, brother, and I've already given you everything that I'm going to give you. Why don't you come back when you get yourself together? You know what? Fuck you, Bonita. Yeah, that's all good, but I'm still your sister, and when you die, I'm not going to mourn you. I'm going to come to your funeral in a red dress. So much for that side of the family. That spring, Waz set up a show for me to do at Drexel College. I was excited because I hadn't performed in a while, and I figured there would be a lot of people there because he told me it was the weekend of a big track tournament. I just had never heard of the school before. Where is Drexel? I asked him. Philadelphia. Everything happens for a reason. The last time I had seen my father was the last time he took me downtown with him to sell his painting. That was almost 15 years ago. My grandmother had always wanted me to call him. She had the phone number in Philly where he lived with his wife and 3 kids, and always wrote it on a piece of paper that she put in my pocket anytime she knew I was taking a trip. For years, I didn't pay her any mind, but this time she was going to get her wish. When me and Wad got to that hotel, the first thing I did was go to a payphone. Who is this? I asked as soon as I heard a voice on the other end. This is Joe. Yeah? Well, this is your son, motherfucker. There was a long pause. Oh, you want to talk to my father? What's up, Earl? It was my brother Joe. Here I was, taking out my anger on the wrong person. I felt like an asshole. But I hadn't seen my little brother in years, so after we talked for a minute, I told him to come by the hotel. I was standing in the middle of the lobby when my brother looked me in the face and walked right past me. He obviously didn't remember what I looked like. Joe, I called out to him before he passed me again and made the same mistake twice. Oh shit, Earl. You don't remember what I look like? Nah, I just didn't see you. Later, he did admit that he was looking for a guy closer to his more light-skinned complexion. Joe was a few years younger than me, and spending time with him, I realized that we had many of the same mannerisms. Among other things, I couldn't help but notice that when either of us started to seriously think about something, We had the habit of putting our hand to our face and chewing on the inside of our cheek. We had a good time together in Philly. That night, I taught my little brother how to smoke weed, and for the moment, I forgot about my father. Pass it back, man. What are you doing? I asked him when he was still holding on to the blunt after 2 or 3 pulls. Sorry. Later, he got scared when he couldn't stop choking. You're okay, Joe. Your lungs just gotta get used to it, I reassured him. I was booked to open for this popular hip-hop group called Das Effect. And even though that meant the performance would be full, I was more excited with the fact that that meant there would probably be some good food backstage. After I ate up all the KFC that had been ordered for everyone, the promoter threatened to cancel my part of the show. But I didn't give a fuck. Das Effects was down with that bitch-ass nigga K Solo, so fuck him. I was hungry. My show only went over okay, though. I didn't get the same energy from the crowd that I was used to in New York or Westchester. And during one of my songs, a girl at the foot of the stage actually balled up this Born Loser poster that Y had been giving out to everyone and threw it at me while I was rhyming. She was drunk, trying to show off to her girlfriends, and the poster hit me in the back. I didn't stop rhyming, but in the middle of one of my next lines, I looked at her and threw a "saw you, bitch" remark real quick without missing a beat. She was embarrassed and her friends started laughing. She may not have known who DMX was when she came in, but I bet she knew who I was when she left. My brother had been watching the whole show from the side of the stage, and when I looked over, I could tell he liked that move. Later that night, though, Joe did me greasy. You know your father would love to talk to you, Earl, he said all out of the blue. Yeah? Well, I'm not in the mood for another reunion. But he really wants to see you. I don't want to see that nigga Joe. Damn, leave me alone. Well, he's right downstairs. Oh, man. I wanted to crack my brother's jaw open. He knew how long it had been. He knew that I wouldn't be able to resist this kind of opportunity. This was my father, the man I had wondered about my whole life. When I went downstairs a few minutes later, I wasn't prepared for what I saw. You? My father was standing in the lobby. He was wearing 4 different pairs of leg warmers. You? Red and white stripes, purple, green, and orange. All of them were different lengths. He also had on a pair of tan corduroy pants that were tucked inside the leg warmers with a tan corduroy jacket with elbow patches. And he had dreadlocks. Oh no, I don't think so. My father walked over to give me a hug. Hold on, let me think for a minute. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. This was the man I had wondered about my whole life? This was the man who took me downtown as a boy and made me feel special? The man who left my mom for a white woman and skipped town? 4 different pairs of leg warmers? What's up, Earl? How are you doing? He had a deep voice and spoke with an accent that I didn't recognize coming from any part of Yonkers that I knew. Are you taking care of yourself? You got a lawyer? Those were his first words to me after all these years. Are you taking care of yourself? How about, I love you, or I miss you, or you look good? His cold, judgmental attitude cut through me, scolding without even knowing. That was not what I wanted to hear. Are you getting things right? It didn't take me long not to like him. Now I know that I didn't try very hard either. But I was the child. I was the one who had suffered for years from the choices he had made, and I didn't feel like talking. I wasn't the one who left. Within 5 minutes, our conversation was over, and after more than 15 years being without him, my father was gone again. While I had witnessed the whole encounter, he looked over at me and laughed. Damn, dog, that was not your father. I was traded for the chance of being a child with the father, for a talent of being able to survive when it's harder, my balance on the high beams of life, keep my dreams on strike. That's why I hit these motherfucking streets tonight. Chapter 32, A Bark in the Dark. But you can't blame me for not wanting to be held, locked down in a cell where the soul can't dwell. Soon after my trip to Philadelphia, I was back in Valhalla Correctional Facility. My third day there, I spit in the face of a captain and was sentenced to a year and a month of solitary confinement. They put me in lockdown block 3K. That was my home for almost a year. Ray Copeland was a social worker in Valhalla. He was also my uncle. The youngest of my mother's siblings, Ray had grown up in Mount Vernon and was close to his sister. They would speak to one another on the phone a few times a week and see each other at family gatherings. I didn't know where I was during those family reunions that he told me about because I don't remember meeting Ray until one night at a club. Waz's girlfriend Keisha told me that some guy had come up to her claiming to be my uncle. But when I looked over at him, I knew we had to be related since he looked just like my Aunt Vern. We didn't talk that night, just introduced ourselves and kept it moving. But a few months later, when one of the prison guards told me that he wanted to visit me in my cell, I let him in. Ray wasn't assigned to my unit, but he said my mother had urged him to come see me. She told him that she was scared for me always being in and out of jail and felt she had no way of reaching me. Ray didn't know how true that was. He didn't say much during those first couple of visits, which was a good thing because I wasn't trying to talk to him anyway. But he seemed to sense right away that I was losing my life. What do you know about me? I asked him. Not much, but I know that jail isn't a place for any man, especially if he has a new son to take care of and a girlfriend at home that loves him. He also told me that I was wasting my talent. For the next few months, Uncle Ray came to see me almost 3 times a week. He said he wasn't there to judge me, he just wanted to help, give me some tips on how to improve my situation and bring some light into my life. Over the years, I refused to listen to anyone that kicked it to me that way. X would bark at them and bite their hand off before anyone could even begin to speak of upliftment or purpose or life. But months in solitary confinement gave me nothing but time to think. There was a freedom and a comfort there that I had felt many times before. Being alone day after day in the dark and the quiet allowed my mind to take me places that I had never gone before. And one cold night, I just closed my eyes and reached out for the sky. I come to you hungry and tired. You give me food, let me sleep. I come to you weak. You give me strength, and that's deep. Grandma always said the Lord was with me. She said that all I needed was the faith. So I put her words to the test. Would He talk to me? Would He answer my call? You call me a sheep and lead me to green pastures, only asking that I keep the focus in between the chapters. You give me the word and only ask that I interpret, and give me the eyes that I may recognize a serpent. You know I ain't perfect, but you'd like me to try, unlike the devil who just wants me to lie until I die. Lord, why is it that I go through so much pain? All I saw was black. All I felt was rain. I come to you because it's you who knows. You showed me that everything was black because my eyes were closed. That night in Valhalla, in solitary confinement, I wrote my first prayer. Chapter 33, Home. A home is what you make it. Growing up, Tashira never lived in the projects, but the only two options she had to find a place to live after we left Bonita's house were School Street and Mulford Gardens. She chose Mulford. Mulford was an enclosed set of brown three-story buildings that sat a few blocks above Warburton Avenue. It was a far less violent place than School Street, defined by more of a wannabe player community than the you better not come up in here attitude you found in my hood. And $314 a month got her a 2-bedroom ground floor apartment with a living room, bathroom, and a large walk-in kitchen. When I came home from Valhalla, I moved in with her and Xavier and decided to make it as nice as I could. Since he was born, Xavier had been my heart. I was so proud of him. My first, a boy. One night, when he was only 3 weeks old, I brought him to the studio with me. There were a lot of rappers in the lounge that night, and they were going back and forth in a cypher. Two of the MCs in the group were pretty bad, though. And after a few minutes, anytime one of them started to rhyme, Xavier would let out a big yawn. Without fail, when they started spitting, my little wrinkled baby would start yawning in their face. Yeah, that's my boy right there. He knows what's up. As he got older, I brought him everywhere with me. I just wrapped him up in a carrier on my chest, grabbed his bottle, and we were out. Other kids always loved to play with him. When are you bringing Xavier back again? They would ask me when it was time to take him home. I didn't really know how to be a father, though. How would I? I never had one. But But Tashira just kept telling me to spend time with him and do what comes naturally. So that's what I did. Over the years, I had learned some painting skills from my Uncle Pinky and kind of liked doing it. So the first thing I did was buy some brushes and paint from the local hardware store and turn Xavier's room dark blue. Then I painted the living room walls of the apartment all black with a thick gray stripe across the top. I built a bench for Xavier in the kitchen where he could eat and a table for Tashira and me, and strung up a portable fan from one of the pipes to give us some air. We put blinds on the living room windows, a carpet on the bedroom floor that Fatima and me stole from a store in Getty Square, and got the washing machine to work in the kitchen. When I burned some frankincense, you would never have thought that this apartment was in the project. But we were still broke. I tried doing the job thing, but it never worked out. First, I worked at the post office in White Plains, lifting big gray bags of mail on the conveyor belts in the back. I didn't last 1 week having to do nothing but sort shit out all day. Another time, I got a demolition job in a warehouse and had spent 10 hours knocking down walls and breaking up stoves and radiators. That kept me in shape and I liked the work, but after 3 weeks, the boss laid me off because I was the youngest guy in the crew. That was fucked up. I was the one who had to put up with his bullshit up all day. Whenever I was working, I gave Tashira whatever money I made. I would just keep $30 or $40 for myself and tell her to use the rest for the phone bill or food for Xavier. Whenever Y or Darren hit me off with dough, I would give her some of that too. She was the one really busting her ass. Tashira always appreciated that. Boo Boo always had a job, and some of them were real crazy. For a few months, she actually worked at this General Motors automotive plant in upstate New York. She had a spot on the assembly line. She used to wake up every morning at 5 a.m. so she could catch the bus upstate and make the 6:15 bell. Her job was to install the rear view mirror and the roof rack on all these different cars. The salary was huge, almost $800 a week. But after a few weeks, her back started hurting badly, and when the plant left New York and moved out west, Boo Boo decided to put an end to her auto worker career. Whatever jobs we had, though, we still had to buy groceries a whole month at a time and hope that they would last us a full 30 days. We never had the money for soda or juice. Instead, we had to survive on nothing but water and iced tea. I loved Kool-Aid, but iced tea was cheaper because you didn't have to add sugar. Most of the time, we would pull it off, but the last 4 or 5 days of the month, we'd always be down to having no food in the house, and the two of us would fight over who ate the last bit of cereal. When it came down to it, though, I knew that I could get a meal with $1. $1 would get me 50 cents worth of turkey meat, a roll, and a water for a quarter. If I had an extra 25 cents, then I would buy a loose cigarette. But even that wasn't necessary because you could always find somebody with a spare one. So $1 was all I needed. If I had $5, I was great. Unless it was her sisters, Tashira rarely wanted anybody to come over to visit us in Mulford. She said she didn't want anyone in the projects in her business, always knocking on the door trying to borrow something. So she just went to work every day and stayed to herself. Where your girlfriend be at, X? What? Is she too good to come outside? Chicks in Mulford used to always whine to me. I was always out though, and that's why I saw more of the dirt. As in most projects, people were always getting killed in Mulford. Every week you would hear about so and so's cousin getting shot or something, or someone killing themselves in a car accident. It's just messed up when you knew the person who was killed and the person who did the killing, and they live right next door to each other. After my trip to Philly, my little brother Joe and I started talking more often. And in the summer of '94, he came to live with me. He said him and our father were beefing and he needed to get away. I told him he was family and could stay with me as long as he needed to. That spring, I had started selling mixtapes again to make some money. I wasn't fucking with any more jobs and I wanted to keep giving Tashira something. Her sisters were already whispering in her ear about how I wasn't helping out enough. So when Joe came, I got him to help me walk around Yonkers and sell my tape. Or at least I got him to carry the case. We had a good time together. When I only put 2 or 3 songs on a tape instead of the full 60 minutes because I couldn't stand to wait that long for the copying to finish, he wouldn't give me away. And he wouldn't start laughing when I sold someone a blank until the coast was clear. I had to make sure those victims weren't in a car or had a Walkman with them so they wouldn't notice until later that their $10 had bought them a bunch of dead air. After we got rid of everything, then we go into School Street or Slow Bomb and hang out. I taught my brother how to gamble and shoot dice. And since I saw that he had stayed smoking weed since the night in Philly, I taught him how to properly roll a blunt. I hadn't had somebody that I could run with like that in a long time. Someone who knew how I got down but wouldn't judge the things that I did. I thought maybe that's what having a brother was for. And that summer, even though nothing new was happening with my music, I actually stayed out of trouble. I also started going over to my grandmother's house again. Grandma was proud of me when I showed her my Born Loser single and smiled a lot when I told her about some of the songs I had made and the shows I had done. I brought Xavier over to see her a lot, and just like I was her first grandchild, Xavier became her first great grandchild. She loved seeing me with him. She said she always knew that I would have a boy. I loved my grandmother, but as long as I could remember, she had always been there for me. She believed in me, protected me, loved me, and that summer I was happy to be able to show her the man and the father that I had become. But the good feeling didn't last long. In July of that year, my grandmother was admitted to the hospital for cancer treatment. I had known for a while that she was battling the disease because occasionally over the years she would get sick and have to check herself into the hospital. But she always came out in a few days, so nobody in the family ever thought too much of it. My grandmother was a nurse. She could take care of herself. This time was different. Do you need anything, Grandma? Every afternoon, I would walk up the block to Yonkers General Hospital to keep her company. All she ever said she wanted was fruit, so I used to bring her all that I could find: apples, oranges, plums, watermelon. She loved purple seedless grapes. I brought her anything that she wanted. That's my grandbaby, she would say when I'd come back holding a big plastic bag from the store. That was when she could still talk. My grandmother had worked in New Rochelle Hospital for more than 20 years looking after other people, and my entire life she had looked after me. Now it was my turn to return the favor. Most afternoons, Joe would come with me, and him and I would sit by her bedside for as long as the doctors would allow us. They never gave you enough time. On September 21st, 1994, Mary Ella Holloway passed away. I wanted to die with her. Oh, Lord, my God, in thee do I put my trust. Save me from all them that persecute me, and deliver me. Outside the studio, a woman in rags crouches beside an empty office building. Sitting on a piece of brown cardboard with her head bent down between her knees, the woman didn't see the fleet of cars come to a stop in front of her and a wad of $20 bills that DMX placed in her blue and white coffee cup. You hungry? Startled, the woman looks up and sees a star standing over her. If you're hungry, then use this to get yourself something to eat. The cash came out of his front jeans pocket. Money he left the house with added to his winnings from the few minutes he spent playing pool. This wouldn't be the first time I had seen X give money on a whim to a hungry person that he happened to pass, and the reaction from the less fortunate one was always the same. Thank you, the woman mumbles, hesitantly fingering the bills. Thank you so much. Don't thank me, thank him, X whispers to her. I didn't do it. I was just giving it to give to you. The woman's eyes fill with water, and as if on cue, a tear starts to fall down her cheek. And when your time comes, and it will come, remember not to be afraid to fulfill your purpose. I like to give, X tells me later. I think of the Thanksgiving celebrations that he sponsors every year at Nepperhan in the name of his grandmother, or the time he and his wife spend every Christmas Day at the Children's AIDS Ward in Harlem Hospital, unadvertised and unreported. To see the smile on a child's face when you give them something that they've always wanted, I'll cry for that and not be ashamed. But what about you? When do you get given anything? The Lord has blessed me. I have a true wife, beautiful kids, my dogs. I got cars, plenty of toys, so I don't need anything anymore. But for real, dog, I don't want anybody to give me nothing because you'll probably fuck around and give it to me and I won't be able to play with it. Chapter 34. Make a move. Stop. Drop, shut them down, open up shop. That's how Rough Riders roll. When Wah and Darren told me that they had set up shop in Baltimore, Maryland to get money, I didn't hesitate. I knew I wasn't the hustling type, but I was willing to give it a shot. I was tired of being broke and I wanted to get out of YO. We left on a Friday, and when I jumped in the back of the car that night to cross the George Washington Bridge and traveled the 200 miles south on I 95, I didn't realize that besides a few visits home, Baltimore would be the place where I would spend the next few years. We had two different home bases set up on the west side of the city. At least 8 of us at a time would work two 12-hour shifts. And after a few weeks in Baltimore, I confirmed to myself again that I wasn't with the hustling thing. Not that it wasn't profitable, not that it wasn't a profitable operation. I mean, I had never seen that many people in one place get high before. It felt like almost everyone in the city was lined up on one corner or another waiting on weed or dope already. But after 6 hours having to stand outside in the same spot, my feet would go completely numb, and the cops always seemed to love to arrest me for just standing there. I couldn't take much of that. You know what? I think I'll be in the house. I'm the rapper. I'm gonna write something. It's 2 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock, and I'm just about to hit the street. Till I knock off this rock, I don't get to eat. Sometimes it's like that's the only reason why I hustle. Step on toes, strong arm, and show a little muscle. Ain't no real dough. That's why a nigga feel so frustrated. I hate it, seeing crab niggas that made it. And I'm robbing cash just as broke as myself. Living foul and ain't looking out for my health. Where's the wealth? So, like I did as a kid in Yonkers, I quickly found myself walking all over Baltimore, from the west side to the east side, up North Avenue, down the Inner Harbor, just soaking up all the different people and places and communities. That's what I love to do, and I ended up connecting the crew to so many people we would never have met if I wasn't out meeting people like that. I would just talk to folks I'd see walking on the street or brothers hanging on a block. We'd talk, smoke, and then I'd always hit them with some rhymes. Rapping was a universal language. Yo, shorty, you all right? Who you with? I don't think that kind of social interaction could have happened as fast in any other city. There was something about Baltimore. Sure, there were a lot of cats who hated New York niggas, but for the most part, brothers in Baltimore enjoyed meeting people they didn't know. And so did the sisters. If a chick heard that you were from out of town, you and your boys could probably work their hospitality to get a meal that same night. There were also a lot of Ma's in Baltimore to meet. A Ma was the older woman on a block who had been there for forever. She knew everyone, saw everything, and had everyone's respect. How you doing, Ma? You all right? Let me get that bag for you. Brothers were always very polite to the neighborhood Ma because she always threw down on the cooking tip or let you run through the back of our house to get away when the police were chasing. The word on the street was that if you took care of Ma, you took care of the hood. And if you took care of the hood, you were always good. There were bullshit Ma's too, though. The nosy ones that you had to include in your hustle to avoid them ratting you out. They got different treatment. Ma, just please fucking tell me what you need. Right away, it felt refreshing to be in a place with new streets and new people. Nobody knew my rep, and I had to learn a new set of rules. It was a thrill. It felt like I was invisible, like I was free to do what I wanted to do without the burdens of judgment or expectation. But because of the drug game, Baltimore streets were always hectic. The city was filled with stick up boys who would pop their weapon at a moment's notice. It was crazy, far worse than New York. In Baltimore, kids run up to someone in broad daylight, no problem. Pop, pop. Whenever I came back to Baltimore after being home for a few days, invariably someone had been killed while I was away. It would be the cool niggas too. Never someone who was getting down in a way where death was a part of what they were doing. It was more like, why did they have to shoot little Terry? But like Yonkers, Baltimore was a small world. Everybody knew everybody. And after a couple of months being down there, meeting different folks, I could walk anywhere without a problem. Boomer may have had something to do with that. He stayed by my side every day that I was down there and quickly became the dog not to fuck with. I think he liked being in Baltimore more than I did. There were more fences to climb, more alleys to run through, and definitely more cats to kill. There were at least 2 or 3 stray cats in almost every alley in Baltimore, so Boomer was always on the hunt. Almost every time I turned around, he had a dead animal in his mouth. One summer, he kept piling all of his kill in the corner of this one alley, and by the middle of July, must have been about 20 or 30 dead cats thrown on top of each other. Boomer wouldn't let anybody touch them, and it stank like crazy. It felt good to get so much love in the city because technically I was the weakest nigga in the crew. Because I wasn't hustling, I was the lowest on the totem pole, which meant that while everyone else was making paper, I barely got $20 a day from my mans in them. With that, I would buy 1 bag of smoke, a 40 ounce, a pack of cigarettes, and try to eat with the rest. But not having the thick stack of bills in my pocket didn't bother me because folks knew that I was always game. Whatever was going down, whether it was rapping or scrapping, everyone knew X would be the first, me and Boomer. But Baltimore had a dark side too, and it started with the rats. There were rats everywhere. They were huge, ugly beasts that waddled around up the streets and through the alleys, feeding off of everything in their path. Big piles of garbage, often higher than the fence to your house, marked the city's worst areas, and rats would be all through them. When you walked past, you could see the whole pile moving with the teams of rodents that were feasting inside. That sucked, especially in the winter when it was too cold to go around, and I had to walk straight through those alleys late at night. It made you want to kick yourself in the ass. What the fuck am I doing here? If I could have found a cab or a bus to jump in, at those moments I would have gone right back to Yonkers. There weren't many real cabs in Baltimore anyway, though. Only hacks. Hacks were people who used their own cars as cabs. They weren't licensed and didn't put any signs in their car. They just drove around in their old, beat up Oldsmobile or Chevy 4 doors, waiting for people to flag them down. They wouldn't charge you very much if you needed a ride downtown. And if you needed some dough, well, you could bet they had $50 or $60 on them at the end of a night. Now you had to make sure you knew a place before you decided to cross the line in that place because you could fuck around and get left in an abandoned building somewhere where no one would ever find you. Home was one thing. You knew who lived where and who would or would not admit to seeing something. You knew who wasn't going to kill you anyway because he knew your mama and them. But being in another state was different. So I knew I was in deep in Baltimore when I started getting comfortable enough to rob hats. And just like in YO, doing dirt became a way for me to get by. Every few weeks, I would try to go home to see Tashira and Xavier. I missed them, missed our apartment, missed watching movies all night and drinking iced tea. But Baltimore was where I needed to be. This was where my peoples were. This was where I had any chance of making a living. And this is where I started writing a bunch of rhymes again. Chapter 35 The Battle for New York. Baltimore inspired me for some reason. Every night I would just sit in the crib and write. TV didn't distract me because we didn't have cable in the house where I was staying, and with our bootleg antenna, we barely even got the regular channel. So I could easily zone out into my music. Sometimes I would write a couple of songs in one night, and often they were some of my best. Coming from Let Me Fly and X is Coming, I wrote like that. I just finished one, listened to the next beat, then wrote the next one. I sold my soul to the devil and the price was cheap. Hey yo, it's cold on this level cause it's twice as deep. But you don't hear me. Ignorance is bliss and so on. Sometimes it's better to be taught dumb. Shall I go on? After Niggas Can't Touch Me Kid failed, Wah told me that we weren't trying to put any more singles out for a while. But I didn't care. There were so many thoughts and stories in my mind. The words just kept flowing. And I was still trying to battle as much as I could. Most of the MCs in Baltimore were corny. But there was one dude named Nardo who was nice. One night, I went head to head with him for almost 2 hours straight. See, back then, I used to write 10-minute songs, so if I needed to give a nigga a 48-bar rhyme or a 56, it was no problem. Nardo was an exception. But most MCs ran out of things to say after a half hour or so, especially if they were just freestyling. Once I got older, I never liked to make up something on the spot or say a rhyme off the top of my head. Everything I said, I wrote. If I didn't write it, I wouldn't say it. Even though freestyling was thought of as the true test of a great MC, I felt differently. To me, making something up as you went along was meaningless. It had no point because you put that rhyme in the air, it was gone. Even if it was the best thing you ever said in your life, you wouldn't remember it afterwards. And to me, that was a waste. I wanted my words to have permanence to them. I wanted listeners to know that I thought carefully about what I was saying. My words and phrases weren't something hot that I just came up with. When I did think of a rhyme in my head, like when I took my walks through Yonkers, I always put it on paper as soon as I got home. I'm glad I had enough ammunition for that Nardo battle. If I never lost a battle in New York, I wasn't trying to lose one out here. But my rhyme skills would be tested even more the night Darren called me from Yonkers. Over the years, D and Y had put down a few other MCs with Rough Riders. One group was made up of some kids who called themselves Harlem Knights. They were young and needed a lot of work before they were ready to go into the studio and make songs. But they knew how to battle, and Y and Darren loved to throw everybody into a rhyme fight. The night Darren called, he said that he needed me to come back to New York right away. Harlem Nights was going to battle a group called Original Flavor in a pool hall in the Bronx that night, and he thought they might need a little help. Original Flavor had a lead MC named Jay-Z. Jay was from Brooklyn. Him and his partner Damon Dash had started a company called Rockefeller, and like us, were hustling to get a record deal. I had peeped some of his verses on different mixtapes and knew that he had built a rep on the streets as one of the best rappers in New York. So when Darren told me he was up there talking shit, I knew I had to go. I jumped in the first hack I saw and asked the driver if he would take the 3-hour trip. You want to go where? To do what? Luckily, the driver was a young dude from the neighborhood and saw how we were all getting down on the hustle tip. He also knew that I was the rapper of the crew, so he got excited about being able to take me to a big battle. He said he would even wait to bring me back afterwards. The pool hall was on 145th Street in the South Bronx. When I walked in a few minutes after 1 a.m., the crowd was thick. Jay and I weren't really supposed to battle. Darren had wanted me there more like an insurance policy to make sure that Rockefeller didn't put their big gun in the mix. I think Jay's crew felt the same way about him, because at the beginning, we were both chilling on the side. But when things started getting nasty and Harlem Nights and Original Flavor just started dissing each other, the crowd started eyeing the two of us. The people knew that we were the top dogs of our crew, and they wanted us to go at it, and after a few more rounds, I just couldn't stand to the side anymore. It was time to hold down the fam. I don't give a fuck. What? I looked over at Jay. Let's do it. Let's get it on, baby. We both climbed on top of the pool table, and Jay stood in front of me and started it off right away. He did his thing with his first verse, and the crowd started hollering like it was over. Then it was my turn. I wasn't going out like that. In fact, I wasn't going out at all. This is the darkest shit, sparkest shit, hitting with the hardest shit, because I've always started shit. The two of us went back and forth for almost an hour, aggressively spitting rhymes in each other's face. It's about time to start another robbing spree, because yo, my way is highway robbery. Everyone in the spot had surrounded us on the pool table. Folks were hooping and hollering at the end of every line. It was like the Bill Blast battle all over again. But this time, there was more at stake. This was a battle for New York, and my opponent was much stronger. I brought all my heat. You bad, nigga? I'll be back to see if you still here. You know my style will put your fucking man in a wheelchair. He'll never walk again on the strength of me. That's how I left him, G, scared to death of me. I knew it was close. Jay had as many rhymes as I did. Told stories, talk shit, flip styles. I never liked my battles to be close because then you'd always get some clown to be like, fuck that, my man ate you. When it wasn't even like that. I liked there to be no fucking way for anybody to say anything. But that didn't happen this time. That's why I started worrying. Some people are going to be thinking, maybe. Outside, after it was over, Damon Dash came over to Darren and me. It was snowing already early morning. Darren and him knew each other from the street, who brothers were, how brothers got down. So despite the fierce competition that went down between Jay and me, there wasn't any beef. This was hip-hop. We all shook hands. Then I heard some big words. Yo, your man did kind of get him, Damon said to Darren. What? What was that? I looked over to the two of them. Yo, your man did kind of get him. When I heard that, I knew my record was still intact. That was Jay's right-hand man. Satisfied with my trip, I said peace to Darren, got back in the hack, and went right back to Baltimore. I didn't even go home. Chapter 36, Somebody's Gonna Die. Late one summer afternoon, I was walking back to the block with Boomer. I was walking in the street because I rarely walked on the sidewalk. There was more space, and I wouldn't have to worry about bumping elbows with any B-more clowns that didn't want to give me my 3 feet. Boomer had just finished eating his lunch and was jogging beside me off the chain. I didn't hear the van coming behind us. Bam! When I turned my head, I saw Boomer in the air. The van hit him smack in his chest. He flipped over a couple of times and then landed 10 feet in front of me. I knew right away. He was standing on his feet, but I could see it in his eyes. That van had killed my dog. For the first few moments, I couldn't even yell. I just stared at him. My boy's chest was split open and he was bleeding out of his nose. His legs were wobbling. He had no fight left. The impact had done more damage than he could bear. I watched Boomer take his last breaths. And when he fell, I lost my mind. What the fuck? I yelled as loud as I possibly could. Somebody's gonna die. I wanted to murder everybody in that van. Boomer was my motherfucking nigga, and now my boy was gone. I didn't want to hear nothing. That whole family deserved to die. I don't want to hear a fucking thing. If I had a burner on me, it would have happened. But when I looked up to find the bastards, I saw that they had never stopped driving. That's what really hurt. They knew what they did. They just didn't care. My dog was lying dead in the street. And that family was driving away like nothing happened. Like my dog was a fucking alley cat or something. I couldn't understand. There was plenty of room. They didn't beep or nothing. But that was my boy, Boomer. All I could do was cry. Chapter 37, Powerhouse. When I came back to Yonkers for good, Wah and Darren finished turning the upper half of this office building in downtown Yonkers into their own recording studio. The brothers understood that the first thing a production company needed to be successful was a place for its artists to write and record their music. Yonkers didn't have any full-fledged studios anywhere, so they couldn't rent someone else's spot like Jack had been doing in New Rochelle and Mount Vernon for all those years. And they also didn't want to pay studio costs. Their father, Mr. Dean, was a real estate broker, so they understood that the best way to do that was to be your own landlord. They called the spot Powerhouse, and in the mid-90s, that became Rough Riders' home. Every night of the week, anyone that Wah or Darren had put down with the double R was in Powerhouse working on their skills. Producers stayed until morning time playing music on the different keyboards and sample machines. Young and wannabe MCs sat on the couches with their notebooks in their laps writing rhymes. The lounge was always flooded with brothers from the neighborhood that were trying to get into the hip-hop game in some way. And then there was always another bunch of random heads congregated outside arguing about what rapper was better than who. It didn't take long for Powerhouse to become the most active hip-hop recording studio in Westchester. But almost from the day we rolled in there, the studio was defined more by the battles it hosted, and I loved every minute of it. When I creep through, niggas is see-through, just like a negligee. And there ain't no talking because ain't much that dead can say. MCs travel from all over, Brooklyn, Queens, Staten Island, Jersey, to put their skills to the test. There would always be a banging beat playing in the studio room, so it could go down as soon as a stranger showed up. But sometimes battle would just erupt in the lounge or the reception area. It didn't matter. Get the mayor on the horn. Time for shit to go down. Strap for the showdown. Wet up the crib, kick your jaw down. I know you scheming, so I got to get you first. But you put you right up in a brand new hearse. Could be worse. I never cared where an MC was from or how far he came. I just jumped all over them and made sure they left with the loss. Just like I had been doing on the street since I was 15. My style wasn't win by a little bit. It was beat the shit out of him. Finish him. And after he doesn't want to rhyme anymore, then hit him with 2 more verses just because he came up. Motherfucker, what made you think you could? I wasn't the only one representing Rough Riders in these battles, though. The younger MCs always gave me some help. Harlem Nights wasn't around much anymore, but these three Yonkers kids I had introduced to Wah, who called themselves the Warlocks, Jadakiss, Chic, and Styles, and their man Casino, were always there, as was rapper Murder Mace from Harlem, Drag On, this Newark MC called Loose, and even Nardo, the brother I had battled in Baltimore. So with all of them around, the idea, whenever a challenger showed up, was to first put the pups on them. And then they would go at it for a few rounds and represent double R. Then if it looked like the battle was stalling or I needed to get us a win, I'd step in and knock out whoever was left standing. The strategy made us a pretty dangerous home team. Sat Money down, told him how much his peeps missed him. Boom, one shot through his respiratory system. Kissed him goodnight, put him to bed with 4 more to the head. So I know he understood what I said. Red was all over the place, and it didn't look good. So I did what a crook would, searched the crib and took goods. One night, I wasn't there. Some group from Queens came in and almost set it on us. Kiss did his best to hold it down, but he would always catch a nigga with the first 2 bars. But once I heard that the group got the better of him, I made sure that they were brought back to the studio as soon as possible. When they showed up the second time, I murdered those strangers one by one. I just stood in the middle of all 3 of them for 2 hours, flowing nonstop. When it was over, my jeans and my sweatshirt was soaked in sweat. It felt like I had lost 10 pounds, but our win-loss record was intact. As more and more MCs found their way to Powerhouse, more and more MCs left as losers. Rappers learned to be wary of showing up in YO without their best material because we would tell them everything they needed to know about their whack rhymes. It didn't take long to build a rep. And with each win, the word on the street kept getting louder and louder. While I was away, Irv Lorenzo had been making moves. Now he was Irv Gotti, a big-time producer, and had got his Queens MC called Mike Geronimo a record deal with a small New York-based label called TBT Records. He had also put together a group called the Cash Money Clique that TBT was close to signing as well. So when Gotti invited me to do a verse on one of Mike Geronimo's singles, a track called Time to Build, that he also had a kid named Ja Rule on, a young nigga from the Cash Money Clique, I jumped at the opportunity to flex on all these new artists that he was working with. Maybe my old friend needed to be reminded of how I got down. I'm peeling niggas' caps like oranges, hit them in the head with 2 by 4 inches. I'm a grimy nigga, so I like my bitches cruddy, my clothes dirty, dick shitty, and my knife bloody. It was a good verse, and I was going to be the last MC to spit on the song, but then Gotti did me dirty. A few days later, I laid my vocals. He told me that he decided to put Jay-Z on the track as well. There wasn't any beef between Jay and I. We hadn't seen each other or spoken to each other since the battle in the pool hall. But knowing that he would be on the song, I wanted to do my verse over. Come on, X. Don't do me like that, Gotti complained. We got to get the song out. But my instincts were right. See, when Jay went to the studio, he got upset when Gotti told him that I was going to close the record over him. So he listened to my verse and took some shots at me. So when I'm browsing through your housing projects, niggas get 5,000. Shit is rough. That was fucked up. If you were going to put him on the song, why didn't you put him on the song like you put me on the song? I yelled at Gotti. You let him hear my shit so he knew how to counteract what I said. That gave me a disadvantage. If I knew there was going to be a battle on wax, I would have finished him. But both of y'all are my niggas, and I don't know with how crazy you can get if I could safely put you two on the same room together, Gotti answered. That was a weak excuse. A few weeks later, Gotti made up for the move by taking my demo tape to TBT to see if he could get me signed there like he did with his other artists. But the president of the label didn't like my material. He claimed that I sounded too much like the group Onyx, who were known for rowdy anthems like Throw Your Guns and Slam. I knew that was some bullshit, but when Y had brought my material to Sean Puffy Combs, who had blown up with my YO girl, Mary J. Blige, and now had his own label, Bad Boy Entertainment, he had pretty much said the same thing. I wasn't marketable. I cursed too much, and the public wasn't ready to hear that kind of anger right now. I finally started to sense a pattern. I knew what these check writers really wanted to say. They wanted to say I wasn't a stable investment, that I was running the streets and in and out of jail. They wanted to say I was a problem, a risk. But that wouldn't have been the first time I heard that. Try School 18 or Andrus or living with my mother in School Street. I just wish someone had the guts to come to a motherfucker real. Like, we know that what your struggles are, but we see your talent. Trust. That was all I wanted. I was reckless because I didn't give a fuck. I robbed niggas because I was starving and I was broke every fucking day. Couldn't anyone ever understand that? In 1994, the biggest label in the world was Death Row Records. Fueled by producer Dr. Dre and his G-Funk sound, the artist Snoop Doggy Dogg, Death Row, had brought a West Coast gangsta aesthetic of chronic and gin and juice to the music and started selling millions of records in the process. On the wave of that success, the label CEO, Suge Knight, had thoughts of creating a Death Row East, a New York-based affiliate of his company that would expand his empire in an attempt to mirror the success he had with local artists in Compton and Long Beach with East Coast MCs. One night, on the word of Corrupt, one of his artists, Suge, came looking for me. It was the night Snoop had a show in Manhattan at Trafalgar Square. Suge brought Corrupt, Snoop, and some of his other Death Row artists up to Powerhouse to hear me rhyme. I had heard of these niggas. I knew that Snoop and the Dogg Pound were the biggest rappers in the game at the time, but I didn't care. They were in my house, and I was going to do what I do. Y'all motherfuckers talking about it ain't nothing but a G thing. But nigga, I'm still living. So hollow tips must be the only thing I'm still giving. You fuck with me, there'll be a ribbon around your tree. How did your mother put it? Oh yeah, in love and memory. Gotti was there that night, and by this time, he knew how to set me off. So to spark my fire and get me to spit my most aggressive rhymes, all he had to do was look at me and shrug like he knew I could do better. I like to laugh and first play it off like I'm cool with them, then wet them up like a fucking pool hit them. Then the pit bull get them. Break y'all niggas down to nothing. That's what y'all faggots get for bluffing. Who's next? All eyes were on Snoop, Daz, and Corrupt. They were supposed to be the hottest niggas in the world, but they stayed seated. Wah and Darren stood next to me with this ugly, confident look on their faces, and we all just looked at Suge. He was standing in the back, smiling, loving every minute of it. A week later, Suge flew me, Wah, Darren, Gotti, and 6 other Rough Riders out to LA to talk business. It was my first time to the West Coast. Suge said that he never saw an MC who kept it as raw as I did, and he wanted to sign me as soon as possible. I would be a perfect fit for the loud, arrogant, fuck you, ghetto attitude that he wanted Death Row to have. But when Wah, Darren, and Gotti came out of the meeting, they told me the deal wasn't right, and after less than an hour of negotiation, it was clear that I was not going to join the row. Chapter 38. Niggas done started something. Gotti always told me his passion wasn't with Mike Geronimo, but he couldn't front on how well he worked with Jay-Z. Later that year, even though he was still spending time with me in Powerhouse making tracks, even though he still drove his MPV to the crib every once in a while to say what's up to Tashira and me, Gotti got down with Jay's Rockefeller label and helped Jay put out his first album, Reasonable Doubt. I wasn't mad at him. I just couldn't understand how everybody was doing their thing and I was still living in Mulford. I couldn't understand why I wasn't a dime richer than I was before I did Born Loser. Open for leaders of the new school, Battle K Solo, Lord Finesse, Andre the Giant, Bill Blast. It didn't make sense. Nobody anywhere I went could ever fuck with me on the rap tip. And yet I was the one broke. I was the one without a deal. I didn't give up, but I was so tired of being disappointed, so tired of being turned down and watching other niggas blow up, that in 1995, I just decided to do what I did best, hit the streets. Swiss was Wah's nephew. He grew up in the Bronx, but a couple of years after I met Wah, he moved in with his uncle in Mount Vernon. That's when we started hanging together. Swiss was much younger than I was, but he was a good brother to roll with because every night the two of us went out, we would game to get into any dirt we could, whether it was running pockets, knocking delivery men off their bikes, or just leaving everybody broke in a game of dice. Swiss and I were always out on the street looking for that next thrill. One of our favorite pastimes was hopping cabs. See, the key to hopping a cab is to make a few stops before you get to your final destination. Tell the driver where you're going when you first get in. Then along the way, ask him to stop in a store somewhere for a few minutes. Come back, then ask him to stop again a few more blocks up. But by the second or third time you get out of the car, the driver will be comfortable with you getting out. So then the next time, you just don't come back. Or you could take the more direct approach. We're hopping you, homeboy. Just take it easy and go with the flow. You normally save that move for when you needed a cab to join you on a robbery. An unmarked cab could make for a good getaway car, although drivers often got nervous. No, I'm not going to do that, they would yell from behind the wheel. Then you'd have to put a lot of pressure on them and hit them in the back of the head a few times. But you still had to be careful that when you went to make your move, they didn't pull off on you and leave you stranded in the middle of nowhere with the victim up the street. One time though, Swiss and I happened to come across this African dude who was as gangster as we were. Give me $30 and I'll take you anywhere, he said. He heard shit going down, he heard the shots and everything, but he never budged. He just stayed right on that corner as calmly as a professional. The problem was that when it was time for me and Swiss to get out of there, we realized that we had asked him to park behind us on a one-way street. So once we got in his car, we had to drive right past the scene of the crime. That wasn't smart. Thankfully, our game was much tighter the night we went to war. There had been a party at School 12, and as usual, everyone was hanging out in front of the building. After it was over, not trying to go home. I was posted in the front when Tashira told me that she had noticed some guys from her old block eyeing me, like they were scheming. She said she heard one of them mumbling about how I had robbed their man or something. Now, YO had been my spot for years already. I was 25 years old and had been robbing cats in the city since I came back from group home in 85. So when Boo Boo put me on to what she thought was going on, I caught an attitude real quick. Y'all niggas ain't gonna creep me. I done raised y'all. Don't try that bullshit. Then I noticed one of the dudes she was talking about staring at me. Come on, man. Don't play me like that. You're a kid. Don't stare me in my face like I'm a bitch. I've seen you and your older brother pull your pants down before, you bitch-ass nigga. Then another kid walked by me pulling a tuck and show move with his shirt, flashing a gun that he had in his waistband. Oh, y'all got balls like that? Okay, I'm gonna have to kill one of you motherfuckers tonight. Yo, Swiss, go get that. Mulford was right around the corner from School 12, and Swiss made the round trip in less than 5 minutes. It was funny, though, because it was summertime, no less than 70 degrees outside. And when he came back wearing this big brown goose-feathered vest, if we weren't in this kind of situation, I would have clowned him. What, are you cold? You trying to match with something, dog? But the coat served its purpose because Swiss had a fully loaded Glock and a baby shotgun hidden underneath it. Now, common street sense should tell you that if you see someone walking down the street as hot as it was with that kind of oversized jacket on, you should probably get the fuck out of the way, especially if you don't really know the person. But those young boys really wanted to get hurt that night because as soon as they saw Swiss, instead of moving away, they stayed there and waited for us to get fully loaded. They really thought they were going to put us down. Don't get your dicks hard now, motherfuckers. Swiss and I just got back to back, guns in hand. What? We were outnumbered. And this was also Swiss's first time in a gun battle, so he didn't know much. But even though he didn't do exactly what he was supposed to do, he showed the heart to do whatever he had to do. And that's always the most important thing. No matter how dangerous a situation is, if you have heart, you'll learn the rules to any street game in 2 tries. The first time, you'll struggle. But then the next time, out the gate, a nigga with heart would always say, I got this. Swiss learned fast. I didn't see him amidst the commotion, but my man, a DJ named Cool C, also had my back that night. I had been trying to buy a 9mm from him earlier at the party, and he didn't want to sell it to me. I was glad when he saw what was going down and decided instead to put the gun to use on my behalf. While me and Swiss kept moving forward, he came over my shoulder shooting. And the 3 of us kept busting at those bitches back to back. After a few rounds, it was over. I will rob and steal with your dog, nigga. What? Ride till we die. On till it's up. Chapter 39, Harlem. Darren and Wah often held court in front of the Mart on 125th Street in Harlem. Sometimes they would pick me up in Yonkers and drive me downtown, but most often I just jumped on the Metro North commuter train to Manhattan and then took the local subway to get off on 25th, because besides hopping cabs, I still didn't have any way of getting myself around. Now that I wasn't a juvenile anymore, stealing cars was a less attractive activity because with the record I had, one auto theft conviction would have easily sent me up north for a few years. Once you regularly start coming to a block, you begin to see the social dynamics of that block. Who the hustlers are versus who is trying to do something legit. Who has a valid beef with who, and who is on some bullshit. That's important because if you don't know the players in the hood you're rolling in, you are vulnerable to getting caught out there. One day, Wad took me up to 129th Street and introduced me to a producer cat named Grease. Him and his man Big Stan had put together a rap group called NIB, Niggas in Black. They threw a lot of parties in Harlem and ran around the streets battling cats like I did in YO. When I went through his block, him and Big Stan always had the card game going, or they would just be chilling, smoking, and playing music. Often I would join them for a few passes of the blunt, and soon there began to grow a quiet acknowledgement, the three of us, that we probably could become friends. It was just because of the kind of guys we were. We all knew it would take a minute. See, relationships are a delicate thing in the street. You have to be careful of who you got close to, if anybody, because there are many ways a person could betray you when the game is survival. So for months, me, Grease, and Big Stan were just cool. One summer, Why asked Grease to get down with Rough Riders. No thanks, Grease replied. Not to be turned down, Why let him think about it for a few days and then rolled up on him again. Nah, I'm good. Grease was only a block nigga, but he knew what he wanted. He couldn't deny the money Why and Darren were clocking in the neighborhood on the hustle tip or the plans that they had for Rough Riders. He just didn't want to be tied down to anyone. When Why offered to manage him instead of asking him to sign the more encompassing production agreement that he was talking about before, then Grease agreed. After that, Grease would troop to Powerhouse every day and hang and bang out his music. We'd leave Harlem late in the afternoon, jean pockets loaded with a bag of weed, and stay in Yonkers until 3 or 4 in the morning. Grease used to rhyme, but after an asthma condition made it difficult for him to flow the way he wanted to, he concentrated on making the music. All those words back to back, I'm not with all that. I'm not trying to pass the fuck out, he used to say. When I heard his beats, I was surprised by how many different styles he had. Some of his tracks were laid back, others were more street, but they all had this grimy, almost eerie quality about them, and they were always very musical. Right away, I could hear that there was more going on in one of Grease's beats than the simple loops and samples that I was used to. We did a lot of songs together those early nights in Powerhouse. Joyce Call, Final Call, and Against the Grain were two of the best. Then Why would always give him a ride back to Harlem and he'd sleep and do it again the next day. Whether you were a producer or an MC, soon that day and night routine became the schedule for everyone down with Rough Riders. Pent One, who was now going by the producer named PK, finally gave up his tagging career and followed a similar late evening to early morning routine. Swizz bought himself a pair of mismatched turntables and had started coming to Powerhouse all the time to teach himself how to make beats. And of course, the pups were always there. There wasn't any punishment if you weren't at the studio every night. Your absence just proved that you weren't as hungry as the next man. And at least among the young niggas, competition was the defining element of being in the Rough Riders family. For the first few years that I knew Darren, he concentrated on his hustle game and let his brother handle most of the music business. But since we came back from Baltimore, he had started spending more and more hours in the studio and quickly developed an ear for the music. Whatever kind of beat it was, Darren had a knack for coming up with the perfect chorus, and like Grease, PK, and other producers, always had an instinct for what rappers and what flows best matched what beats. Darren always believed in me, and he also knew that Rough Riders had too much talent in one place not to be able to make something happen. We just had to keep working at it. After a few months, Darren was right. Rough Riders' discipline paid off. Just not for me. Chapter 40. Let Me Fly. In the spring of 1996, Rough Riders put ourselves officially on the map by signing Jadakiss, Chic, and Styles, now called The Lot, to a record contract with Puff Daddy's Bad Boy Entertainment. Grease was to produce their first single, If You Think I'm Jiggy, and Puff wanted the album fast-tracked for a summer release so that his new group could share in the celebrity spotlight enjoyed at the time by his other artists, the Notorious B.I.G., Mace, Faith Evans, and 112. I didn't need any more hints that my dream wasn't meant to be. This shit ain't gonna happen, Gotti, I said to him one night sitting outside of the studio. I could feel it. This shit ain't gonna happen. It was late, the streets were cold and quiet, and the reality of my 12-year journey was hitting me in the face. Either let me fly or give me death. X, don't worry about it. These label dudes are assholes. They don't know what's up. We just gotta keep banging these niggas. Did you know this rapping shit was all I ever wanted, dog? This is what I was blessed with. This is the only thing that I'm fucking good at. There was a long pause. Yo, I think they're gonna make me an A&R over at Def Jam. So as soon as I get in there, I don't wanna hear that shit. I don't give a fuck anymore, Gotti. I've been doing this shit for 12 years. Dog, you know you're the nicest nigga out here. It's gonna happen. Gotti meant well. Everybody meant well. I just couldn't keep doing it. It was getting too hard to hold on to the strength and the patience and the faith that I needed to go on. Nothing with me ever matters, dog. Nothing. I thought of Tashira. I thought of Xavier and Boomer. I thought of all those nights I spent alone on those rooftops staring at the sky. Either let me fly or give me death. Let my soul rest, take my breath. If I don't fly, I'm gonna die anyway. I'ma live on, but I'll be gone any day. Chapter 41. Payback on Ravine. I already thought that Ravine was the devil block. It was my darkest place, the place where I committed most of my sins, and I never imagined that it would ever get worse for me there. But it did. I was sitting in front of one of the buildings a few feet away from a bunch of young niggas who started panicking when they saw a police car come down the block flashing its light. It wasn't a rare sight to see the police roll up on a block looking for somebody. Every few days around the way, brothers were getting arrested for something they did or fit the description of doing. But these kids ran into the building like they had a murder warrant out for them, obviously not understanding how much guiltier their scrambling made them look. Why y'all running like that? I yelled after them. For some reason, the police didn't seem to give a fuck that day, and after they finished their drive-by and did nothing, I walked into the building too. That's when I saw the chain. It was a nice gold herringbone. Yes, just what I need. I was broke, and a nice little chain could get me a few dollars, so I scooped it off the floor and put it in my sock. A few minutes later, the young bucks, who now that the police were gone had their brave hood faces on again, walked over to me. Yo, I lost my chain. Now, lost property is always fair game, so I didn't have anything to say. Neither did my man Purcell, who has since walked over to chill with me. Are you sure one of y'all niggas ain't got it? The young boy was getting heated at me. He probably knew my rep for being a robbery nigga, but I simply ignored him and told Purcell to give me a ride home. But instead of going to Mulford, I asked him to drop me off at Slow Bomb, where I got out and sold the chain for $40. As I left the building, folks on the block had a warning for me. Yo, X, niggas is looking for you. They say you robbed some kid for his chain and his leather coat. What? I didn't rob nobody for no coat. They said you stuck up a 16-year-old for his herringbone and his Averex. An Averex? That was one of the nicest leather jackets a person could have in the hood. It would have been nice to take that off somebody, but I hadn't seen an AV on a potential victim in a while, and I did not rob kids. They said they're coming back around to look for you, dog. I don't care. I didn't do nothing, man. Watch. I'm just gonna sit and wait for them right here. The boy whose chain it was must have had a lot of family, because a little while later his father and 3 of his older cousins came back to Slow Bomb looking for me. I told them that I hadn't done any robberies. I found that chain, man. I didn't rob nobody. I can even take you to where I got it from. Pops didn't seem to care. My son said you robbed him. Well, it wasn't me. The only reason I followed him back to where his son was waiting was because I knew I wasn't guilty of anything. I didn't steal anybody's chain. This time, though, the truth didn't matter. Yeah, Dad, that's him. Just like Shay had done so many years before. The kid looked me right in my face. He's wearing the same jacket. I had found the coat that I was wearing earlier that day in someone's front yard. Either this was a fucked up coincidence or the kid was totally lying. But there was no time to explain. Before I knew it, two guys grabbed me from behind and the father punched me dead in my chest. I tried to release my arms, but I had no chance. He kept punching and punching me. And soon, all I could feel were his fists smashing against my nose and my eyes and my open jaw. Boom, boom, boom. I felt the blows against my face, and when I fell to the ground, that's when everyone started kicking me. Over and over, heavy Timberland boots crashed against my body. I curled up to protect my ribs, but it was no use. I didn't do it. The kicks kept coming harder and harder, slamming against my spine and the back of my leg. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. One guy wouldn't stop kicking me in the head. Then I heard someone say they should take me into the park, and three guys started dragging me up the street by my shoulders. My body was too beaten to resist, and as they pulled me up the street, the mob grew. Niggas who didn't even know what had happened with chain came over to help administer the beatdown, and then I realized what was going on. For all the times I had robbed someone and ran up on them with the dog, for all the times I had left someone in an alley, broke and embarrassed with their pants down, and their girl watching, this was their payback. This was their chance for vengeance. They brought me to the park, and there, out of the corner of my eye, I saw one of my attackers pick up a brick. No, Lord, no. I'm not going to let them kill me. Somehow, I summoned all of the strength I had left and made it to my feet. I heard sirens, and I stumbled away as fast as I could. I don't know why that guy never caught me with that brick. A few minutes later, an ambulance found me a few blocks away, laid out on the street in a pool of blood. But whoever called the paramedics must have also told them what had happened, because they weren't just there to help. They were also there to comment. So, you want to rob kids, huh? Well, this is what you get, the bastard said to me with a greasy attitude. My head and face were numb. My ribs felt like they were crushed against my lungs. I was having an asthma attack and I couldn't get enough air. I thought I was going to die. I can't breathe, I told them. You'll be fine. Shut up and get in the ambulance. Once they took me away, someone ran to Tashira's apartment and told her that I had been beaten up. At first, Boo Boo hesitated about coming to the hospital because she had feared that I was beaten up too badly and didn't want to see me like that. But when she arrived at Yonkers General, she felt better because the doctors in the emergency room told her that I was going to be okay. They had taken a bunch of x-rays and said that I hadn't broke anything. Tashira called Uncle Ray and asked him to come to the hospital. Ever since Valhalla, him and Boo Boo had become close friends. And just 6 hours after I got to the emergency room, the doctors told my uncle that they were sending me home. He's all right, they said. Later, Tashira told me how deformed my face looked that night, how swollen and inflamed it was. The hospital had barely cleaned all of the wounds on my body when they discharged me, and I wasn't wearing any clothes because they had been torn off during the beating. But Boo Boo took care of me. She washed me up, applied some extra bandages, and made a fresh bed for me in the living room. Then she watched me go to sleep. 3 days later, I felt like I was getting worse. It was getting harder and harder to breathe, and every time I woke up, there would be blood all over my pillow. You need to go back to the hospital, Tashira said to me. At first, I didn't listen to her until I looked at myself in the mirror and saw that the whole right side of my neck had swollen out past my face. One side of my jaw appeared to be hanging lower than the other side, and the front of my chin was loose. I couldn't stop drooling blood. Ray still worked at Valhalla, so he said that he could take me to the hospital at the prison. We thought anything would be better than Yonkers General, and we were right. The doctors in Valhalla told me that my neck was swollen because I had a huge abscess in my throat that was filled with pus. They told me that if I had stayed home for one more day without treatment, all of the infected liquid in my face would have begun to choke me to death. They also said that my nose and my upper and lower jaw were badly broken. They were going to bring me into surgery right away to reset my jaws and remove all of the pus, and then they were going to have to wire my mouth closed. How could Yonkers General have sent me home like that? Was this because I didn't have an ID on me? Because I didn't have any money or insurance? How could they just tell me I was all right? That was crazy. If I had been able to breathe properly, I would have gone back to that hospital and killed every single one of those doctors. After the surgery, Valhalla kept me for 3 days under observation. Tashira and Ray came to see me and sat with me for most of the time. I never saw anyone else in my family, although one day Ray told me that they had actually seen my mother on their way up to the hospital. They were leaving the supermarket downtown in Getty Square and saw her leaning out of her apartment window. I hadn't seen or spoken to her since she had moved out of School Street a few years before. "Hey sis, what's up?" Ray had called out to her. "How are you doing, baby?" Arnett still spoke to her youngest brother at least once a week. "We're going to see Earl. He's in the hospital." My mother paused for a second. "Oh yeah, I heard he got jumped." That was all she said. Ray looked up at her, waiting for more of a response, but nothing came. He didn't feel comfortable asking a mother if she wanted to come visit her own son. "So I guess I'll talk to you later then." "Okay, baby." My mother left the window. My jaw was wired closed for 3 months. I couldn't eat any solid food. I couldn't chew. I couldn't drink anything that I wasn't able to sip through a straw. And then it couldn't be too hot or too cold, or it would inflame the nerve endings in my mouth. I couldn't talk. Instead, I was forced to make the sounds of words through my clenched teeth and hope that people could understand me. It was a living nightmare. Tashira looked after me every day, making all different kinds of soups and shakes. Ray gave me a blender, and every week I came up with a different concoction. A mix of hard-boiled eggs was nasty, but farina was always good. And when I blended up the mashed potatoes from Kentucky Fried Chicken with the gravy that came with it, I figured out that the proportions were just right to make a perfect liquid. I still didn't get any visitors. I didn't see Kylie, Buzzy, or any of my other aunts and uncles. Didn't see my sisters, and definitely not my mother. I didn't see Wah or Darren. A friend of mine, Donato, would ride his bike over every few days from School Street to come say what's up. And Butler, a friend of Darren's, who I was locked up with in Valhalla and had started rolling with Rough Riders, came by every now and then to bring me some soup from the store. And of course, Ray. But that was it. So laying in the bed made me realize who cared about me and who didn't. Everybody on the music tip was running with the locks, and it was obvious that most of my family had written me off. I knew that they heard what happened and how bad it was. The story of DMX getting beat up was all over Yonkers by that next afternoon. But that didn't seem to motivate any of them to knock on the door or even pick up the phone. Fuck it, I said to myself. At least I had Boo Boo. I had been robbing niggas my whole life, and I never had this kind of dirt thrown back at me until now. Until the one time that I didn't rob the nigga. That was crazy. I couldn't help to wonder if my beatdown was some kind of spiritual payback. Had I earned it? Had the 15 years that I spent robbing and stealing with no mask and no gun finally came back to haunt me? The more I thought about it, the more it made sense. The more I began to believe that the beatdown had been my day of judgment. I was hurt. I was fucked up. I almost died, but God was doing nothing but teaching me a lesson. You want to piss in the bed, Earl? Huh? Then sleep in it. It was like when the kid said later that the person who robbed him was wearing a ski mask. Everyone in the street knew that meant I couldn't have done it because they all knew that whenever I did my dirt, I rolled with my bare face. That's why they hated me so much, because I was always bold enough to not give a fuck about who saw me. But no one cared that I was wrongly accused. You do dirt, you get dirt. And if my robbing and stealing was all they knew about me, why should they care? Everybody knew Earl, but there was another Earl. So lying on that bed with my face still swollen and all these fucking metal wires cutting my mouth up, I convinced myself that if this was a lesson, then I didn't deserve to feel sorry for myself either. Did you think life was that fucking sweet? I let you slide for a minute because I love you. But when it was time,
You knew I had to smack the shit out of you. I was alive. I should have been dead, but I was still breathing. And that was the fact that I couldn't let myself forget. I was still breathing, and there must be a reason for that. There must be a reason that he kept me alive. As the days wore on, I also became more and more glad that I was smacked that hard, literally, instead of figuratively. I already knew how to deal with a physical lesson. It didn't matter how vicious or violent the lesson was. I had experience with physical shit. I had beatings my whole life. What's that? Steak and eggs? Oh yeah, I know what that tastes like. But since I always thought so much, since my mind and my thoughts were the most sensitive parts of myself, I knew that an emotional lesson of that size would have probably fucked my head up for real. I can't front. Before I came to terms with it, I did want them niggas dead. Driven by the same feelings of anger and payback that they used against me, I wanted to kill all of my attackers one by one and wouldn't have felt any remorse for it. It would have been easy enough because I knew that they all lived around the way. But the more I kept thinking about who I was and the lesson that I needed to learn, those vengeful feelings began to fade. The dirt that I had done in the streets had now been returned, and this would give me the opportunity I needed to move on. A few weeks later, Darren found out how much the kid's chain and jacket cost and gave him the money for what he had lost. And when I saw some of the guys outside on the block a few weeks later, I didn't say nothing to them. After what I just saw, I'm riding with the Lord, because I really can't afford to lose my head by the sword. And now that I've seen what I need to see, please take me where I need to be. Chapter 42. One more road to cross. It's hard to talk when your upper and lower jaws are wired together by metal braces that are glued onto your teeth. You have to move your lips as much as possible to make up for the fact that your tongue has nowhere to go. You drool a lot and have to breathe through your nose. It's difficult to fully pronounce words that have more than 2 or 3 syllables, and you can't talk very loud. But if it was hard to talk, it was almost impossible to rap. Although after about 2 weeks being in the bed, that's exactly what I did. I stalked around the house rapping as passionately with my jaws wired closed as when my mouth was wide open. I just pressed my upper and lower jaws together and forced the lines through my clenched teeth, spitting out each word like it had a rotten taste. Like I was like a pit trying to break out of a muzzle. The restriction in my mouth made me more intense, angrier. I was at war with my own body, and while the pain in my jaw was immense, the agony served me well. Now, my first priority wasn't getting put on or getting a deal. It was an injury I had to overcome. And I was going to prove to everybody that no matter what the circumstances, I was the best that ever did it. Nothing would hold me back. I was a dog possessed. The effect was pretty scary. When Tashira saw me wailing in the living room, she would wonder aloud if I was doing my face more damage by talking and rapping and yelling so much. But I didn't care. I was still thin and shaky from not being able to eat solid foods, but I wasn't going to let anything in the way of me saying what I wanted to say. Rapping was what I did. It was my gift, and no matter if I had a deal or not, no matter if my jaws were wired together or not, I was going to make sure niggas heard me. A few weeks before the beatdown, I had spit a few rhymes for a mixtape DJ named Ron G. Along with Kid Capri, who had blown up as a DJ since his days at the Castle, Ron G had built a career around selling tapes of hip-hop freestyles. Every few weeks, Ron would invite the best MCs, signed or unsigned, to his studio to lay a few verses that he would put together and sell on the street for $5 or $7. It was a good business. Folks would often prefer to buy a mixtape on the street that was filled with a bunch of different rappers than buy a whole album of one artist in a store for twice the price. You just had to recognize the names of the MCs that were on the mixtape or trust the guy that was making it. Ron was already famous for his blends, where he would lay R&B vocals by Luther Vandross or Michael Jackson over contemporary hip-hop beats. So whenever one of his tapes hit the streets, most of New York would be rocking to his latest jam. When Darren told me that he had contacted Ron G through his man Black Fred and had set it up for me to go to Ron's
apartment on Riverside Drive in Manhattan to lay a rhyme, I was amped. Mixtapes demanded a certain kind of rapper because real hip-hop heads bought them and listened to the lyrics. Every MC knew that they had to represent, because if you said a bullshit rhyme, you could bet that you wouldn't be able to sell any of your own stuff in the hood. So for a new MC, mixtapes were an intense trial by fire. And since I knew that Ron hadn't ever heard me rhyme before, when I walked in and he asked me to kick something, I knew I had to kill it. Niggas say I'm bugging and ask me what's the shit I'm on. Cause I did them wrong. Carry him greasy and get him gone. Ron started nodding his head. When I'm on, it's some real fuck the world shit. Okay, that's enough, Ron interrupted me. Open off my delivery. You're dope. Just spit that again and I'll press record. The hook was hot. Everybody knows you can talk all day, but when it's on, what you gonna do? Walk away? And What You Gonna Do became the opening song of Ron G's mixtape number 23. Yo, who the fuck is DMX? The streets started talking. Everyone loved the song, but few people knew who I was. Typically, Ron G sold 2,000 or 3,000 copies of every tape he dropped. Add to that the small deals he had with distributors to move the tapes out of state, and the African vendors that would dupe another few thousand of their own. And it wasn't uncommon for a Ron G tape to be in the hands of 10,000 people. So it was safe to say that What You Gonna Do gave me my first real buzz in and around New York City since the Born Loser single 4 years before. While my mouth was still wired shut, Gotti came to Mulford and told me that Ron G's mixtape had helped him finally get the attention of Leor Cohen, the president of Def Jam Records. On the strength of Jay-Z's Reasonable Doubt album, Gotti got his A&R gig at Def Jam. From the minute he got there, he had been pressuring his bosses to sign me. But for months, the execs had been ignoring him, telling him to focus his attention instead on the new acts they already had in-house, like Trigger and this Brooklyn chick called Foxy Brown. Gotti answered back that Def Jam was being grossly outsold by Death Row and Bad Boy because the identity of the label was lame. I was the perfect person to change it up for them. Once his peoples heard the Ron G tape, they finally listened. So, dog, tell me when you're going to get your wires off, and I'll set a date for all the check writers to come to Powerhouse, Gotti said to me one night while I was watching an episode of The Simpsons. It doesn't matter, man. They could come whenever they want, I said to him through my clenched teeth, still focused on the TV. Yeah, but X, we want them to see you at your best. This will probably be the only time they'll come up here. I'm going to bring Leor Cohen with me, who's the president, and the brother they got up there, Kevin Lau. I don't give a fuck, I said, finally looking up at him. They can come whenever the hell they want. I'm going to do what I do. X, your jaw is wired shut. It doesn't matter, dawg. Don't you understand? That shit doesn't matter to me. Bring them up here. Gotti looked at me for a moment without speaking. Then he gave in. Okay, fuck it. Then I'll let them know it's on tomorrow. Whatever, man. It's on tomorrow then. That night, Powerhouse was packed. Not only were all the pups there, Jadakiss, Sheik, Styles, and this other Yonkers MC called Gene, but Big Stan was there with Grease, PK was working the mixing board, and Y and Darren were downstairs handling the night's business. Add that to the usual dozen or so wannabe MCs from the neighborhood for whom the studio was a regular hangout, and there were about 30 niggas inside, and everybody was battling. With that many hungry MCs, it doesn't take long for a battle to get disrespectful. But when everyone's together in one tight little studio room, then things can get ugly. When I arrived, Darren told me that folks had been going at each other's throat for almost an hour already. Gotti here yet? I asked him. Yeah, he's in there with his people. 6 feet 4 inches tall, broad-shouldered, with a conspicuous accent. Leor Cohen was easily the most recognizable executive in hip hop. That is, of course, if you knew who he was. I had seen him once, but no one else besides Wah and Darren knew that the guy standing in the back was the president of the biggest hip hop label in the world. Yo, who's the big, tall, white dude? I don't know. That kept everyone honest. I wore the clothes I had on that day, sneakers, jeans, and a black hooded sweatshirt. I wasn't shaven, my head wasn't cut, my mouth hurt, but I knew it was my time. Either let me fly or give me death. I walked into the studio room alone. As soon as he saw me, the kid who was rhyming at the time turned his head and looked my way. The beat was blasting, but then it stopped and brothers got quiet. I moved into the center of the room, and the crowd of MCs that had filled almost every inch of that studio moved to the side. They parted like the Red Sea. They knew what was about to go down. Yo, throw that beat back on. First, I had to shut everyone else down. What? Do y'all niggas want war? How do brains taste when they're mixed with gunpowder? Send me the fully automatic because it makes the gun louder. Then I let them know who I was and gave them all that I had. You tell me that there's love here, but to me, it's blatant. What's with all the blood here? I'm dealing with Satan. Plus, with all the hating, it's hard to keep peace. Thou shalt not steal, but I will to eat. Not focusing on anyone or anything, I just said what I had to say. I tried doing good, but good's not too good for me. Misunderstood. Why you choose the hood for me? Me? I'm all right. I just had to work hard at it. Went to grandma for the answer, and she told me that God had it. I called it the convo. It was a new rhyme, a dialogue I had composed between myself and the Lord. I played both parts and meant every word. But when the funds are low, the guns will blow. Looking for that one, that O, make 'em run that dough. No, put down the guns and write a new rhyme. You'll get it all in due time. You'll do fine. Just have faith, 'cause you mine. And when you shine, it's going to be a sight to behold. So don't fight to be old or lose sight when it's cold. See that light down the road? It's going to guide you there. Two sets of footsteps. I was right beside you there. I started sweating. I could feel the wires in my mouth pulling, straining to keep my jaws together. But no matter what I had been through, no matter what I had done, I had to prove that I could still rhyme better than anyone in the world. So I hit him with "Let Me Fly." There was no better song. I'ma flow regardless because I'm an artist until I'm trapped. I continue to hit the hardest, whether I scrap or rap. You give me that, but you ain't my friend. I see it in your eyes. You contemplate my end. Leo kept nodding, tapping his hands against his knee. Kevin Lyles kept looking at Wah and Darren and Gotti in disbelief. All the pups were paying attention. I knew that I had made my point. I felt it in the air. Then I kept going. You're waiting for that? Bend in the road where you were told that you would go when you were old? And if you died young, it was cold. Sold. Not for nearly what it was worth. Think back 26 years, be like, what if his birth was a miscarriage and I never existed? Have I gotten something that if taken away, you would have missed it? Didn't know, but I persisted. It was the call of the wild. I merely say what's in my heart, and you call it a style. Don't put it in a cage, don't mistreat it. You say you hunger for knowledge. Here it is, eat it. Another song completed is another thought capture. Let me do my thing. I got it locked with this rap shit. That's it. He's the man. Leo jumped up. DMX is the man. What? What? Who won it? What? I looked around growling. I felt like I could rhyme forever. But they had heard all they needed to hear. The night was over. My new life had just begun. It's a few hours after midnight, and now we're racing furiously down a long stretch of desert highway toward home. In the middle of another of the artist's frantic and unpredictable dashes into the unknown. His entourage appreciated his need for space and let him leave the studio without a hassle, likely accepting the fact that their boss has far more reckless navigational skills than they do, and if they try to give chase, they'd probably get lost anyway, or even end up dead. I get beatings from so many angles, X tells me, banging his fist against the steering wheel at 90 miles per hour, an open bottle of Heineken sitting next to him in the cup holder. Just put me in the woods with 3 of my dogs, some bullets and a gun, and leave me the fuck alone for a couple of months. That would help me retrieve what's left of my sanity. There are so many different extremities in my heart. So much turmoil, animosity, anger. But that is not my heart. My heart is gold. My heart is pure. But because of the fleshly things that I go through, my heart and my spirit can get compromised. Nothing will ever kill my spirit, but things sure can fuck it up good. With his foot heavy on the accelerator, X pushes the car to 100 miles per hour. It's like the best person you are, the more you come in conflict with yourself, the more life's realities eat away at your own soul. 110 miles per hour. Do you know what happened when this spiritual advisor lady I started meeting with first saw me? It was 1998. I was doing a show for my first album, and when I came off stage, she told me that she saw a dead man walking 120 miles per hour. And the crazy thing was, dog, that she was right. X flies past a police car parked on the side of the highway. He doesn't slow down. I know that I've done a lot of dirt in my life. You do dirt, you get dirt. But the truth about a thug is that a real thug has a golden heart. A real thug will shoot somebody right in their face, but then turn around and give a couple of dollars to a kid on the street who's hungry. He understands that if you're in the game, you're susceptible to the rules of the game. But that child is not part of that game. See, there's a difference between doing wrong and being wrong. And if your heart is good, it will steer your bad in a certain way. Trying hard not to think about the cops that must be behind us, I attempted to unravel the complexities of his argument. But isn't it easier to be ugly? To just say fuck the world? I asked him, trying not to notice that we're now going 10 miles an hour faster than we were before. Yeah, but even though a real nigga may get a lifetime of suffering, I believe that he's rewarded in the end. Like one time in the club, this drunk nigga spilled his drink on my sleeve. It was my first time wearing that silver and black Rough Riders jersey, so I was chilling. But it was some fruity drink, so my shit got all colored and sticky, and when I turned around, the dude was looking at me with the screw face like he wanted to start something. A Benz truly becomes a Benz at 70 miles an hour over the speed limit. Come on, I thought. Don't do me like that. You could be dead in 4 seconds, you fucking bitch. You know who you spilled your drink on? But do I tell myself he could lose his life right now in this club? Or say, Lord, forgive him, for he knows not what he does? See, even though I was just disrespected, it was up to me to look after his life because he didn't know what he was doing. You can't whip a baby's ass for throwing up. Until they understand what you're saying, you can't fault them. He was drunk, and I prayed for him because I know that the next man may not be as gracious as me. Will the streets ever respect that kind of move? First of all, it's not easy to keep it real like that. Second, I don't care what motherfuckers think because I don't have to be real with anybody else but him. All that fake shit doesn't matter to me because when I wake up, I crack that Bible and say what I have to say to get on with my day. And then before I go to bed, no matter how drunk I am, I crack that Bible again and pray. I pray for forgiveness every night, dog. Cruising at 125 miles per hour with no police in sight, DMX reaches for the CD player. The artist rarely listens to music that is currently on the radio. Instead, the stereos in his car fill with old school R&B compilations and his own CDs. Occasionally, a Scarface or a Nas album will slip its way into the rotation, but only for a few select songs. So the music that DMX rides to is normally a soundtrack to years past. Tonight's mood calls for Atlantic Starr's Silver Shadow. I remember gazing on those quiet nights. The stars were as bright as they could be, wondering if things would ever go right and if there was a spot up there for me. The song eases his mind. I don't know why I liked this song in 1985, but something drew me to it. Now I listen to the words and realize that the words applied to me then. I just didn't know it. Then one star got brighter by the minute. Strange that it seemed to have my name written in it. In 1985, I didn't have any reason to thank my lucky stars, he says, relaxing back into his seat. But that's when I was given the shadow. And I think that I've been growing ever since. My life didn't get better and better since 85, but my talent developed. And that's the one part of me that no one can ever take away. Suddenly, DMX hangs a left and safely pulls into his driveway. Chapter 43, Taking It Back to the Streets. I can feel it in the air. Yeah, it's getting closer. I wasn't down with all that pretty happy-go-lucky shit. In March of 1997, Puff Daddy suffered through the murder of his man, the notorious B.I.G., and then went straight to the top of the music chart. Suge Knight and Death Row had stepped the game up the year before when Tupac sold a couple million copies of a double album and proved to everyone that a real hip-hop artist could sell like crazy. Before Pac, it was thought that you had to be MC Hammer to sell that many units. But then Puff did even better than that. That summer, he released his own album that had everyone in the fucking world singing and dancing. I guess not far from a Hammer move anyway. My man had the radio on lock, the clubs on fire, had people thinking that hip-hop was all about bright lights and shiny suits, and smiled all the way to the bank. X, on the other hand, still lived in the dark. I never saw any bright lights around me. Nothing about my Timbs and hoodie was shiny. I couldn't hate on what Puff was doing, but I wasn't with it. It just wasn't me. But I also wasn't stupid. I knew that I needed a deal. I had a kid. It felt like every fucking label in the world had already dissed me. All the Puffs were already in the game, and I was still broke. But I needed to make sure that Leo and Def Jam were committed to taking hip-hop back to the streets where it belonged. If they wanted to do some other shit, then, well, they could give me some money. But I made a promise to myself that I would not take my audience to the wrong place. I didn't wait all this time to get put on to sell myself out now. So when Leo said that he didn't want to change anything about me, that all he wanted to do was find me as large of an audience as possible for my music, and in fact, taking it back to the streets was going to be the idea behind how they wanted to market and promote me, he said all the right things. DMX, Rough Riders, Def Jam. Just let me do my motherfucking thing. Chapter 44. Who is that last guy? Niggas will never win. This whole rap game is mine. As hot as you've ever been. I was that in 89. Toward the end of 1997, some of the songs that I had done guest verses on were starting to get played on the radio. There was the Lox's Money, Power, and Respect, LL Cool J's 4321, Cameron's Pull It, and Mace's 24 Hours to Live. You can do better than that, Puff said to me when I was in the studio laying the vocals to the closing verse of 24 Hours. That made me mad as a motherfucker. But he wanted a rap without too many curses, so I wrote another one for him right there. 24 hours left until my death. So I'm going to waste a lot of lives, but I'll cherish every breath. I know exactly where I'm going, but I'm going to send you there first. And with the shit I'll be doing, I'm going to send you there worse. Who is that last guy? Angie Martinez, the afternoon DJ on Hot 97, said on the air when she first heard the song. At the time, Puff was actually trying to sign me to his label. He kept telling Wah that he would offer me double whatever Def Jam's money was and give me some more dough for myself. I guess he didn't think that I was too hard anymore, probably because he saw the reaction of his own crowd. It was Puffy's No Way Out tour at Madison Square Garden in Manhattan. Mace had asked me to do my 24 Hours to Live verse on stage with him in the lot. I only had 12 bars to do, but the garden was sold out and I wanted to try to show everybody in that audience exactly what X was about. So I put on a green army fatigue outfit that had all these grenades hanging off the coat, a pair of black boots, and fit this ill gas mask on top of my head. DMX was ready for war. See, people had heard me spit on a couple of songs by now, but they hadn't seen me yet, so it was only natural for them to wonder. Well, we like what you're saying, homie, but how are you going to move on stage? When I got out there and felt the energy of 20,000 people, it was like nothing I had ever felt before. The audience loved every word that I said and cheered for me when I was done like I was the star of the show. Oh man, I could get used to this. I've been living with a curse and now it's all about to end. But before I go, say hello to my little friend. But I got to make it right, reconcile with my mother, try to explain to my son, tell my girl that I love her. The next night, I was riding in a van on my way to the garden for the second show, and I heard Hot 97 Give Me More Love on the radio. Yo, that new guy DMX did his thing on stage last night. I was amped. Yeah, baby, we about to blow up. I started screaming to Tashira when I got back home. It's about to go down. Boo Boo couldn't stop smiling. Chapter 45, Where My Dog's At. The biggest song of my life started off as a freestyle. It was called Get At Me, Dog. Like Ron G, DJ Clue was a mixtape DJ who had a huge following in the street. He had gotten a good response from putting this song I did with the lots called Niggas Done Started Something on a few of his tapes, but was talking shit to Y one day about why I always rhymed last on every song that I was on. Just like Gotti knew better with me and Jay-Z on Time to Build, producers still couldn't put me in the middle of a song. I was so aggressive and rhymed so hard that it would have been detrimental to whoever came after me. It was a given that if I was on a joint, I was the closer. But Clue wanted to be hard-headed. I think I want to hear your boy rhyme first, he used to tell Y. Let's see what he can do then. Y knew all he had to do was tell me that someone was doubting me, and I would get pumped. Okay, Clue thinks I'm a fucking joke, huh? I wrote the Get At Me Dog freestyle the day I went to Valhalla Hospital to get the wires taken off my jaw. I had brought a pen and a pad with me to write in and was glad that I did, because when the nurse told me that after 4 months of suffering, they couldn't take my appliances off that day because my doctor was on vacation, I suddenly had a lot of frustration to unload. I'm the type to sit back and look at shit because crooked shit gets me in. Grease did the beat a few days later. He chopped up this old BT Express record that he got from PK and turned it into a wailing, bass-heavy track that just made me want to flow for days. Bring all them pretty niggas thinking they gritty to one city. Let me show them niggas shitty. It's a pity, but for 50, a motherfucker could get a bullet to hum him. Put the gun to him. Hit him with something that come to him. But it run through him. Look what I done to him. No more smiles. Got the whole top half of his head running wild. But you don't hear me though, so I turn off the light. We can take it to the streets, dog. Turn off the mic. The rhyme showed Clue exactly what I was made of, but more importantly, the Get At Me Dog freestyle marked the first time that I ever growled and balked on a record. If you want war, then you want more. Then you can stand. And this 4-4 will leave you with your dick in the sand. Who's the man? Now you cats know for real. Get at me, dog. What's the deal? I didn't plan to bark like this. I didn't even really think about it before it came out of my mouth. I just identified so much with my pits, what they stood for and how they got down, that the sound came out of me naturally. It wasn't a gimmick. That growl and bark was a form of expression for me. It communicated how I was feeling. Little did I know that it was about to be a bark heard around the world. The Clue freestyle hit the streets hard, and once Def Jam heard what I did, they immediately had an idea for a first single. They thought I should turn the Get At Me Dog phrase into a hook for a whole song. The Locks were on the freestyle as well. Gotti's boy Ja Rule was supposed to have done a part but couldn't get his lyrics ready in time. But Def Jam wanted me to do 3 whole verses on my own. If I could make that happen, I would have a first single that they just knew would go crazy in the clubs and blow up on radio. I didn't want to do the record. I thought it would be meaningless. Why would my new label want to put out a song with me talking shit when I had so many other songs that actually said something? Didn't they realize that I've talked shit for 10 years already? But Gotti helped convince me. Dog, it's only one song. And one night, me, him, and Grease went to the studio, got Chic from the Locks to do the hook, and flipped Get At Me Dog into a full-length single. What must I go through to show you shit is real? And I ain't never really gave a fuck to how niggas feel. I rob and I steal. Not cause I want to, cause I have to. Y'all niggas wanna be killers? Get at me, dog. The record exploded. The song was instantly the rawest cut on the radio. DJ Funkmaster Flex broke the joint nationally. He played it over and over every night on Hot 97. One night, folks told me that he played it 6 or 7 times in a row for a half hour straight. Gotti said that he never saw a song take off that fast, never felt the sound of hip-hop change so completely overnight, but he just knew that hip-hop kids had been yearning for an underdog. Street niggas from coast to coast was starving for someone whose music was talking to them on their own level, not from miles away in $1 million house driving a fancy car. Where my dogs at? That was the call. It was in the street, it was in the clubs. Everywhere I went, I heard it blaring. I actually didn't realize just how crazy folks were getting over the record until I did a show in the Bronx, and when that beat came on, there was complete pandemonium. Everybody got me so wild that night, I actually jumped into the crowd and got mobbed by a few hundred people. Serves me right for watching too many white boy concerts on TV, thinking that's what you do when fans are going crazy over you in the club. Then some chick scratched a hole in my back with one of her nails, and the club security rushed me out the back door thinking that I got stabbed when they saw me bleeding so much. Of course, I ran right back inside. Get at Me Dog was the new anthem. Where my dogs at? We right here, dog. Chapter 46, Official Member of Society. The success of my recording career wasn't real for me until I got my first check. Having Get At Me Dog be a big record wasn't enough to kill all of my doubts about what was happening, because I had hit records. I had hit records in the street before I knew I could still get jerked. But when I saw that first money, then I believed at least something was different this time. Checks are usually small green pieces of paper. But when I got my first check from Def Jam, it was a huge monster joint, about 3 times the size that I was used to. I didn't think it was real. How are they going to have me go into a bank with this bozo-looking check? Luckily, Uncle Ray had already hooked me up with the driver's license and the Social Security card, so I didn't have to cash a $15,000 check in the check cashing plate. I remember we had to run back and forth from City Hall to motor vehicles a few times just to get me all of the paperwork I needed to become an official member of society. I never gave a fuck about ID before, but I guess that's what you needed in this world to be considered human. The first thing I did with the money was buy a little gold chain for myself and a brand new pair of Reebok DMXs that had just came out. Then I bought a $2,500 used Honda Civic from this guy on Ravine. It was only worth about half that, but I was just so open over having money and not having to steal the car that I paid him what he wanted and brought the rest of the dough back home to Tashira. When Get At Me Dog came out, Tashira and I were still living in Mulford. It was a fun time, though, because everybody in the projects was happy for me, and I finally had a hit song on the radio, and they were very eager to be friendly and show me love. Every night, folks would crowd around me on the front steps of the building to hear about all the things that I was doing. Yo, Sharp. Folks would call over to my window to see if I was home and wanted to smoke a blunt. I was still writing in the apartment every day, and the night I wrote Look Through My Eyes, there were actually about 5 or 6 people chilling outside my window watching me come up with every line. When I finished, everybody let out a collective cheer. But after about a month of smiles, Tashira and I started to recognize how phony and extra everyone was being. It bothered me that most of the people that were becoming so friendly with us now never cared about us before. None of these niggas had ever asked to smoke with me before I got a big record deal. No one was stopping by my crib just to say hi before Flex was blowing me up on the radio. Hey D, why don't you come upstairs for a minute? Random chicks started to ask me all the time on my way home. Bitch, you weren't inviting me upstairs a month ago. I couldn't ride with that one. So shortly after I got that first bit of money, Tashira and I left the projects and moved to New Jersey. I was sad because I learned almost everything I knew from Yonkers. And for that, even though I didn't know everyone in YO, I loved everyone in YO from the bottom of my heart. They saw me grow. They saw me change. And that was some special shit. But folks were getting too ridiculous. So late one night, Tashira and Ray just got all of our clothes together and got out of Dodge. They didn't need a van because I told them to leave as many things as possible. Tashira wasn't so thrilled with that idea. Earl, I paid for all this furniture. But if we were going to leave my home for good, I wanted us to get a clean start. I see you, an old lady called out to the two of them as they drove away. And after 27 years, my time as a resident of Yonkers, New York was over. Chapter 47, In the Lab. After the Get At Me Dog freestyle, it didn't take long for the streets to start anticipating a whole album from me. So it was good that ever since Leo's night at Powerhouse, me and Grease had become more connected. I would see him there all the time, and we'd lay tracks down together. There was never a lot of extra bullshit involved. It was always just, "What's up, my nigga? You ready?" Then we'd get in and get dirty and make some memorable songs. I liked his beats because they were never just beats. There were layers to his track. He threw different instruments and sounds into the mix to say different things. Even the joints that I didn't want to fuck with, the ones that weren't my style, were still good, quality music. The two of us had actually gone down to Atlanta together for a little while to record. I didn't have any Def Jam money at the time, so me and Grease just turned the basement where we were staying into our own private studio with an MP sampler, a pair of headphones, some little speakers, and an amp, and banged out a bunch of ideas. No engineers, no nothing. At the time, Wah and everybody else were busy with the lot. So even though it felt like niggas dropped us on some stranded shit, when we were down there having a call back home and beg for dough, as usually, I kind of liked the isolation. And after a couple of weeks, I had written most of the lyrics that I ended up using on my first album. Back in Yonkers, PK had also been spending a lot of hours in Powerhouse coming up with hot tracks. I was also very possessive about the music that I felt I could rhyme best to, and I knew that there was always a lot of competition among the pups for PK's beats. So I made sure that if I went in the studio and heard him playing something that I liked, he put my name on it right away. PK always held me down by making sure that no one else tried to write to it. Checking on what PK was up to a couple of times in Powerhouse was how I ended up with the beats for Stop Being Greedy and How's It Going Down. I always came up with the hook before the lyrics. Songs were just much easier to write when I had a chorus in my head because once I knew what the theme was and the meaning of the whole piece was, then I just had to tell the story, and I had stories for days. So, with Grease and PK both giving me crazy tracks and Gotti helping me put everything together as an album, I felt that I was ready to make it happen whenever Def Jam was. There was just one more place I had to take it, one particular story that I really needed to tell. I needed to talk about the devil. Why is it every move I make turns out to be a bad one? Where's my guardian angel? Need one. Wish I had one. I called him Damien. Damien, I'm right here, shorty, and I'ma hold you down. You trying to fuck all these bitches? I'ma show you how. But who? Names D like you? But my friends call me Damien, and I'ma put you into something about this game we in. You'll need to take it there. Then you'll be the hottest nigga ever living. That's a given. You'll see. I didn't know how I could bring him across in the song. Didn't know how to articulate his presence. Then I just opened the door to my soul, and he was right there. He was right fucking there. I got some weed. Go ahead, smoke it. Go ahead, drink it. Go ahead and fuck shorty. You know I can't keep a secret. You know I can keep a secret. He came out in a garbled, slightly high-pitched voice, and as I expected, he was up to no good. I'm about to have you driving, probably a Benz, but we gotta stay friends. Blood out, blood in. A deal with the dark was one that I had made many times, whether it was something that I needed to get out of hunger or something that I wanted to get out of temptation throughout my life. I agreed to do dirt and suffer the consequences. Even though I was beginning to understand the difference between doing wrong and being wrong, the repercussions of rolling with the devil were always severe. Now I'm ready to chill, but you still want me to kill? Damien, look at what I did for you, dog. Come on, keep it real. All right, fuck it. I'ma do it. Who is it this time? Hey, yo, remember that kid Sean you used to be with in 89? Nah, that's my man. I thought it was your man. But, yo, that's my nigga. Hey, yo, who's your biggest fan? You can do it, or give me your right hand. That's what you said. I see now there's nothing but trouble ahead. Earl wrote that song, not D or X, but Earl. This was his battle with the devil, a battle that each and every day I tried so desperately to help him win. Earl was winning, I felt it, but I couldn't ever stop fighting. That night, I decided to call my album It's Dark and Hell is Hot. It was the perfect title. The darkness described my biggest challenges. Hell described the reality of the world that I was living in. After all these years, was the world finally ready to hear what I was trying to say? I was starting to see some signs, but I really didn't know yet. I just knew that I was trying my best to pour 27 years of my life into the words of 16 songs and a prayer. Chapter 48, Belly Up. One night, Gotti brought me to meet a friend of his named Al Monday. Gotti said a video director he knew named Hype Williams was making a film loosely based on Brown's life and wanted me to talk with him for a minute, see if I had a feel for the guy. After a few minutes, I told Gotti that while I didn't know his friend personally, he was like one of the many characters that I crossed paths with in the hood, and because of that, I knew who he was. I could read his behavior and understand why he did the things he did. I didn't know that Hype was stuck without anyone to play this role in his film, or that it was a couple of weeks before filming was supposed to begin. But after Gotti's recommendation and a subsequent audition, I was cast to be the lead role in Belly. It was the first time that I had ever thought about acting. I liked being in front of the camera, and even though Hype had us rehearse too many fucking times, and the baby oil he had us shining ourselves up with got real aggravating after a few days, I enjoyed it. Uncle Ray still had his job in the prison, but had slowly taken on the role of my manager, and so it became his responsibility to get me up in the mornings to go to set. Hype always had a 7 a.m. call, and that was never easy. Ray had to fight with me all the time to get out of bed. But Belly allowed me to lose myself for a minute and think about someone else's life struggle. And hanging out with Nas and Method Man all day was a lot of fun. They were successful rappers, but they were also real niggas, and that was still the most important thing to me. Hype did do me dirty one time, though. For my sex scene, he cleared the set, but put monitors all over the house that we were filming in. Everywhere I looked, there were girls sitting up in front of the screens watching. Even the woman who owned the place showed up on set that day. I couldn't do anything about it, so I just told Hype to keep the room that I was in real warm so that my balls wouldn't shrivel up. Keep this motherfucker hot, Hype. Don't have me looking like a little man on film. I didn't like Shorty's body double too much either. The scene called for me to pretend to have sex with her from behind, and I told her beforehand how I was going to do it. I'm gonna throw your legs up, pump you a couple of times, then flip you over dumb fast and hit it from the back. Well, just don't put your tongue in my mouth, she answered. Now that was stupid. What are you, the fucking exorcist or something? How am I gonna put my tongue in your mouth from behind? After the scene, there was a lot of blushing going down from a lot of the women that were watching. My time spent in jail didn't make me self-conscious at all about being naked in front of people. But I was glad Tashira stayed home that day because I wouldn't have wanted Boo Boo to get mad. During the final week of filming the movie, I got a One Love Boomer tattoo on my back in memory of my dog. I had thought about doing it ever since he died. People asked me why I made it so big, why I had the design stretched from shoulder to shoulder. But I just knew whoever asked me that didn't understand the relationship I had with that dog. They didn't understand the relationship I had with all of my dogs. And they definitely didn't know Boomer. Boomer was nothing less than the greatest friend I ever had. And the tattoo was my way of paying him permanent tribute. I wanted the Get At Me Dog video to look as different as possible. Everyone agreed that it should have the exact opposite feeling of the super clean, grass is so green, sky is so blue, multicolored look that Puffy and others had made the norm with the Biggie and Mace joint. If I was serious about taking it back to the street, then my first video needed to look as dirty and grimy as possible. There would be no iced out watches on my side of the world. So first we decided to film it in the tunnel during a regular party night. The tunnel was Funkmaster Flex's home base, infamous for attracting the most street, ghetto hip hop crowd in New York. And when Hype took his cameras in there that Sunday to do the video, the whole club went nuts. Folks were everywhere, wilding out. It felt like a riot was about to jump off. But it was all about the music. I had to perform the song about 12 fucking times, and every single time the crowd rocked with me. It was hectic. I was sweating like crazy. It was hard to breathe, but this was my element. To rock a club like the Tunnel with my own song, with my own people in the audience, this is what I had waited for my whole life. Darren, Wah, Grease, Gotti, everybody was in full dog mode because it was going down. We could feel it. I was actually about to fly. When Hype put a black and white strobe effect over the final cut of the video, Get At Me Dog looked even more ridiculous. There was nothing else like it on TV. It had a realness, a recklessness to it that fit the aggression of the song and represented what I was about. I loved it. But when MTV refused to play the video, Get At Me Dog also gave me my first lesson in big music politics. MTV said that the song was too violent and would incite a riot. The phrase, "where my dog's at," was an example of how the lyrics were gang-related. Huh? When you got a song called Smack My Bitch Up in heavy rotation at the same time? Smack My Bitch Up is a direct and disrespectful threat. But I'm the artist you're scared of? MTV said they would only play Get At Me Dog if I re-recorded the super clean version of the song. Gotti tried to get me to do it one night in the studio, but I didn't care about the larger audience that I could get from being on MTV, and I refused to let anyone try to get me to compromise my music. I played pool all night instead and never redid it. Needless to say, MTV never played the video. I'm glad all the other stations held me down. Chapter 49, Def Jam Number 1. My second lesson about the music business came when the first ads for It's Dark and Hell is Hot started to appear in magazines. I liked the image, especially how it was tinted that blood red color, but was curious as to why Def Jam's logo wasn't on the ad. Rough Riders was listed underneath my profile along with 333-526, number 1. See, what Gotti had told me about Def Jam was right. They had sold $60 million worth of music the year Leo came to see me at Powerhouse. The problem was that they spent over $100 million to make that 60. While they had big artists down with them like Method Man, Redman, and Onyx, they weren't selling that many records. So Leo and Russell Simmons, the founder of Def Jam, were under a lot of pressure at the time from Polygram, Def Jam's parent company, to increase profit. Polygram was unhappy with the label being outsold, and around the time Leo signed me, was threatening to write him and Russell a goodbye check. But if that ever happened, Leo had a plan. 333-526, the spelling of Def Jam on a phone keypad, was the name of a new company Leo came up with that he hoped to form with his top people from Def Jam if Polygram decided to lower the boom. He thought he could negotiate with Polygram for them to let him have me, along with Gotti and Ja Rule, and I would be his new label's first artist. So running my ads with 333-526, number 1, and not the Def Jam logo was a way for him to present the new label to the industry. A slick kind of insurance policy against being fired. Knowing about this fear of his job explained to me why the man started going crazy a few weeks later once he saw how well Get At Me Dog was doing. DMX is going to save the company, Leo used to run up and down Def Jam's hallways screaming. He is going to save us all because Def Jam is a company that was born in the street. And now, thanks to the Dark Man X, we are going back to our roots. I didn't give a fuck who I was saving or what label I was going to be on. I just wanted to be heard. Chapter 50, The Final Call. Take away hate. Now I'm supposed to love the ones that curse me. The one that wouldn't give me a cup of water when I was thirsty. It was always him versus me, but now I gotta teach him. Personal feelings put aside, cause now I gotta reach him. Somebody tried to drug me that night. Tashira and I were in a bar in Yonkers having a drink. Since we had to move to Jersey, I was hanging out a lot in YO. It was still home, the only place I really knew. And Wifey and I were in there chilling with a few folks. A few minutes before I wanted to leave, I went outside to back up my truck from where I had parked to the front door so that Boo Boo wouldn't have to walk up the whole block. When I walked out, I left my drink on the bar. When I came back a few minutes later, I went to pick my drink back up, but the bartender, a nigga I knew from School Street, told me not to worry about it. Forget that small shit, X, he said, handing me a bottle of Hennessy instead. Here you go, dog. The bottle was open and there was a tissue stuck in the top, but it looked brand new because I could see the liquor still in the neck of it. Now this was my throwback a bottle of Hennessy a daytime, so I didn't wait to get to drinking. When Tashira and I left, I saw a man, Karate Kato, outside. He was the bouncer at the bar, and I had known him for years. He must have seen how much I had been drinking because when I went to my truck, he offered to follow me home. I just want to make sure you're all right, dog, he said to me. He was with my other man, Hip. Then I saw this Mulford nigga standing outside. I didn't know his name, but I recognized him because I had robbed him a few times, and I noticed that he looked like he had too much to drink himself. Yo, where you going, dog? I called out to him. Come on, I'll give you a ride. Kato and Hip looked at me like I was crazy when I said that. But I was trying to help the brother out, so me, him, and Tashira climbed into my truck and drove off. The next thing I remember is trying to make a left-hand turn and almost falling over into the passenger seat. I lost my grip on the steering wheel. Lost and almost falling over into the passenger seat. I lost my grip on the steering wheel. Lost control of the truck and almost hit a couple of people who were trying to cross the street in front of me. Watch where you're going! The next thing I knew, I was in Mulford Projects. How the hell did I get here? Tashira told me as soon as he saw me losing my bearings, the nigga I had given a ride to started yelling about how I had robbed him and that he wasn't going to let me do him dirty no more. He was going on and on about how I needed to pay for something. Then when I pulled up in front of his building, he started wilding and tried to grab the steering wheel from me. Yo, fuck that, X. I want to drive. Everything was still a blur, but somehow I was able to push him off of me. He ran into the building, and then Kato and Hip got out of their car and dragged me out of my truck onto the pavement. Then they carried me inside after him. My man was there waiting. He was wearing a long gray coat, and underneath, I could see that he had a bulletproof vest. Immediately, he started talking greasy to Tashira. Your boyfriend robbed me, girl, and see, I ain't trying to let that shit slide. Words like that directed to Boo Boo must have triggered something in me because that's when I remember waking up. Yo, that's my fucking wife, nigga. You can't be serious. I'll fucking kill you. I was the man of this house. That's when he pulled out. It was a nice sized gun, black with a long barrel. I think it was a 357, and he had it pointed right at me. Now, Karate Kato was given that name for a reason, so anybody who knew what they were doing with a piece would have shot him first. And Hip was a thorough nigga, but not a killer. So I knew that this was not a good situation. But as soon as that coward pointed that piece at me, without thinking about what I was doing, I just grabbed the gun right out of his hand. Before he had a chance to say a word, I just snatched it from him and got an attitude. He didn't get off a shot. What the fuck is you doing? I robbed you already, nigga. You a bitch. I was offended. Here I was in a better place than I had ever been in my entire life, about to fulfill a dream that I had struggled 12 years to achieve, standing next to the woman that I would die for, and this motherfucker was about to try to take it all from me? No. My instinct refused to let that happen. Twisted, or in whatever state I was put in by that poison bottle of Hennessy, my second nature took over and saved my life. Get the fuck out of here. Later, Tashira and I thought that niggas in the bar had probably been scheming on me the whole night. They knew it was just me and her together, and I would probably drink anything that was given to me. So with a quick exchange of glances, the bartender and his man outside thought they got me where they wanted me, just like that day when 10 niggas jumped me, just like that night when 3 niggas shot at me, just like when the old man swung that aluminum bat at my head and I slipped. But did I slip that day in the parking lot, or did I trip? Slipping you do on your own. But when you trip, something, somewhere, has gotten in your way. Was there something on my feet the night I flew around that corner? The night I flew around that corner and avoided those bullets? Something in my brain that made me wake up in that project hallway with enough time to grab a loaded gun? All of these times, my life was spared. Chapter 51, May 19th, 1998. On May 19th, 1998, Def Jam released my first album, It's Dark and Hell is Hot. It debuted at #1 on the Billboard Albums chart and sold more than 250,000 copies in its first week in the stores. Like the way Get At Me Dog, Fucking with D, and Stop Being Greedy became big hits in the clubs, Faith Evans added vocals to a remix of How's It Going Down. That helped turn a laid-back groove into a top 10 single, and Rough Riders' anthem, the first track that my man Swizz Beatz ever produced, became the monster jam of the summer. Stop, drop, shut 'em down, open up shop. That's how Rough Riders roll. Let Me Fly was on the album, as was Damien, but The Devil's Presence was balanced by The Convo, my conversation with the Lord. And while I got a lot of heat for my lyrics on X Is Coming, if you got a daughter older than 15, I'm a raper, those critics seem to forget that I had a prayer on the album as well. Ironically, a woman actually did charge me with rape that summer, purely a case of mistaken identity. I wasn't even at the party where the alleged assault took place. The case made its way to trial, and my lawyer, Murray Richmond, used DNA evidence to help clear me of all charges. Later that summer, Def Jam challenged me, Wah, and Darren to deliver another album right away. And when Flesh of My Flesh, Blood of My Blood was released on December 22nd of that same year, it sold more than 700,000 copies, again debuting as the #1 album in the country. That was the first time in history that an artist released 2 albums in the same year that both debuted at the top of Billboard chart. Safe to say, Leo never lost his job. I loved every song on my first 2 albums. My soul said what it needed to say and found many ears. I kept it as honest to my life and my spirit as I knew how. And because of that, I also knew that whoever chose to ride with me would not be taken to the wrong place. Now, I just had to take care of my own heart. Earl, I'm letting you know that we're getting married when you come home, Tashira said to me before I went on tour for my second album. I'll take care of all of the arrangements while you're working, but we're getting married. I didn't even have to answer her. Boo Boo knew me and loved me more than anyone in this world. And in my mind and in my heart, I had already been married to her for years. Tashira didn't ask me to wear a suit for the ceremony, but I knew she'd be rocking a dress and heels, so I wanted to step my game up. Ray took me to this store in Harlem, and Darren, who was one of my 7 best men, along with Wah, Ray, my uncles Pinky and Buzzy, and my brother Joe, bought me my Versace suit as a gift. When I looked at myself in the mirror, in the beautiful white 3-piece, I had to admit that I looked damn good. Those suit and tie motherfuckers ain't got nothing on me. Tashira was the most beautiful girl in the world that day. My angel in the blue and white robe. She would always be a source of light in my life. And where there's light, darkness can never take over. The gifts of love and understanding are what she gave me. And for that, I would never be able to repay her. And to my boo, who stuck with a nigga through all the bullshit, you get yours because it's due. Epilogue. Look within, and you will know where you're coming from and where you gotta go. I wouldn't change a thing about my whole life, dog, DMX says, walking in the house. Not one fucking thing. It's 4 a.m. The sky is large and black and quiet. The thermostat reads 85 degrees. Sports highlights flicker on the muted television and the radio is on. X is in for the night. It's like I wouldn't be where I'm at. Not just physically where I'm at, but mentally where I'm at. It's like I've gone to see my father again. He still lives with his family in Philadelphia, and art is still his passion. He actually painted a picture of me one time when I went to his studio. Philly has become the seeing place for me, the knowing place. And out there, I learned that in terms of how the situation went down, my father wasn't the bad guy for leaving me. It was more just circumstance shit. My mother wasn't the bad guy in my life either. I love her. She just wasn't ready for what she had. And life with her, for whatever it's worth, made me a little deeper. There have been 31 years of chaos, struggle, and survival for Earl Simmons. 31 years of life too real, and now perhaps some truths have been found. Do you know what it is, dog? Now I know what the Lord has always been taking care. I know that the Lord has always been taking care of me. He was taking care of me before I even came out the pussy. Before I spoke my first word or shed my first tear, he was there with me. I was just never able to see or trust that until now. I never knew a love like this before. Messing with the thug life, I missed it all. You open the doors and let me in. I'm down for the cause, so let's begin. Prayers that you give to me, I give to them. Same way you live in me, I live in them. Life is a blessing now. You got me smiling from inside of my heart. When inside, it was dark. And it doesn't rain anymore, only sunshine. No pain anymore. I really love my. You washed away the tears with the fears. I'm happier than I've ever been in my life the whole 30 years. You've been very lucky. Nah, it ain't luck. Luck lasts for a few hours, sometimes a day or two, but not a lifetime. I'm not alive because I'm lucky. With as much dirt as I've done and pain that I've caused, I'm alive because I'm blessed. His point is hard to argue with. But what about all the pain? To live is to suffer. I think the chosen ones are the ones that struggle more. The Lord's children always start from the dirt up. If you only start from halfway up, then you're going to know less and you're going to be worthless to Him. But there was something that I had to see, that He wanted me to see, so I could be what He wanted me to be. And what does He want you to be? The greatest gift the Lord has given me is the gift of the Word, the ability to communicate with. And I know now that I'm here to share everything that I have learned. That's why I've always said I don't want sales, I want soul. Fuck a sale. A sale is $11, $13. But if you give me a soul, I've got that for life. And I'm going to try my best to bring it to the right place. Now if I take what he gave me and I use it right, in other words, if I listen and use the light, then what I say will remain here after I'm gone, still here on the strength of a song I live on. Folks miss so much because they've been blinded by the diamonds and the fat asses and the fucking cars. That's all they've been trained to focus on. So that's all they see. But this music is not just a bunch of fucking words. It means something. It stands for something. But to survive well, that's to find the meaning in suffering. Earl gets up and walks over to the window. I don't think I'm gonna be in this rap game long, dog. 5 years, that's it. And I've got 3.5 in now. DMX turns around to look me in my eyes. There's a higher calling for me, and I'm no longer afraid or ashamed of it. To God, you know that one day I'll speak the word. You know that when I do, I will be heard. You know that you gave me a permanent smile. You know this, Father, because I am your child. You sound like a preacher. Maybe if it comes like that, I will embrace it with open arms. But it's not so much where I think I'm going, it's what I speak to and how I feel about what I speak to. Sometimes I get skeptical about saying shit because it might sound stupid to some niggas, but then I get to the point where it doesn't matter. And you always gotta walk through to talk to. If I've never been on Franklin Avenue, I can't tell you a motherfucking thing about Franklin Avenue. A preacher can't tell me to put down a gun if a preacher never had a gun, never bust a gun. Nigga, you ever did it? All right then, shut the fuck up. But if you have done it, then you get their ear for a little longer. That's why I start off all my shows with fuck you, suck my dick, where my niggas at. But then at the end, I hit you with the prayer. I have to say fuck that bitch to get you to listen, or smoke that blunt, or I robbed this nigga to get your attention. I talk to you like you expect me to talk to you, like a nigga should talk to you, but then I bring you somewhere else. Okay, you listening now? Then check this out. Come over here for a minute. I want to show you something. Pain is a lot easier to deal with when it's ours, not just yours. When it rains, it pours. Now my pains are yours, as yours were once mine, divine, revolving doors. So now that you've told your story and there are so many more listeners, what do you say? I didn't feel like I was worth anything for a long time, dog. But I did everything that I could to hold on to my dream, and you can't ever be afraid of doing that. Shit wasn't right, and it was all blamed on me. Didn't know I was special till the rap shit came to be. Gave me a way out. It's like a lot of folks like to draw, but when they pop up on the block on some drawing shit, niggas look at them like they're crazy. But you gotta say, fuck that. This is what I like to do, because that's your real shit. If you don't get a chance to fulfill it, after a while you forget that your dream exists. You close the door on it, like, forget it. I'm about getting money and fucking bitches. But God didn't make hustlers or robbery niggas or dope fiends. You just have to allow yourself to consider more than that. Places that I have been, things that I have seen, what you call a nightmare or what I call dream, what I have as dream. DMX made history again in 2001 when the fourth album, The Great Depression, debuted at #1 on the Billboard albums chart, making that a string of 4 in a row. He has sold over 15 million albums, headlined a few national tours, and has now become a worldwide star at the box office. He has connected with generations of young people who are sparked by the aggression that he never tries to hide, and become a hero for those who relate to the pain that he is so willing to share. For someone that just wanted to be heard, he has gone way beyond his goal. But there is a psychic toll that is often charged to an artist when they achieve this level of super success. The frustrating ironies of being adored by millions of people that you don't know, and definitely don't know you. And when you've chosen to take this time to ask yourself the most difficult questions, to look inside the deepest, darkest corners of your life, it's not hard to imagine conflict or nightmares. I ain't gonna front. I kind of like X. X keeps me good. Hood to hood to the wood. And I kind of miss robbing and stealing. That rush, it kept a nigga hungry. So I think I need him for now. But I'm also trying to develop the different parts of myself and learn how to control the anger. It's like I don't want to see nobody die no more. I'll still take it there if I have to, but I don't want to see the results of that. It hurts too much. DMX finishes the last bottle of Heineken. One day I hope to turn around and say, X has left the building. And would that be Earl talking? Yeah, probably. Phoenix, Earl calls out to his dog. Come here, girl. Awakened by our conversation, the puppy eagerly jumps on her owner's lap. I love the shit out of my family, dog. I really do. My kids are the best things that could ever happen to me. And I love my wife to death. She knows that I can't see life without her. But sometimes I wish that it was just me and I had no one to love, because then I would have no one to be concerned about. It's like, on one level, I love people because I see their hurt and feel their pain. But that, I'm here to be taken advantage of. Don't let me go to waste. Let not my life be in vain. But on another level, I don't even like people collectively, because people don't show, because they don't know unconditional love. It's always, I love you unless you fuck my girlfriend. Or, I love you unless you steal something from me. I don't want that. I've been a loner my whole life, and alone is still where I feel most comfortable. Now that I don't feel confined by anything anymore but the will of my spirit, I wish I could be a person and just fly, fly with the sun in my face and not worry about crashing. The thought closes his eyes. Fault me for wanting that, but that's what I want, he says, opening them again after a pause. And if I have to pay with my life to get it, I will, but my life will be poetic. It's 7 a.m. The dawn of another desert day is on its way. The TV still flickers, but outside the sky is large and quiet. The faint colors of sunrise begin to paint a new picture. At the end of this part of his journey, DMX doesn't pretend to have found all of his life's meaning. He may, like the rest of us, never find it at all. May never find it all, but there is a commitment there to keep working. And although so much of what has come out of the isolation, today he is not alone. There are folks in the desert who will go wherever he goes, a dog who will lie by his side, and a woman he loves who will stay next to her cell phone. X may or may not have left the building, who knows? But at least for today, Earl Simmons will get a good night's sleep. I'm tired, dog, he says. Time to take it in.